Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. I'm Rebecca Carrow, and I'm sitting in the start tower waiting for the very first race, which is going to be going off shortly. It's the men's I double sculls, and you can see if you're watching on the live feed that the very first heat is already on the start line. The race has been stopped and a restart has been ordered, which is somewhat unusual, but you can see there's nobody on the start line, and I suspect a large number of people will be going, am I going to turn around or am I going to back it down? What's going to happen? There's the next heat nudging their way forward, so they may run heat 2 before they run heat 1, which would be somewhat unusual. So the system test has been run. The rookie error by the commentator, that was me, thinking that a race had been stopped, was wrong. They were just testing the system, which is probably a really sensible thing to do, of course, before racing starts. Every day there's an awful lot of testing and checking to make sure that everything is smooth running before we start our very first race. So in this first heat of the men's I double sculls, we have in lane 3 Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp and Peter Armstrong. Lane 4, Ngambi Canberra, Warner Hyatt and John Straps. Lane 5, Melbourne, Ray Young and Christopher Barton. Lane 6, Murwillumbah 2, Robin Blatch and Michael Mills. Lane 7, Riverside, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. And Lane 8, Mosman, John Hardy and Philip Titterton. Now, I know Philip was actually presenting some of the medals yesterday, so he's a pretty important person. It says here that he was a Rowing New South Wales volunteer for 30 years. He has been the Masters Commissioner for Rowing Australia for 20 years and a member of the Rowing New South Wales State Event Management Committee. And he contributed to the design and installation of the infrastructure here at the Regatta Centre. So, pretty important guy. And the first race has started. We've got 6 crews lining up here in the men's I double sculls, and lucky me, I've got a partner. Guess who's sitting next to me?
Good morning, Rebecca Caro. Good morning, Sydney International Regatta Centre, and competitors here at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships 2023. How are you, Rebecca?
Well, I'm very pleased to be in Australia. I'm very pleased that I don't have to pretend to do an Australian accent, and I'm delighted to be sitting next to you with the banana bread left over from yesterday.
Oh, excellent, excellent. That was the attraction for me, of course, as well as seeing all these fantastic athletes in front of us, including the men's double scull in the I age category. So the Ancient Mariners, they're in front of us, making their way slowly down the most beautiful regatta course in the world, arguably, and you're seeing some vision there from the umpire's launch, looking down the course at the flags at the far end. And we couldn't ask for better conditions than this morning, could we?
Well, except for yesterday morning, of course.
Oh, was that the same?
It was the same. We, regrettably had to row on completely flat water. Now, that was Peter Smith and Paul Gunson you saw there briefly in trouble on the buoy line, but I think they've sorted themselves out because the umpire has moved his boat to watching another lane, and I'm thinking that we're coming close-ish to the halfway mark, and we'll just be watching the camera pan around. On the far side there, that's the Lake Macquarie crew and the Ngambie composite, and the flags mark the halfway mark in this first race, and leading by a canvas, Lake Macquarie over Ngambie Canberra composite.
So in this race we only have competitors from Australia, but it's been good to see there are people here from the UK, people here, of course, like yourself, from New Zealand, and hopefully a few other countries as well. Not that I've studied the form guide just yet. But New South Wales, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club up there in the middle of New South Wales. A beautiful lake, and sometimes when you go training on that lake, you see dolphins playing around the boat, which is wonderful, and other times all you see is chop. So Bruce Sharp and Peter Armstrong it was that went through the halfway mark, but I think we're probably looking at Riverside again there, are we? And they are from South Australia, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson.
You can tell that some of these people have rowed together for some time. There's, that smoothness of technique and the synchronicity. It doesn't matter how old you are. You can still get your blades in together. You can still take them out together. And these gents are impressive.
So sitting in second place is that composite, as you mentioned, Warner Hyatt and John Straps. Warner is from Canberra in the ACT, and John is from Ngambie Rowing Club in Victoria, which is where we held our national championships. I'm trying to remember what year it was. Probably last year. Just all becomes a blur. Oh no, last year was Perth.
So I'm having a look at who might be fighting for the third place, and it looking like Melbourne Rowing Club and Riverside are the two crews closest. Melbourne with a slight nose in front, but really very little in it at the moment. Lead hasn't changed hands since we started. Lake Macquarie still leading Ngambie composite when they're coming through into the red buoys.
Now this is a heat, and that is the first of 2 heats, so the first 4 will progress through to the final, and the rest will be eliminated from this event, and they'll go on to race other events. So you're quite right, Lake Macquarie in first position, the Ngambie composite in second, and as we come into the last 100 metres of the race, it's the crew in lane 5 from Melbourne Rowing Club who are sitting in third place. That's Ray Young and Chris Barton, and fourth will be taken out by Riverside, who we've seen on the camera so often, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. Just missing out on the final will be John Hardy and Phil Titterton from Mossman Rowing Club, but a good row for them and only half a length behind at the end. And our final competitors are Robin Blanche and Michael Mills from Murwillumbah up in Queensland. Soon to be home to the Olympics in 2032 and the Paralympics, so everybody very excited about that.
And what about the Commonwealths?
Oh, that's going to be in Victoria in various different locations. So that's also going to be excellent. We're so lucky, I think. Well, is it luck? Or
Fortunate.
Is it design?
I use the word
fortunate. I think we work hard at our sporting venues and our sport, so much like New Zealand does. Right, second heat in the men's masters I age category double scull. In lane 3, we have Melbourne University from Victoria, represented by Mike Kerrin and Tom Wood. In lane 4, also Melbourne University Boat Club, represented by Jim Morrison and Paul Bridgeford. In lane 5, also from Victoria, Ivan Knight from Bairnsdale Rowing Club, and he has teamed up in a composite with Dennis Tracy from Leichhardt. In lane 6, from Tablelands Country Rowing Club in Queensland, David Merrill and Robin Odell. And in lane 7, from Murwillumbah in Queensland, John McDonald and Gary Betts.
Now, I've been asked to give a special shout out to the Tablelands Country Rowing Club. Suzanne Smith messaged me and she said, we are from the far north Queensland. It sounds like it's a sub-state within the state.
Yep, they would be very proud of that. Yes, indeed. I think the states in... Well, let me, because you and I both come originally from the UK, you can drive through New South Wales and still effectively be in England, if you know what I mean. So the states are the size of countries in Europe, and it never ceases to amaze me how huge WA and Queensland are. To cover an enormous area.
So I have a question. Is there rowing in the Northern Territory now?
There's certainly somebody who ergos a lot, because whenever we have the ergo competition, if you do it per capita, that puts Northern Territory right up there. And there is a regatta called the Outback Regatta, but I think it's actually in, is it Queensland? It started a couple of years ago, and I'm intrigued. It takes place in September, so I'll have to check that one out, see whether it's Northern Territories or not. So again, our camera, which is on the umpire's launch, is looking at the crews who are in the middle of the course. This is a far more evenly contested heat, and at the 250 metre mark, so a quarter of the way through the course, the crews are fairly level. I would say we are looking at, I don't know.
So I think we've got Tablelands Country Rowing Club, David Merrill and Robin Odell, with a good high 26-27 rate, and a little bit behind them, the Bairnsdale composite of Dennis Tracy and Ivan Knight, panning now happily across the course. Do you think they're listening to us, Lizzie, and they're just giving us the shots we need?
So something I need to warn you about, Rebecca, is sitting in front of you is a little tiny camera, and up there is the evil, evil man who does such brilliant, brilliant camera work. And, yep, there we go. Thank you, John. Does such excellent camera work, as I say, apart from when it's inside this commentary box. But yes, John's listening all the time, and I think the way that he synchronises what he's doing with our commentary is wonderful.
Through the halfway mark, we'll have Murwillumbah, who were first through in 2:05, a little bit slower than the previous heat, followed by the two Melbourne University crews in second, third, Tablelands fourth, and Bairnsdale Leichhardt fifth. Reminder that the progression for this event is the first four crews go through to the final, and the rest are eliminated. Coming into the final stretch of this second heat, we have clear leaders from the Murwillumbah crew and one of the Melbourne University crews, cruising gently through. There's no need to expend any more energy. You're in a qualifying position, and the bright fluorescent orange hats from the Tablelands crew are in fourth place, just 2/3 of a length ahead of the Bairnsdale composite, who look like they might be the crew that's going to miss out on the moving forwards to the final. Last three strokes, and we've got Melbourne University across the line, and Mwilumbar going across the line now. Our next event will be the Women's Masters F Single Sculls, and of course followed by the lightweight F Single Sculls in the same fashion as before. You can choose to race lightweight, and generously, if you don't make weight, they happily slip you into the heavyweight event, which I think is a really good way to run things, because it removes the anxiety. Not having been a lightweight myself, probably since about age 12, I don't fully appreciate the sensitivities here, but I can see that from a regatta organiser's point of view, it means you give everybody a race and nobody's disappointed.
So this race is the first heat in the Women's Masters F-aged category single scull. And again, the first four will progress through to a final. It will be to the E final. In lane 2, we have Diana Trescott, who is representing Endeavour Rowing Club New South Wales, and she's coached by Susan Philpott. In lane 3, Catherine Maxwell from Glebe Rowing Club New South Wales. In lane 4, Melissa Harpley from Murdoch University Rowing Club in WA. In lane 5, Wendy Cotter from Nagambie Rowing Club Victoria. In lane 6, Jacqueline de Jong from Riverway Rowing Club in Queensland, coached by Paul Trevethan. Sharon Ducker from North Shore in New Zealand has had to withdraw, and that leaves a gap between Jacqueline de Jong and Mika Kelly of Glebe Rowing Club, who is also a para-rower, coached by Mark Tejan, one of our co-commentators.
Now, Sharon's not withdrawn, she made weight in the lightweights.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Celebration!
A live stream there, zooming in on lane 5, the Nagambie sculler Wendy Cotter, and you can see lane 6, one of our overseas, Riverway, Jacqueline de Jong is in lane 6 there. Everyone backing into the start. There's a very pretty Carl Douglas single. You can see the wooden boat, and they're actually carbon fibre boats with a wood veneer, and Carl makes beautiful boats. If you are an admirer of craftsmanship, I direct your eyes towards lane 4, Murdoch University's Melissa Harpley and her single. Sadly, the name's a little bit too small for me to be able to see what she's called it, but you can tell on the stern there's this beautiful horizontal contrast wood stripe that is a characteristic design of the Carl Douglas single. I know it sounds like an advert, but you can see how well made these boats are, and when you choose one, if you buy a new one, you can choose what wood veneer you want. So you could have dark walnut if you wanted, or pale beech. I'm never quite sure if it's a sign of relaxation or nervousness when the scullers are actually talking to the boat holders, but as a boat holder, I imagine that you want a little moment of levity and change in your day, because you're going to be out there for quite some time. And they're off. This is the first heat of the women's F single sculls. As Lizzie mentioned earlier, we have a gap in lane 7 because Sharon Ducker's in the lightweights. But our early lead off the start is the Riverway sculler, Jacqueline de Jong, striding out. She's looks like she's taken a quick early lead. There's a lot to be said for having a fast start. And as my old coach used to say, your first 15 strokes are free. Just push as hard as you can. So rowing in her red, colourful headgear in lane 7, that's our glebe sculler, Micah Kelly, setting herself up with a very strong rhythm there. With a close-up view like this, of course, there's no hiding, and we can see her blade work really rather clearly. I hope she watches this again, because this is a lesson in technique. Did you see a very small adjustment to her course there? She just quietly straightened her boat up. She was drifting a little bit towards the stroke side of her lane, and coming up through that first red buoy, which is the 250-metre mark, and she's nicely through it and cruising. Over on the other side of the course, we have the sculler Diana Trescott from Endeavour, who is coming up in about 3rd place, I think, at the moment, and the Jacqueline de Jong, Wendy Cotter are in the middle lanes. Jacqueline with 2/3 of a length over Wendy as they're coming down towards the 500-metre mark at halfway. And there we go. Jacqueline confirmed as being the first to halfway in 2:14. Wendy Cotter 2.09 seconds behind her. And then there is quite a long gap back to our 3rd place sculler, Diana Trescott, swiftly followed by Melissa Harpley. Now there are 4 athletes who will go through from this event through to the next round. This is a heat of the women's F single sculls. Yeah. So you may have noticed that there are 2 umpires' launches following this race. Actually, one is the umpire and the other is keeping an eye on Micah Kelly. She is visually impaired, and so that would be the person giving her instructions to get herself straight in the lane, which of course was what we spotted a couple of minutes ago. And can I just say, I admire the courage of anyone who wants to do sport and jolly well gets out and does it and makes it work for them.
Yeah, 100%. And I think you see such a good example of that in parasport. As you know, I'm very involved in it. But Micah is amazing. For her para races, she will often use able-bodied races as her warm-up.
That's courage.
Yeah, it sure is. And she has really been progressing in this last couple of years. So she's a pretty awesome individual. She's done a lot. I think, for example, she's certainly been to base camp and might have done all of Everest. Very active lady, does a lot. Bit of a powerhouse personality, and under the guidance of the crew at Glebe Rowing Club there, particularly her coach Mark Tejan, she has really progressed.
The leading crews are now well into the red buoys and sculling at a nice rate of 24.25. Side by side, we've got Jacqueline de Jong and Wendy Cotter, Melissa Harpley, just cruising in, knowing that they're through to the next round. Now, I'm not quite sure who's going to be the 4th qualifier, because it's quite tight, Lizzie. We've got Micah Kelly and the and Melissa Harpley. Not much difference between them. So 2 crews across the line. Jacqueline and Wendy definitely through to the next round, and it looks like the Diana Trescott from Endeavour Rowing Club will be 3rd across the line, but I'm just holding my breath to see what's going to happen for that 4th qualifying space. That was Diana Trescott of Endeavour, and our fourth qualifier was Wendy Cotter from Nagambie. Fifth is Micah, and sixth, Catherine Maxwell.
Our next race, race number 87 on the programme, is the second heat of the Women's Masters F age category single scull. In lane 2, Maud O'Connell, representing Nelson Rowing Club of New Zealand. In lane 3, Kenwyn Fay of Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, Queensland. In lane 4, Linda Pepple of Murdoch University Rowing Club, Western Australia. In lane 5, Marie Brown of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, New South Wales. And in lane 7, Em Barak from Mossman Rowing Club, New South Wales, who is coached by Ashley Fitch. And again, it's a heat with the first 4 competitors across the finish line progressing through to a final, and the remainder eliminated from the event.
We've already reached halfway, and Kenwyn Fay is the first to halfway, followed by Em Barak, and then a little way back to third place, Maud O'Connell. 4 going through again from this to the next round, so those 3 now comfortably ahead of the final 2 scullers, Marie and Linda. Marie slightly ahead of Linda, but really that's pretty tight at the halfway mark.
And I'm just having a quick check of the lightweight Women's Masters F single sculls, because you mentioned that Sharon from your rowing club, North Shore in New Zealand, had made weight and was therefore racing in the lightweights. And that's the same for Julia Wood and Jane Fitzpatrick. So Jane will be racing in our next race, which is the first heat of the lightweight Women's Masters F single scull. And then Sharon and Julia Wood from Exeter in Great Britain are going to be racing in the second heat. So Julia was up here racing at our state championships a couple of weeks ago and did a double scull with Rod Stewart from Thames Tradesman, who you may remember.
Rod said he'd just flown out from the UK. Do you think he went back and then came back again?
Knowing Rod, he may well have done.
So, technically, Lizzie, when we were talking earlier about international competitors, young Rod Stewart, born in Australia, lives in the UK. Where does he sit? Is he at home or away?
Oh, well, he's definitely got himself down as representing Great Britain here, being from... oh, no, he hasn't, has he? No, he's got Melbourne Rowing Club next to his name, I think.
I think that's a foot in each camp.
Very definitely.
He's backing himself both ways. He sounds Australian. I think that's what counts, isn't it?
For sure. And eats Vegemite. That's what counts.
If you're ever in New Zealand, by the way, do watch out. The Vegemite is not the same. And the Marmite is called Marmite, and British Marmite on the shelves is not allowed to be called Marmite. That's a story for another day.
Same here. So, exciting finish coming up here. Em Barak from Mossman Rowing Club. She was in the New South Wales Women's Quad last year. She's in the 8 this year. And she has really taken the race to Kenwyn Fay of Rockhampton Fitzroy. It's the Maroons versus the Blues, and it is really on in the last few strokes. Can Em get her bow across the line first? Yes, she can. Go New South Wales.
0.3 of a second really isn't very much for a margin. I'm guessing that must be, 30 centimetres maybe. Third across the line, Maud O'Connell from New Zealand. And we're waiting to see who's going to make it in a 4th qualifying place.
And it looks as though it will be Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie in her newly purchased single scull. So good progress there from Marie over the last 12 months and through to the final of the women's F single scull. Well done, Marie. Woohoo! 5th and just missing out will be Linda Pepple of Murdoch University. And that completes our field in the second heat of the Women's Masters F single scull.
The first heat of the women's lightweight F single scull has started, and in lane 3 we have Mary Walsh, lane 4 Therese Clancy, lane 5 Louise Avery, lane 6 Louise Termine, Lane 7, Kathy Ride, and lane 8 is Jane Fitzpatrick. Early leader from in lane 4 from Mackay Rowing Club is Therese Clancy. You often say they make it look easy, but they do. And if you have that really good start and you can get out in front, you can relax, and somehow that often helps your technique. Coming up to the 500 metre mark in this second heat of the first heat of the lightweight women's Masters F single scull. Therese Clancy in 2:16 is first across the line, swiftly followed by Jane Fitzpatrick and Kathy Ride. Again, we have 4 to progress through to the next round. Louise Termine in 4th and Mary Walsh in 5th place. And if you're interested in how high do you stroke when you're leading a qualifying heat, you're in qualifying place, they're still rating over 30. So clearly you don't get to back off much unless you really want to. But again, this is Therese Clancy is really a very long way in front of most of the rest of the field. Jane Fitzpatrick still in second place, and the sculler in lane 7 from Perth, Kathy Ride, has come through, and she is actually very closely followed by the Noosa sculler Jane Fitzpatrick. Into the red buoyed last 200 metres of this heat, and all of the crews sculling skillfully. We know that 4 of them are going to go through. I can definitely see who the first 3 are, and I'm not going to make any speculations. One of the challenges of sitting in the commentary box is that you haven't got a side-on view, and there are distortions, I will say, not just due to bad eyesight on my part. But Therese Clancy from Mackay, making it look easy. She's leading this field, and Kathy Ride from Perth Rowing Club is in second qualifying place. On her left, Jane Fitzpatrick from Noosa and Mary Walsh from North Shore Rowing Club, I think, will be the other qualifiers at this stage. Last few strokes for Therese. She's across the line, and she's got about 3.5 lengths of clear water over the second place sculler from Perth. Kathy Ride, coached by Vanessa Grant, and it's going to be reasonably tight here for 3rd and 4th. Lane 8, Noosa, just ahead of, North Shore, just ahead of Noosa. And already on the race course is the second heat of the lightweight women's Masters F single scull. Lane 3, North Shore's Karen Knowles. Lane 4, Exeter, UK, Julia Wood. Lane 5 from Black Mountain, Pamela Nash. Lane 6 from North Shore, New Zealand, Sharon Ducker. And Lane 7, St George's, Christine McCready. I had the pleasure of meeting her coach, Bruce Williams, earlier today in the boat park. Bruce has coached a lot of crews over the years, hasn't he?
He certainly has. He's done fantastic service to New South Wales, and he has been the New South Wales coach for the women's quad fairly often as well, and done a great job there. And Chris McCready, one of our leading scullers in the state team, very fit individual, slightly different pace of life these days though, with grandchildren who are overseas, so plenty of trips overseas to see them and to just go off travelling and enjoying her transition to retirement.
One of the things about being a master is that you can go and row when you're on your trips.
Yes.
If you're ever interested about how to find somewhere to row, go into the Masters Rowing International Facebook group, and if you say, I'm going to be at this town and this place, some helpful person in all likelihood will tag a friend and say, ring so-and-so.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's such a nice community. It really is.
At the halfway mark of this heat of the lightweight women's F singles, first place Sharon Ducker, second Pamela Nash, second and a half behind, third Julia Wood, fourth Christine McCready, and fifth Karen Knowles. So all of them through the halfway mark at this stage. It's often the case when we come and race overseas and you have two North Shore entries, it's very hard to pick them because they're both rowing in navy blue colours. You'd have thought that if you're going to have the same name of a rowing club, and I will say that we have a St George Rowing Club in Auckland as well, and they're red and white.
No, really? Isn't that funny?
Bad planning.
I suppose it goes with the St George.
Goes with St George. He was red. And the three scullers in the middle lanes are leading this second heat. That's Julia Wood, Pamela Nash and Sharon Ducker. And in fourth place, Christine McCready, with Karen Knowles dropping back a little bit in lane 3. Sharon Ducker and Julia Wood, first and second respectively at the moment. There's another 150 metres still to go in this heat. Pamela Nash sandwiched between them in her yellow boat. At the stately pace of 24 and 25 strokes a minute, these three scullers know that they're through. They're not wasting any energy, just making sure that they maintain their positions. And coming down to the line, it's going to be Ducker of North Shore, New Zealand, over Wood of Exeter Rowing Club, Great Britain. There's the beep. And lane 5, Black Mountains, Pamela Nash taking third, St George fourth.
So a much closer result than the previous heat, but very different time. So the previous heat was 4:36 and this one unofficially 4:47. And yet a bit closer in terms of the distances between the scullers, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when we get through to that final, which is race number 111 on the programme. So I would imagine that is sometime this afternoon.
It's all a bit fast and furious down the racetrack because we've got a heat of the men's Masters A double scull. So these are the youngest athletes that we've got here, although I happen to know that some of them are slightly older, shall we say, but with their partners who are a little younger.
Yes, in order to make up the average.
We've got a full suite of 8 crews in this boat.
We have. Yes, in lane 2, we've got Lake Macquarie, represented by Beau Fleming and Luke Walker. In lane 3, we have a composite between Kwan Guimares from Leichhardt and Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club. Kewen, is that how you pronounce it? Thank you. In lane 4, a composite between Ben Homer of Newcastle Rowing Club and Brad Smith, although he lives and coaches in Newcastle, is still representing Glebe Rowing Club. In lane 5, from the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club, Owen Hingston and Mitchell Herbst. In lane 6, from the ANU of ACT, another para rower, Stuart John, with his doubles partner Ben Lim. In lane 7, from Adelaide University, South Australia, Damien Berdelik and Ross Hamilton. In lane 8, from Victoria and representing Banks Rowing Club, Andrew Goldstein and Heinrich Vensky. And in lane 9, from Commercial Rowing Club in Queensland, David Van Das and Matthew Napper. So David and Matthew progressing really nicely there, currently in the lead as we come through the 250 metres to go mark. Napa, bronze in the AB single at the Queensland State Championships, and David and Matthew, half of the silver medal winning quad at the Queensland State Championships. So they have some form, but they are being challenged by Goldstein and Venska of Banks in those pink colours of Banks in the lane next to them. So Commercial are in the lane next to the grandstand, and Banks just one over from them. They are our leaders, and only 4 crews will progress through to the final from this race.
Yeah, the Nepean Composite are looking like they're just in third place, but there's a little private race going on the far side between Lake Macquarie and Glebe, all of them looking to get that 4th qualifying position. The Banks crew have taken a length now. They're comfortably leading the Commercial crew, and those will be the first 2 across the line. And in lane 3, the Nepean Leichhardt Composite are going to take the 3rd place, and Glebe take that 4th qualifying place. Sorry to Lake Macquarie, missing out.
Oh, and that was very close between those 2 Canberra clubs, ADF Rowing and ANU. Looks as though ADF Rowing managed to just get their noses in front and secure 6th position over ANU, and then Adelaide University completed our field. Did they? Can't see them. Nope, haven't seen them. Maybe a no-show. So just confirming then through to the final, Banks, Commercial in 2nd, 3rd Nepean Leichhardt Composite, 4th Glebe Newcastle Composite.
The 2nd heat is now already started of the Men's Masters A double sculls. We have again got 8 crews. Newcastle University, Lindisfarne, Toowong, ADF Rowing, University of New South Wales, Lindisfarne and Banks. Sorry, I can't count. That'll be 7 crews. In my defence, the first crew is in lane 2, and I just looked at lane 8 and thought, oh, we've got 8 crews. How wrong can you be?
So another Australian Defence Force Rowing Club crew, which is great to see. Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop from Newcastle University had a great regatta here for our state championships in New South Wales.
Stretching it out now at the halfway mark. Toowong have led the field in 1:41, followed by Newcastle University, Adelaide University and Banks 4th, then 6 seconds back to the Lindisfarne Shoalhaven Composite, and ADF bringing up the rear. We must have a no-show. I can only see 6 crews on the video at the moment. The umpires launch busy following the crew in lane 3. There's always a reason, isn't there? The umpires must have eagle eyes. I wonder if the launch drivers actually give them a little heads up, or whether they're just swiveling their heads regularly, looking from side to side. But coming now into the red buoys, we have 4 crews who are clean ahead of the rest of the pack. The Newcastle University crew, Toowong, University, Lindisfarne and Banks.
Yep.
None of the crews are really letting up at all. They're all rating reasonably high, perhaps wanting just to have a bit of a lung opener early in the day as the sun has now officially come out through the clouds.
Well, they're young, Rebecca, aren't they? They're just young guns, aren't they, really? Look, 45. For goodness sake, some of these have got numbers begin with the 2.
First across the line will be the Toowong crew of Michael Murphy and Jack Price. Almost neck and neck with Lindisfarne's Aaron Midgley and Joel Cape. And in 3rd place, Newcastle University's Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. And the 4th qualifying crew in lane 8 from Banks, Tom Marshall and Alexander Mackey.
So confirming the results then of that second heat of the men's A age category double scull, a win for Michael Murphy and Jack Price of Toowong. Second was Lindisfarne's Aaron Midgley and Joel Cape. Third, Newcastle University's Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. And fourth from Banks, Tom Marshall and Alexander Mackey. And they progressed through to the A final.
Meanwhile, on the start, we have the first heat of the Women's Masters D quad sculls. Now, this is a really big entry, and it is always incredibly hard fought. D is a competitive class. Leichhardt Composition Lane 2, Shoalhaven Lane 3, Endeavour Lane 4, Melbourne Composite Lane 5, Toowong Composite in Lane 6, Sydney University Composite in Lane 7, and Tamar Composite in Lane 8. So I'm going to have to shout for the two clubs that are not composites here.
Good on you. So the Leichhardt Composite, an interesting crew. It's basically the New South Wales Women's state quad for the interstate regatta that happens tomorrow afternoon. They represented New South Wales last year. Trudy McDonald in the bow seat from Lake Macquarie. Ember Rack from Mossman, who we just saw in the single earlier. She's in the 2 seat. Jennifer Zongor from Leichhardt in the 3 seat. And Daniela Bourguet, the captain of Leichhardt, in the stroke seat. And they are coached by Steve Sherry. So great to see that crew continuing to row together. Some of those people, Trudy and Daniela, are in the crew again this year. In lane 3, representing Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield in the bow seat, Linda Eddington at 2, Simone Jones at 3, and Catherine McKeever in the stroke seat. And they are coached by David Eddington. In lane 4 from Endeavour Rowing Club, New South Wales, Natalie Williamson at bow, Fiona Webb and Margaret Churton in the powerhouse in the middle, and Sarah Barnes is their stroke, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 5, the composite from Melbourne is Fiona Milne from Albert Park, South Melbourne, Leanne Martin from Wendouree, Helen Pearce from Richmond, and Tanya Nishibata from Melbourne Rowing Club.
And at the halfway stage, we have the Melbourne Composite leading the field, followed closely by Toowong and the Leichhardt Composite with Tamar Buckingham 2 seconds behind. Shoalhaven just going through the line now in 5th, and the last place crew is the Melbourne Composite. Sorry, I'm mistaken. We have Sydney University and Balmain.
So that Toowong Composite could well be the Queensland crew for the interstate. It's Annette Quayle at bow, Janine Reid at 2, M. Schmeider at 3, and Janelle Filkin at stroke, coached by Ray Smith. Now, it's important to note that only 3 crews from this heat will progress through to the final. So if these are interstate representatives, then they're having a great hit out now.
Yeah, you kind of feel it's good. Is it good to have a dry run, or are you letting the opposition know how fast you are?
Well, certainly in New South Wales, we think club rowing is very important. So I know our interstate composite is not in this race, as I said. So we've got the Sydney University Composite a little way back now. Some of these are not very experienced rowers, so great to see them at a national championships. Jodie Cathcart at bow, Jane Boland at 2, Anya Weaver at 3, and Emma Smith in the stroke seat, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Phil Titterton. And then the Tasmanian Composite is Courtney Blythe, Marie Coulson, Narelle Hayes, and Nerily Ellis in the stroke seat. They're coming up on that lane closest to the grandstand now.
Tamar Composite working hard to see if they can get themselves into the 3rd qualifying position, but at the moment they are not looking like they're going to be in the money on this occasion.
Yeah, it looks to me as though it is the
Melbourne.
Victorian Composite, who will stroked by Tanya Nishibata, who almost always strokes their state quad, and they will take out the win by clear water over the fast finishing crew in lane 6 from Queensland, the Toowong Composite and the Leichhardt Composite across in lane 2. 4th will be the Tamar Composite from Tasmania, and 5th will be the crew from Shoalhaven. 6th in lane 4, Endeavour Rowing Club from just slightly north of Sydney. And then our final composite, our less experienced athletes from Sydney Uni and Balmain.
Now, in that crew is Anya Weaver, who I owe a book to. She wrote a story for my Rowing Tales book this year, and I promised her a book and said to her, would you mind if I brought it? So I'm hoping to meet up with her later on today.
She'll be easy to spot. She's wearing the Balmain Bumblebee zoot suit.
Hi, Anya. back at the start, we have the second heat of the women's D double sculls, reading across the lanes: North Shore in lane 2, Black Mountain, Korowa Composite in lane 4, Dragons Composite in lane 5, the ADF Rowing Composite in lane 6, Nelson Composite in lane 7, and Drummoyne in lane 8.
So the North Shore Composite has an international on board there in the form of Zita Briones, former Australian lightweight rower. Louise McCoach is at 2, Ruth Gibson at 3, and Olivia Tong is in the stroke seat, and they are coached by the legendary Kim Rudder. In lane 3, from Black Mountain of the ACT, Kathy Nash, Cecily Young, Jane Robinson, and Jenny Simmons. In lane 4, from Korowa, in a composite with Shoalhaven and St George, Amanda Berrand in the bow seat, Andrea Coos in the 2 seat, they're both from St George, Katrina Davis of Shoalhaven in the 3 seat, and Julie Underwood from Korowa in Victoria in the stroke seat, coached by Bruce Williams, who you mentioned earlier, Andrew Parry, and Wesley Canny.
And at the 500 metre mark, that Korowa Composite is leading the field with half a second behind North Shore, Drummoyne in 3rd, Nelson Union Composite in 4th, then Black Mountain, ADF, and the Dragons bringing up the rear.
That Dragons Composite is Tanya Brenner, Svetlana Vikulov, Tracy Capes, and Martina Proctor. The ADF crew is a composite with Phoenix and Canberra rowing clubs, Sarah Whiteman of Canberra, Belinda Bowman of Canberra, Tony Milne from Phoenix, and that's in South Australia, and Sorel Woodward from the Defence Force. The Nelson Composite is a New Zealand crew between Nelson and Union, how do you pronounce that, Wanganui? Wanganui. Jennifer Evans, Sue Bonham-Carter, Ivanka Clarice, and Erin McNary, and hello to anybody listening or watching from New Zealand.
I'd just like to say half my club are watching. There is definitely not a lot of that rude word work going on today.
Now we've got a fairly fast finishing Drummoyne crew in the final lane, lane 8, closest to the grandstand. Marcella Cox, Wendy Roncolato, Rowena Stewart, and Jodie Panagopoulos.
And at the moment, the lane 2 crew from North Shore is sitting second behind the Korowa Composite, who have a half-length lead over them coming into the final 100 metres. That third qualifying place is being fought out between the Nelson Composite and Drummoyne. But at the moment, it looks like Nelson have a half-length lead over Drummoyne, and we'll obviously be hoping that they're the ones that are going through to the next round. And over the line, first is lane 4, Korowa Composite. As you heard, the beep swiftly followed by the North Shore crew. And lane 7, the New Zealand Nelson Composite are in the 3rd qualifying position.
Good finish from Drummoyne there to come in 4th. So unfortunately, they'll miss out on the final, but they've certainly done a really good job. Black Mountain coming in 5th. 6th will be the ADF Rowing Composite, and 7th our composite from Dragons, Toowong and Centenary Rowing Club, Queensland. I always get a bit worried with the Black Mountain crew. It says Jane Robinson, and of course we have a legendary rower, Jane Robinson, who hails from Victoria. I
doesn't
wonder
mean
if it's
she's
her,
not
but it's not her.
Yeah, it doesn't mean she's not moved house. Because there were only 3 through, gives you the clue that there is indeed a 3rd heat of the Women's Masters D quad sculls. They're already coming up to the halfway mark. We have Lake Macquarie in lane 3, Melbourne lane 4, lane 5 Leichhardt, Corio Bay Composite lane 6, University of Western Australia Composite lane 7, and in lane 8 Mosman. Through the halfway, Lizzie's going to update you.
Indeed. Well, that crew from Melbourne is in the lead. That's the crew of B, Klein van Mullecom, Zoe Ryan, Felicity Nutter, and Michelle Joy. Well, I would have thought so. But usually they have Tanya Nishabata in the crew, and she was in the other heat, so I'm wondering if they've mixed it up a bit. Now, they're in lane 4. On the far side to them, closest to all the flags and the bike lane, is the Lake Macquarie crew of Michelle Duzel, Ray Lee Eisen, Nerida Clinton, and Zan Jancy de Jong. And on the other side of them, from Leichhardt, Susan Huggett, Carmel Taylor, Carolina Cossier, and Anna Paula Guimares, coached by David Ross. We have another crew from Victoria, a composite of Lisa Lettick and Marie-Cecile Lacoste from the Albert Park Club, with Fiona Wilde and Justine Tunner-Joyce from Corio Bay. The crew from West Australia is Sarah Knight from University of WA, Caroline Foster from Fremantle, Liz Warren from University of WA, and Orla Flecker, also of UWA, who was wonderful at the National Championships, a very organised lady. And in lane 8, our local club, Mossman Rowing Club, Edith de Boer, Tiffany Hutchison, Sarah Ahern, and Christine Batermere.
Coming down to the line now, leading this third and final heat of the Women's D Quad Sculls, the Melbourne Rowing Club crew are a length clear of Corio Bay's Albert Park South Melbourne Composite. And the third place is going to be pretty tight. We've got a choice of Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt, and I can't pick it at the moment.
No, that's pretty good finish from that University of WA composite in lane 7. So that's the one stroked by Orla Flecker. They will take out third and go through to the final. Great row for Lake Macquarie. Congratulations. Just missing out on the final. Not bad. Leichhardt will place 5th and the Mossman crew will be 6th.
Do love a good quads race. Fast and furious. Next up on the start is the first heat of the Men's Masters D Coxless Pairs. Brisbane and GPS in lane 1's Alex Adam and Hamish Dunbar. Lane 3 is two Wongs, Tony Moynihan and Bob Law. Lane 4 from Sandy Bay and Tamar is Stuart Doyle and David Fisher. We have a scratching in lane 5, so that's an empty lane. The University of Queensland in lane 6, Tony Roberts and Rob Finch. Lane 7's Melbourne Rowing Club, Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison. Lane 8, Leichhardt, Martin Emery and Nicholas Fletcher. And bringing up the last lane, Tasmania University's Matthew Pooley and Lloyd Osborne. And they are off.
They are off indeed. Brisbane and GPS in lane 2 is the crew of Alex Adam and Hamish Dunbar, who were the bronze medalists in this event at the Queensland State Championships. In lane 3, Tony Moynihan and Bob Law, representing Toowong from Queensland. In lane 4, Stuart Doyle from Tamar and David Fisher from Sandy Bay, Tasmania. There's a lane empty, and then in lane 6, Tony Roberts and Rob Finch from the University of Queensland. In lane 7, from Melbourne Rowing Club, Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison. In lane 8, from Leichhardt, New South Wales, Martin Emery and Nick Fletcher. And in lane 9, from Tasmania University, Matthew Pooley and Lloyd Osborne. Now, with this heat, the first 4 will progress through to the final, so we'll have a second heat in a moment. And just to remind you, we are now at the men's D age category coxless pair, the first of 2 heats, race number 95 on our programme.
Coming through to the halfway mark, it is the Melbourne Rowing Club crew of Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison who are showing beautiful rowing, and they are through in 1:48, swiftly followed by Brisbane and GPS in second place. Toowong third and Sandy Bay Tamar fourth. The University of Queensland and Tasmania University taking up the 5th and 6th places, and Leichhardt 7th at the halfway mark.
So interestingly, Tobler and Harrison were the bronze medalists in this event at the Victorian State Championships. And as I said before, the crew in lane 2 were the bronze medalists at the Queensland State Championships. So Tobler and Harrison, by all accounts, pretty good at sweep rowing. They won the men's Masters D Coxed 4. Were they coxed or were they coxless? No, coxless 4. And they also won the men's A to D coxed 8 at the Victorian State Championships. So they certainly come with some form into this event.
And close on the camera at the moment, if you're watching the live stream, we have Roger Tobler and, we have Toby Roberts and Rob Finch from the University of Queensland giving us, it's very good, it's great, isn't it? It's lovely when you get a really close view of these two crews, and in the background from them, we can see the Melbourne Rowing Club crew who's taken their rate down somewhat. Interestingly, they are probably an E crew, because I can see the ages are 50 and 60, so that would average them out at 55. Maybe they're doing 2 events, which is very courageous. Racing down is not easy when you're 60. But the leaders of this first heat of the men's pairs
Ooh, it's a good competition between
Brisbane
these
and-
crews that we've highlighted were medalists at their own state championships. Looks to me as though the crew from Queensland, Brisbane and GPS, Adam and Dunbar, currently in the lead. Yes, I think they're going to take it out ahead of Melbourne's Tobler and Harrison through to the final, and then joining them will be Toowong's Moynihan and Law.
Ooh, that's close. I'm not sure that I could pick
Oh.
that. So that was Tasmania University, extremely close with the Sandy Bay Composite. We'll wait for the official
Two
result.
Tasmanian crews. Woof.
And it was Sandy Bay Tamar who got that 4th qualifying place on the line.
Some beers will be drunk. I'm sure we won't have blood on the water. We'll just drink some beers because it is, after all, Masters rowing. And sitting in 6th then was University of Queensland crew, and finally across the line, Emery and Fletcher from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Sorry, that came out wrong. I don't mean finally across the line. I think final crew across the line. So provisional time in that D coxless pair, 3 minutes 46.21 for Brisbane and GPS, a margin of just 2.26 back to Melbourne. That's pretty close. In our second heat of the men's D age category coxless pair, Toowong are in lane 2, represented by Stephen Hammer and Tim Bugg. Black Mountain are in lane 3, represented by Paul Williams and Stephen McGlynn. In lane 4, Toowong again, this time represented by Robert McPhee and Nicholas Ferros. In lane 5, a composite between Nick Inglis of Yarra Yarra Rowing Club and Drew Holman of Carrum. In lane 6, a third crew from Toowong, this one Daniel Thomas and Todd Clements. In lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Richard Powell and David Hobart. And in lane 8 from Canberra and from WA and the ANA Rowing Club, Rob Boylan and Stuart Clark.
So, Lizzie, I'm going to hazard a guess that Toowong has a really good men's D8, given that we've got 3 pairs in this heat. One was in the previous heat. I'm hoping their coach has also entered them in that other event.
Good point, good pickup. I'm just having a look at how they did in the, at the state championships. They were pretty good in most events. Did they have D pairs? They definitely had a D8. It was the silver. Oh, and they had a composite 8 with the University of Queensland. So their composite came first at state champs and their D men's 8 came second.
We were talking about this earlier, about the balance of sweep and sculling entries, and I was observing that in the women's side there are a lot more entries for sculling. Like there were 25, 28 entries in the D and E doubles,
right.
and in the equivalent fours only 8 and 9 entries.
Right.
And I mentioned this to somebody and he said in the men it's the opposite. We've got a lot more sweep entries than sculling entries, and I wonder if that's because more people learn to row with sweep of these age categories.
Either that, or it could well be here, certainly here in Australia, that a lot of men rowed at school, whereas there wasn't schoolgirl rowing. So I think it's what we've seen across sport generally, that women's sport is really coming to the fore now that women have equal access. Certainly here in Australia, I don't know if it's the same in New Zealand, but the women's sport here is amazing. The uptake and uptick has been incredible the last few years.
The most new joiners we have at our club are women over the age of 40 who are learning to row for the first time.
Yeah.
And they are tending to choose sculling. It's slightly easier in a masters club to teach sculling because then you can do mixed ability crews much more easily and mixed sex crews.
Yes, yeah. So we're on to the second heat of the men's D age category coxless pair. And quick out of the blocks were Rob Boylan and Stu Clark from ANA. And of course we are going to watch with interest as these 3 Toowong crews battle their way down the course.
I forgot to mention earlier that I was going to name check a young lady called Michaela, who I saw sitting in the stands before racing had even begun, and she'd come to see her popper racing, and I'm afraid I missed him. But Michaela, I do hope that your popper had a good result in his 8 o'clock race. Toowong first crew of Stephen Hammer and Tim Bugg in lane 2 are leading this second heat of the men's D coxless pairs, and the ANA crew of Robert Boylan and Stuart Clark sitting second, very close alongside the University of Queensland's Richard Powell and David Hobart.
So I mentioned that at the Queensland State Championships, some of these guys from Toowong were in an 8 with the University of Queensland and took out the gold medal. Well, that was Stephen Hammer and Tim Bugg, who were in lane 2, and Richard Powell and David Hobart from University of Queensland, who were in lane 7. And then McPhee and Ferros, who are in the Toowong crew in lane 4, were in the silver medal, winning 8, along with... And sorry, in third place was Thomas and Clements. So, yep, we've definitely got some very handy oarsmen here in this race, hailing from Queensland.
At the halfway mark, the University of Queensland is indeed leading in a time of 1:45, with Toowong sitting in second place. And the crews are now past the halfway mark, and I was too slow to catch the script before it dropped off the screen. But ANA were third, and the Karam Yarra Yarra crew sitting in fourth.
So at the halfway mark, just 0.04 of a second between this crew from the University of Queensland in lane 7, the near side, and the crew across on the far side from Toowong, Stephen Hammer and Tim Bugg. So a great race, but it's only the heat, and they just need to get through in the top 4. Now, you'd think that would be easy, but really there's no distance at all between the top 5 crews. So, in fact, 6 crews.
Yeah,
no, 5 crews.
The 5. This is going to be a tight one for the minor placings.
A good lung buster.
Toowong are definitely taking up their rate on the far side, and and there's a crab. We've had a big crab from one of the Toowong crews in lane 3, so that would have been Robert McPhee and Nicholas Ferros. They are restarting, but I fear that is curtains for them. It is going to lead them out of the placings and enabling the ANA crew in lane 8, who have just taken their rating up somewhat, and the Karam Composite looking in the adjacent lane to Toowong, probably mentally smiling. Thank goodness we didn't have to sprint. University of Queensland is going to be first over the line here. And in second place, the Toowong crew on the far side, ANA third, and the Karam Composite in fourth place. Sad to hear Toowong's Robert McPhee and Nicholas Ferros after that fluff. There'll be more frustration, I'm sure, from those gents.
Oh, hopefully they're in an 8. So just rechecking then. So the winners of the second heat of the Men's Masters D coxless pair were Richard Powell and David Hobart of the University of Queensland in a time of 3:37.74 provisionally, so very close indeed to the previous time. In the end, they managed to draw a full 2 seconds out over the crew from ANA next to them, Boylan and Clark. I think they must have been drawn with them at the end. Placing in third, Hammer and Bugg from Toowong, and in fourth, Karam Composite of Inglis and Holman from Karam and Yarra Yarra. Those are the 4 crews through to the final.
The first heat of the Men's Masters G Single Sculls is already racing. We have a local derby here from New Zealand with Gordon Williams of North Shore in lane 3 and Alan Cleaver of Mercer Rowing Club in lane 8. So they are well known to each other. The rest of the field are Mildura in lane 2, Will Stevens, Noosa's Gil Hosier in lane 4. Rowing Club, blue strip with a yellow cross. And it's
Quite distinctive.
very, very tight from that third and fourth place, isn't it?
It certainly is. So I'm interested to see Mark Williams in a single. I haven't seen him in one so far this season, but obviously the success he has in sweep is replicated by his success in the single. Second, as you said, Alan Cleaver from Mercer, and then third across the line from North Shore, Gordon Williams. And it is 4 that go through to the final, and they will be joined by Gil Hosier of Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Noosa, who are hosting our National Coastal Championships again this year. Coastal rowing getting quite big here in Australia.
And isn't it nice that we can buddy up with another water sport as hosts? So there are a few yacht clubs that are really seeing a growth in membership.
point.
I've heard from overseas, there's a rowing club in Canada that are buddying up now with a yacht club in order to bring coastal rowing to a wider audience.
Yeah, awesome.
And our second heat of the men's G single sculls is now on the racecourse. In lane 2 from Black Mountain, Stephen Troll. Hawke's Bay from New Zealand's Jerry Steenkammer in lane 3. Mersey Rowing Club, Simon Knoll, lane 4. Drummoyne's Richard Jones in lane 5. In 6 from Noosa's Yacht and Rowing Club, John Edgington. Lane 7 is Glebe's Mark Teachin. And lane 8, Penrith, Hugh MacDonald. And the 8th crew is Yarra Yarra's Colin Rawson.
What a close race. Looks like you could throw a pashmina over them, as our co-commentator Ray Ebbett from the Nationals would say, rather than a blanket.
Coming into the Red Boys now, we have the 3 crews on lanes 9, 8 and 7 are ahead of the rest of the pack, but not by very much. So that's Colin Rawson, Hugh MacDonald and Mark Teachin. And over in lane 2, Black Mountain, Stephen Troll, looking like he might be up there along with Jerry Steenkammer, looking for that 4th place qualifying position through to the next round of the Men's Masters G Single Sculls.
So Mark he's one of our commentators, and he's been going really well in the single this season, so much so that he's entered himself to the Henley Masters Regatta. So he's off to the UK, so there'll be a few people he can meet here who'll be able to help him. Across in lane 2, Black Mountain Stephen Trowell has had a really good second half of the race. He's now in the lead, and I think he's going to take out this second heat of the men's G single. Mark Teachin from Glebe will be second. Third, I think, probably is Hawke's Bay's Jerry Steenkamper. And Hugh MacDonald from Penrith will place 4th. So they'll progress through to the final. 5th will be 5th will be Colin Rawson from Yarra Yarra. 6th, Richard Jones from Drummoyne Rowing Club. 7th, Simon Knoll from Mersey Rowing Club. And 8th will be our Noosa competitor, John Edgington. So provisional time for Stephen Trowell, 4 minutes 15.06. That compares with 4:07 in the previous heat. Must be the wind. The wind's lifted. Look at that. So rough out there.
I would just like to say, Wind is a relative term. It is a riffle. It is barely a riffle.
So do tell, how is it rowing in Auckland? Is it pretty windy? Because it is known as the City of Sails, isn't it?
A city of sails, but not necessarily wind. Wellington is our windy city. Yes, it can be windy, but the place I row, Lizzie, is a freshwater lake called Lake Papuki. It's actually an extinct volcano.
Oh,
So it has sloping sides, which obviously have very desirable residences on, but what it means for us is that there's usually a wind shadow. So although the lake is 1.2 metres across the middle at the longest, and it's about 3.3k around the perimeter, you can usually, except if it's an easterly wind, you can usually get off the dock and go and find a bit
some
of
good
shelter.
water. Yeah, lovely.
We are very fortunate at North Shore Auckland to share our facilities next door with North Shore Canoe Club, where our national heroine, Lisa Carrington, who has won multiple kayak medals, paddles. And of course, people come to visit us and they go, oh, look, it's Lisa. It's like, yeah, we see her every day. She's a really nice lady, and boy, does she train.
Does she? Yeah, there's no substitute for hard work, is there?
Yeah, the joy of actually being in a multi-sport venue is that there's a lot of things going on. It's a public access lake, so we will often have stand-up paddleboarders. We will often have open water swimmers who are somewhat hazardous because they will not wear coloured caps and they're very hard to see. Yeah. But we have an arrangement with the canoe club, which is that the rowers go anti-clockwise around the lake and the kayakers go clockwise.
Oh, what a good idea. What a good idea. They do tend to do that. So we have the Nepean River here, and we have our high performance rowing centre for our national women's team, and we also have a high performance centre for kayaking out there, and same thing, very coexist very easily by using different sides of the river for going up and down.
We went to dinner there last night and discovered that you're
lovely.
supposed to carry ID if you're a visitor to a club.
Indeed.
And I was wondering whether the lady was asking for ID because she thought we might be underage drinkers, but sadly I was set right on that one.
Well, no, I took my 80-plus-year-old father to a well-known hostelry in the centre of Sydney one night, and we weren't able to get in because even though he was clearly very old, they still demanded ID because it's a legal requirement, not because it's about checking age. So, very sad.
She did say, I can
You
tell
know my dad. He was very disappointed not to be able to go to that hostelry.
Yeah, they did say, we can tell you're not from round here.
Oh, right. Bless them.
Our next event is the lightweight men's Masters G single scull. As before, graciously following the heavyweight event, so you can't enter both. In our first heat, we've got 5 crews from Noosa. Michael Robinson, coached by David Doyle. Essendon's Bill Nugent is going to be in lane 4. Centenary's Peter Hayes in lane 5. Riverway's Wayne Roy in lane 6. And Karen Rowing Club from Victoria's David Rafter, coached by Drew Holman, in lane 7. I would like it if more coaches put their names down on the entry, even if it's important to give them the credit. And there was a little bit of a break in racing there, but we are now back at the start with the women's B single sculls. So the reason for the gap in racing is that the Masters G single sculls 2 heats have been consolidated into one and made into a straight final. So we will be seeing all of those athletes. You won't be disappointed, but they will be on obviously later on in this morning session in their final. Meanwhile, back at the start, our women's Masters B singles. From Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry is in lane 2. Lane 3, Glebes Belinda Rowe. In lane 5, Kate Trebneff from Goodwa Rowing Club. Black Mountains, Jane Reynolds in lane 6. The Gold Coast Masters, Viv Calverwell is in lane 7, coached by Alan Bromley. Commercials, Lynette Parker in lane 8. And another commercial crew, Christine Taylor, who has 2 coaches, Charles Green and Philip Morgan, is in lane 9. The camera at the moment is showing us the Commercial Rowing Club entry from Christine Taylor, and in the foreground, Lynette Parker in the green boat, both of them sculling well in the early stages of this Women's Masters B single scull. And as we pan across the course, we're now looking at Gold Coast Masters on your right. That's Viv Calverwell, who is a long way in front of Black Mountains' Jane Reynolds. A little bit of a glitch there on the camera as it staccatos its way down the course. And now you can see Goolwa's Kate Trebneff. And then there will be an empty lane next to her on her right. What a glorious shot that is, panning across the course down towards the finish line, and that very long line of flags which are absolutely limp. There isn't a breath of wind down at the finish line end of the course. A little bit of a riffle at the halfway mark with some very, very small, they don't even qualify as waves, I'd call them wavelets. And back onto the halfway mark, and coming across the line first in the Women's B single sculls, Viv Calverwell in a time of 2:03, and she has a good 5 or 6 lengths of clear water over the second place sculler Christine Taylor and Belinda Rowe in third.
She was the gold medalist in the AB single scull at the Queensland State Championships. So again, coming into the regatta with a bit of form, and certainly it looks as though she's clearly ahead at that halfway mark.
Let's give a shout out to the Lake Macquarie Kristen Berry and Belinda Rowe, who are very closely matched in lanes 2 and 3 on the far side of the racecourse. And of course, we only have 4 scullers going through to the next round, so we are going to be dropping 3 scullers at the end of this heat. Unchallenged out the front is Viv Calverwell, and she has taken her rate down somewhat. But the lane 9 commercial sculler Christine Taylor is definitely in a qualifying position at this stage. We are just coming close to the last 250 for Viv. Viv is in the last 200. Everyone else is coming up to 250. And it's going to be quite tight for that 4th place. I'm looking closely at Belinda Rowe, who has definitely moved ahead of Kirsten Berry in lane 3 and lane 2. And to her right, Kate Trebneff from Goolwa. Goodness me, I really must wear my glasses when I'm commentating. Goolwa Rowing Club is very close for that 4th qualifying place, but lane 9's Commercial Rowing Club Christine Taylor in her pink boat, sculling confidently. She is looking strong and in definite qualifying place. And I'm afraid it's going to be Kirsten Berry, who has dropped back somewhat in lane 2, and the camera is panning onto the long rangy stroke that we're seeing from Viv Calverwell of Gold Coast Masters, as she almost lazily pulls herself across the line because she can, and she sits easy and relaxes with a gentle smile. Coming through now for those final qualifying places. In lane 5, Galwa's Kate Trebneff is going to be our second place sculler. And in lane 9, Christine Taylor, as I predicted. And across in lane 3, it is Glebe Belinda's Row, who has got that 4th qualifying place.
So just confirming, in our first heat of the women's B single scull, it was a win for Viv Culverwell of Gold Coast Masters. Second, Kate Trebneff of Galway. Third, Christine Taylor from Commercial. And fourth, Belinda Rowe of Glebe. They progressed through to the final. Fifth, Kirsten Berry of Lake Macquarie. Sixth, Jane Reynolds of Black Mountain. Seventh, Lynette Parker of Commercial. And the winning time was provisionally 4 minutes 15.66. Our second heat of the Women's Masters B single scull is now in progress, with Jane Hilliard of Tasmania University in lane 1, coached by Alistair Chong. In lane 2, Fernanda Correa of Noosa, Queensland, coached by David Doyle. In lane 4, Olympian Zoe Lynham, formerly known as Uphill, from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club in Queensland, coached by from ANU in the ACT, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 5, Lucinda Rodriguez from Victoria's Powerhouse. In lane 6, Kate Dyball from Richmond Rowing Club Victoria. In lane 7, Sarah Sekfi of Yarra Yarra Rowing Club Victoria. In lane 8, Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt Rowing Club, coached by Steve Sherry. And in lane 9, Yvonne Konchek from Abbotsford Rowing Club, New South Wales.
Officially from New Zealand, we have the word from Karen Bryant that there are benefits to not working on a Friday. I'm guessing she's watching our live stream. At the 500 metre mark, Zoe Lynham was first through the marker in 1:58, and she was followed by Kate Dyball from Richmond. Sarah Sefke from Yarra Yarra was third through the halfway mark, and Tasmania University's Jane Hilliard. So we are looking, of course, to get 4 qualifying scullers, and I'm afraid to say that this heat has turned out to be one of those ones where the heat has split into 2. There are 4 scullers, not quite in a straight line, but definitely with clear water over the remaining scullers. I would hazard a guess that Tasmania University's Jane Hilliard in the red boat on the far side may be a little bit closer to Leichhardt's Nikki Lepresti, but the other 3 scullers out front are Fernanda Carrera and Lucinda Rodriguez and Kate Dyball. They're looking reasonably comfortable at this stage. Go on, get sprinting in your little red boat.
So Zoe Lynham, who was a representative of Australia at the Olympic Games somewhere in the middle 2000s, looking so fantastic and leading the way as she did at the New South Wales State Championships, where she took gold. In lane 5, we have Kate Dyball from Richmond, who took gold at the Victorian State Championships. In lane 7, Sarah Sefke from Yarra Yarra, currently sitting in 3rd place. She was the silver medalist at the Victorian Championships. And by the looks of things, the 4th and final qualifier will be Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt, who was the silver medalist at the New South Wales State Championships. And she's battling it out with Jane Hilliard from Tasmania University, but unfortunately Jane will place 5th and will have to miss out. And 6th across the line will be Powerhouse's Lucinda Rodriguez. 7th will be Yvonne Konchek from Abbotsford, and 8th will be Fernanda Correa from Noosa. Must be a bit of a shock. You learn to scull, become a masters rower in the later years of your life, and then you turn up on the start line with an Olympian.
And interestingly, when I rowed with people who were Olympians, a lot of them resisted coming to Masters regattas because they thought there wouldn't be any competition. And Kate Groves, who's well known to you and me, I persuaded her to go to Vichy when they had the World Masters there. And after her first race, she turned to me and she said, "Oh my God, I had no idea it was so competitive."
Yeah, yeah, and fun. rehydrating with a glass of red after the race. I mean, what's not to like?
When I put a notification on the Masters Rowing International Facebook group about the meet-up tonight, I said, we will meet in the beer tent. And all of these Americans are going, you have beer at regattas? And we're like, we're masters, of course we have beer at regattas. But it appears that in the US, they don't. You have to go off the course.
Right, we're up to the E age category now, and we have the first heat of the men's double scull, with Michael Wilson and Patrick Bird of North Esk and Ulverstone in lane 1. Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard of Torrens Rowing Club, South Australia, in lane 2. Tim Josefowitz of Essendon and Andrew Lehane of Wendouree Ballarat in Victoria in lane 3. Ian Flockhart and Peter Zello of Pine Rivers Rowing Club, Queensland in lane 4. Ayrton Grania Ramos and Alan Robertson of St George Rowing Club in lane 5. Phil Cockman and Vincent Breen of A&A of Western Australia in lane 6. A composite between Charles Hamilton of Drummoyne Rowing Club, Sydney and Mark Bailey of Tamar Rowing Club in Tasmania are in lane 7. From the Tablelands Country Rowing Club in Queensland, Lachlan MacDonald and Doug Rolfe are in lane 8, and in lane 9, representing Essendon, Victoria, Ricky White and Matt Croker. So I think this is our first race with the full 9 lanes being used.
Woohoo, I no longer have to count on my fingers. And the crews are coming down now to the halfway mark in this first heat of the men's Masters E double sculls. And it is the Torrens crew who are first, with St George 0.78 of a second behind them. Wendouree Ballarat, Essendon in third place, Tablelands fourth, and Pine Rivers in fifth. But there is not a lot to pick between them at the second stage to start to develop. Looking across the course, there are only going to be 3 through to the final, so I'm going to expect a very hard-fought second half of this race, Lizzie. Tablelands crew in lane 8 and of Lachlan MacDonald and Doug Rolfe are fighting it out with Torrens Rowing Club's Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard, and the North Esk composite with Ulverstone of Michael Wilson and Patrick Bird on the far side. In lane 4, Pine Rivers, Ian Flockhart and Peter Zello are also up there in that front pack. 3 crews dropping back somewhat, and let me tell you, nobody is dropping their rating off now. There are only 3 places going, and at the moment it's looking like it might be the Tablelands crew who are not going to make it through, but I'm making early guesses, which I should probably know not to do at this stage.
I have the most glorious conditions here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. This reminds me of the Sydney 2000 Olympic Regatta. It was just the most stunning conditions, and then the weather turned, and the poor kayakers the next week had awful, dreadful conditions. So neck and neck, a blanket finish. It is going to be between the North Esk composite in lane 2, the Torrens crew in lane they're in 1. Torrens crew in lane 2, and our crew in lane 5 from St George, Grania, Ramos and Robertson. And it really is, you're quite right, very hard to pick it.
But these 3 are actually cruising. It's going to be lane 5's St George who are across the line first, but trust me, that wasn't really a race, and we now have 3 lengths of clear water through to the Tablelands crew, who sadly are not going to make it through to the final of this men's Masters E double scull. And those beeps you can hear, that was Pine Rivers across the line, and a nice little battle going on here between Tamar Composite and the A&A to bring up the final crews across the line in that first heat of the E double sculls.
So just confirming in that then, through to the final, from St George, Ayrton Grania Ramos and Alan Robertson. In second, Tim Josefowitz and Andrew Lehane. And in third from Torrens, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard, but they really were very close. So they're through to the final, race number 126, and just missing out Tablelands in 4th, Pine Rivers 5th, Essendon 6th, Tamar Drummoyne Composite 7th. And I presume North Esk Composite in there somewhere too. Heat number 2, sorry.
So back at the start, I'm taking a look at, they're doing the alignment at the moment, which obviously takes a little bit of time. And you know it's warming up when all of the rowers have got bare arms, but the people who are lying there holding the boats are definitely still wearing their beanies.
100%, especially here in Penrith. But it hits a point where all of a sudden it's really hot and then you really have to strip off. Oh, they're underway. So, Heat 2 of the Men's Masters E Double Scull in progress, with Nelson from New Zealand in lane 2, represented by Andrew Jolly and Chris Brooks. Yarra Yarra in lane 3, Nick Inglis and David Jacker. Gulwar in lane 4, Cam Wilson and Simon Burr. Brisbane and GPS in lane 5, Brian Cox and Julian Wright. In lane 6, Leichhardt Black Mountain, Mark Partridge and Richard Medway. In lane 7, from West Australian Rowing Club, Simon Wall and Daryl Salisbury. In lane 8, from Murwillumbah, Anthony Robert G and Scott O'Reilly. And in lane 9, from the Australian Defence Force, Peter Gibson and David Newman. So, Rebecca, two of our from our rowing mates from back in GB days there in the middle of the racecourse, Mark Partridge from Wales in lane 6 and Simon Wall, also from Wales, but Imperial College Boat Club in lane 7.
I don't know Simon, but Marky P has visited New Zealand to race several times,
yes.
Because fortunately for us, he has sisters who live both in Australia and New Zealand.
Ah.
And family obligations curiously combine with similar dates to regattas.
Funny that, especially in that family.
My club has benefited hugely from the generosity of the Black Mountain Rowing Club for many years over in Australian Masters Championships. They've been extremely generous to us, so I'd like to give them a shout out. And North Shore love you.
Oh, there you go, Marky. Yes, and Simon, who came over when he was doing whatever it is you do after you finish your degree and you're a doctor. He was in Perth and really fell in love with it, and he and his wife, Kate Pollitt, live there now with their beautiful 3 daughters. They're very active at the West Australian Rowing Club, and Simon and Daryl usually at every Masters Championships, so great to see them here.
At the halfway mark, Murwillumbah won, crossed the line in 1:45, followed by the North Esk Ulverston Composite and Leichhardt Black Mountain in 3rd place. And the Western Australia crew, WARC, it is West Australia, I've got it right, in 4th place, but that's the halfway mark. And this is a pretty tight race. There are 5 crews who are all chasing for those coveted first 3 qualifying spots to go through to the final of the Men's Masters E Double Sculls. The leaders at the moment are ADF in lane 9 and Murwillumbah in lane 8, and then a little bit back the Black Mountain Leichhardt Composite, who are in, I've got my lanes muddled up, but I think you know who I mean. Lane 2, Yarra Yarra, also fighting hard, but they're going to have to really push it on now if they're going to be in that top 3. The Western Australia crew just dropping back a little bit behind the Black Mountain Leichhardt Composite, and we're in for a sprint. It's really happening now. ADF Rowing have taken it up and they are charging down the racetrack, heartily chased by Murwillumbah 1, Anthony Robert G and Scott O'Reilly, who are not going to let them get away with it. And it is the crew in lane 3, the Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis and David Jacker, who are pushing themselves ahead of the Leichhardt Black Mountain crew. It's going to be very close as we come down to the line. I'm just leaning across the desk to make sure that I don't miss it, but it's definitely going to be ADF first across the line, second Murwillumbah, and third lane 6. The Leichhardt Composite did pull it out. That was a fabulous finish. Commiserations to West Australia and Yarra Yarra, because those were some incredible racing.
Yeah, what a race. So, confirming then, in the second heat of the men's E Double Scull, a win for Michael Wilson and Patrick Bird of, is that right? Yes, North Esk and Ulverston. Sorry, I've been writing the wrong thing down here. Second from Murwillumbah, Anthony Robert G and Scott O'Reilly, and third from Leichhardt and Black Mountain, Mark Partridge and Richard Medway. Sorry, Richard. Very, very close indeed. And then Simon Wall and Daryl Salisbury from West Australian Rowing Club missing out by a second, probably even less. Yarra Yarra 5th, Nelson 6th, Gulwar 7th, Brisbane and GPS 8th. The third heat is now on the start line in the Men's Masters E Double Scull, with the composite in lane 2 of Chris Turner from Shoalhaven with Maurice Sizzy from Drummoyne Rowing Club. In lane 3, Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. In lane 4, David Hamilton and Andy Menzies from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. In lane 5, from Shoalhaven, Oliver Radic and Mark Whitaker. In lane 6, from Cand and Toowong Rowing Clubs in Queensland, Jeff Conn and David Bellamy, Dr. Conn to me. In lane 7, from Nelson Rowing Club in New Zealand, Colin Brown and Tony Crosby. In lane 8, from Willumbar in Queensland, David Rees and Doug Cryer. And in lane 9, from Riverside of South Australia, Brian Glawson and Anthony Lee.
Now, I met Doug Cryer in the boat park earlier, and I said to him, oh, you're wearing a different coloured shirt. And he said, yes, I also race for Willumbar. You'd love it. He said, fantastic water at that rowing club. And then when I saw him later, he had another T-shirt on, and this said it was the Pirates Rowing Club, and he started a Masters-only friends club.
Pretty active man, then.
Doug Cryer is a Kiwi legend. He's an extremely strong athlete and a delight to row with. He and Simon Smith from Central Otago are a force to be reckoned with. Sadly, Simon is not here today.
That is sad, yes, because they sound like they are characters, to say the very least. Well, they're off and running in our third and final heat of the men's E double scull. The first 3 will progress through to the final, and it is pretty fast and furious. It's hard to believe these are E age categories. I do think that the standard of rowing and the pace of it has really stepped up, hasn't it, over as Masters rowing has become more and more populous.
Yeah, I think the finish of the previous heat was a clear sign that those who know they can rate high when they need to can, because I didn't pick that third qualifying space coming through. I thought they were going to lose out, and I was wrong, because they know how to rate high. And when they can, they definitely pull it out of the bag. Because you need to. You know, if you don't qualify, you ain't in the final.
But I'm quite curious, like having been involved in para rowing for a while, there's been a really significant shift since the international distance has changed from 1,000 metres to 2,000 metres. And I'm really interested watching Masters rowing. I do feel that people are very fit, and this is a sprint, 1,000 metres. It would be really great to, well, it is great when you see Masters rowing over 2,000 metres. So
I have a cure for world rowing if they happen to be listening. There are very few people who go to the first World Cup. And I think they should change the first World Cup to being a 1,500-metre regatta to prepare people for the LA Olympics in 2028.
Yeah.
That would encourage more countries to go just to see how they go.
Yeah, true.
And it would definitely sharpen things up, because it's no fun when there isn't a depth of field to make the racing fair.
Yeah.
Through the 500-metre mark of this heat, we have the Willumbar number 2 crew leading, followed by Riverside and then Griffith University from Surfers Paradise in 3rd place. Nelson are in 4th place, and at the moment they would be the crew that would not qualify if that were the final line, but it's not. Coming up through into the final 250 metres, it is the Willumbar 2 crew of David Rees and Doug Cryer, who have a short lead over Riverside's Brian Glawson and Anthony Lee in lane 9. It's going to be pretty tight, but at the moment I'm looking at the Griffith University crew. They look like they've got a length over Shoalhaven and 2/3 of a length over the Lake Macquarie crew to their right.
It's a very tidy looking crew, that David Rees, Doug Cryer composite for combination from Willumbar.
I'd like to say that Tonya Williams taught him everything about sculling. They did used to double together. That was a fiery combination, I think we can honestly say. But no, really good sculling and really long strokes. Do you notice how they swing back quite a lot? It's one of the things I notice in Masters rowing, that unless you work at it, you lose your backswing. And that's quite a lot of power that you could use to make the boat go fast.
Yeah.
Go Dougie, looking good. So a length of clear water now to the Willumbar number 2 crew, coming up to the final strokes of this last heat of the Men's Masters E double scull, and they have booked their space into the final. Second across the line in lane 9 from Riverside, and the 3rd qualifying crew from Surfers Paradise Griffith University are in 3rd.
4th will be the crew from Shoalhaven, Radic and Whitaker. 5th, Lake Macquarie's Boyd and Smith. 6th from Nelson, Brown and Crosby. 7th, the Drummoyne Shoalhaven composite of Turner and Sizzy.
And that concludes the men's E heats.
we
We're
were
onto a new age category, and we are at the start now for the men's C single sculls. In our first heat, Anthony Colley from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 2. Easter Rowing Club's Andy Burke in lane 3. Lane 4 is Canned Rowing Club Hamish Church.
I think he's withdrawn. I'm a bit worried.
He'll be a lightweight. He'll probably be in the
possibly,
lightweights. Then we have North Shore's Samuel Hay in lane 5. Lane 6 is Glebe Rowing Club's Andy Wigan. Lane 7 from Yarra Yarra, Justin Negri. And lane 8, Tamar's Mark Bonham. Now, Lizzie, do they still run the Master of Masters single sculls event where they handicap everybody across all the age categories?
They do. I've certainly not seen it not happen, so I'm pretty sure it does.
I have never seen it anywhere else, and I think it is the most delightful test of whether the handicaps are accurate. Because obviously, if they got it right, then everyone would finish simultaneously, a bit like Mike Spracklin organising his cruise for the Kingston Head and thinking that the slower ones should go off first so they all get to Kingston Bridge at the same time.
Not a smart idea. Yes, it is the final 2 races of the regatta. So at about 3:30 on Sunday afternoon, the women's champion of champions single scull, and at 3:35 the men's champion of champions. And what it is if you win your age category in the single scull, you can come to the organisers and nominate yourself for that final race. So please bear that in mind if you are racing in the single, and we'd love to see you all racing each other on that last race of the day.
At the halfway mark, Justin Negri is the first across the 500 metre mark, swiftly followed by Andy Wigan, Mark Bonham, Anthony Colley, and then Simon Hay and Andy Burke in 5th and 6th place. And he has built up a rather considerable lead. We've got 3 people going through to the next round, and it is Justin Negri in lane 7 leading the pack, with Mark Bonham and Andy Wigan interestingly on either side of them. They couldn't have known this when they had the lane draw, but it is much easier to race when the people who are close in speed to yourself are in the adjacent lanes. You can hear them,
so true.
You can see their wake, and you don't have to look around. So looking for that yellow boat sculled for Yarra Yarra Rowing Club by Justin Negri, leading this heat, and about 2/3 of a length behind him from Tamar Mark Bonham, and across on lane 6 Andy Wigan from Glebe. All of these 3 scullers well into the red buoys now, and it looks like the 4th placed Samuel Hay doesn't feel inclined to sprint and go crazy for it, because I don't know him well enough to know whether he'd make it, but it would seem to me to be worthwhile giving it a shot. But maybe he has other races and other plans.
Very relaxed sculling there from Justin Negri.
Yeah, all of these leading scullers are now sculling at rates well in the mid-20s. No hassle, neat sculling, conserve your energy, you've got another round to go.
So Justin Negri from Yarra Yarra will take out the first heat of the men's C single scull. 2nd, Mark Bonham from Tamar. 3rd, Andy Wigan from Glebe Rowing Club. They will progress through to the final, just missing out Samuel Hay from North Shore Rowing Club, who will place 4th. From Glebe Rowing Club, Anthony Colley, and from Easter Rowing Club, Singapore, Andy Burke. Good to see the Singaporeans over here. I think I might be right in saying there's only been Aisha Rafi, who's previously been here from Singapore representing, when she was in preparation for the Rio Olympics and living and training over here. And I know their current single sculler, Jo, she's over here now with her colleagues.
They've actually got a squad doing a training camp here. I met them on Wednesday, and they've got quite a lot of scullers. Some of them look like they're development athletes, so there's definitely a lot of work going on for Singapore, and it's great that they can afford to come to a great facility like this to practice. Because I imagine Singapore, they must row on
the Pandan Reservoir. Yeah.
So it is fresh water.
Yes.
Makes a big difference rowing in salt water.
Yes.
Much more buoyant.
Very true. Yeah.
On the start now for the second heat of the men's C single sculls. From Glebe Rowing Club, Anthony Colley. Easter Rowing Club, oh no, I'm reading out the wrong ones, aren't I?
Yep,
no,
next one.
Try again.
Done that.
Magnus Butlin, apologies, from Penrith is in lane 2. From St George, Christopher Jones, coached by Bruce Williams again in lane 3. Tamar Stuart Doyle, who we have already seen racing once already this morning, is in lane 4. James Manning of Toowong takes out lane 5. Black Mountain's Ian Mongan in lane 6. Leichhardt's Charles Buzzacott is in lane 7, and Phoenix Rowing Club Nicholas MacDonald in lane 8. As before, it is the first 3 who will go through to the final of this Men's Masters C single sculls.
So our competitor James Manning from Toowong was the winner of the Queensland State Championships in the men's C single. There he did a time of 3:58. So we've just seen Justin Negri go across in the previous heat in a time of 3:53, so certainly should be on the pace. We've got Black Mountain's Ian Mongan, who is well known to all of us who involved in Masters rowing as a fierce competitor from in the sculling category. So they are in lanes next to each other, with James Manning in lane 5 and Ian Mongan in lane 6.
Oh my goodness, there's a duck on the course. That's a ripple. No, I'm only joking. So these experienced scullers are making the most of the beautiful flat water here at the Sydney International Rowing Centre on day 2 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Leading from the lane 1 in Penrith, Magnus Butlin sculling comfortably, and looking at the Phoenix Rowing Club athlete Nicholas MacDonald. We're coming close to the halfway mark, and when we get the square off camera view, it's always rather deceptive looking at the lines of boys and thinking, I can see who's winning, and then of course as the camera pans around you realise that that may not be accurate, and it is Charles Buzzacott with a length and a half of clear water at the halfway mark over Ian Mongan, James Manning and Magnus Butlin. Now Magnus, if he picks up his pace, could be in for that 3rd qualifying space, but at the moment those 4 scullers have clear water over the back of the field. And for those of you who don't know it, Lizzie is an absolute demon at looking up context and recognising who has done what, where, when and how in previous regattas, which is great because she has the local knowledge that I clearly lack.
Well, I just find it, when you're commentating across so many different forms of rowing, because I'm now coastal, para, able-bodied, school, blah, blah, it's fantastic, but it's also hard to retain anything in your head.
You've forgotten
and
underage.
And I also do canoe as well now, canoe sprint, so yes.
Is it kayak or canoe?
Both kayaking
canoe
and
is kneeling,
canoe.
kayak.
Yeah, that's right. And they use the same courses as us, but the difference is the distances, 1,000, 500, 200. And for the under 12s, 100. They're so cute.
So Charles Buzzacott into the last 100 metres of this men's Masters C single scull heat. He's sculling strong and long and looking confident. The fight for 2nd and 3rd is being battled out between Toowong's James Manning, Magnus Butlin from Penrith and Ian Mongan of Black Mountain. Only 3 of them will go through to the next heat. Confidently booking his place though, Charles Buzzacott across the line now. And I think it's going to be Black Mountain who are going to lose out. Lane 5's Toowong's James Manning is 2nd. 3rd from Penrith, Magnus Butlin.
Fifth across the line will be Nicholas MacDonald from Phoenix Rowing Club of South Australia, and a great battle for the final position between Chris Jones of St George and Stuart Doyle of Tamar, and I think Tamar might just have taken it.
They just got one very long beep, which shows how close it was.
Provisional time for Charles Buzzacott in that heat of the men's Masters C single was 3:39.6. which compares with 3:53.98. Interesting. Anyway, our 3rd heat is now sitting on the line, so if you're looking at the live stream, you can see across looking from lane 8 across to lane 1. And if you're here at the course, if you look at the big screen by the grandstand, you'll be able to see those two. So we have a few, somebody missing. So the people that will be racing, Alex Wilcox from Powerhouse in lane 3, Mark Easterbrook from A&A West Australia in lane 4, Rhett Patterson of Manning River in lane 5, then Marcel Brown of Tasmania in lane 7, and Tom Wilcox of Lindisfarne in lane 8. I wonder if they're related, Tom and Alex Wilcox. Different ages. Might be. So we're missing Zane Lockley from Yarra Yarra. He's had to withdraw. And in beautiful conditions, off they go in this third and final heat of the men's C age category single, with the first 3 progressing through to the final. And the rest going to the bar, if it would open. Hint, hint.
Yes, I arranged this meet-up for anybody in the Masters Rowing International Facebook group for 5:30 today, i.e. after the last race. And I said, let's meet in the bar, but it looks like it's possible that it isn't open. So
but it's Friday.
It's Friday, but let's combine it, because we've got, if you are interested in going to the World Masters regatta this year, which is in South Africa, there is a meet and greet near the cafe under the shade cloth, which is behind the grandstand, immediately after racing ends. So if you're also there for the Masters Rowing International meetup and you find the bar is closed, let's go and join them.
Great idea. Might well find yourselves doing another event.
Halfway in the men's C single sculls, Tom Wilcox is the first over the halfway line, followed by Rhett Patterson, 3 seconds behind, Mark Easterbrook, and then Marcel Brown, Alex Wilcox, and just going over the line now, that's all 5 of them across the line. It's the umpire's boat who's crossing their halfway mark. So we've got 3 to go through, even though there are only 5 scullers in this event. And he's looking good. Tom Wilcox from Lindisfarne, red boat, easy to spot coming down the course. He's got clear water over the rest of the field. And the next 2 scullers comfortably, shall we say, ahead of the final 2. So nobody's going to be spending any energy more than they need to, because these are all wily competitors, Lizzie.
Now, I did wonder if they were brothers. I know Alex Wilcox is from Victoria and Tom Wilcox is from Tasmania, but I've done a bit of sleuthing on Google, and sure enough, they are. So they rowed together at school, Hutchins School, and it looks as though they rowed together at university as well. So great to see them competing against each other now. Lindisfarne, the home of Tom Wilcox in lane 8, and these days Melbourne, the home of Alex Wilcox, across on the far side.
And I'm going to hazard a guess one of them's done a bit more training than the other.
One of them is younger. That counts in... Tom is the youngest one, so that counts, I think, in Masters rowing. So coming towards the last 100 metres of the race now, Tom Wilcox of Lindisfarne in the lead in the third and final heat of the men's C aged category single scull. Sitting in second position, Rhett Patterson from Manning River. That's up in Taree, halfway up the coast of the New South Wales coastline. And then in third position, Master Easterbrook of A&A in those distinctive black and white stripes that always confuse me with UTS. So good win there for Tom Wilcox. A couple of clear lengths of water over Rhett Patterson of Manning River, and then Mark Rees of A&A joining them both in the final of the men's C single. Fourth, Mersey's Marcel Brown. Fifth, Alex Wilcox from Powerhouse. Provisional time for Tom Wilcox, 3:56.34. A healthy 6.42 margin, although nobody looked as though they were busting a gut at the end of that one. Mark Easterbrook was a further 3.78 seconds behind. So those men's C singles, the first heat 3:53, going to Justin Negri of Yarra Yarra. The second heat, 3:39, going to Charles Buzzacott of Leichhardt, and the third heat, 3:56, going to Tom Wilcox of Lindisfarne. We have a short break now, and we will resume racing at 10 a.m. with the final of the Men's Masters I group, double scull, which were our first races of this morning. So we've been through a series of heats, and we will, from 10 a.m, move to the finals of those events. Look forward to seeing you then.
And after that brief break in racing, we are back to the start with the finals from some of the heats that we were busy watching this morning. And first final on the ground is the Men's Masters I Double Sculls. Riverside in lane 2, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. Melbourne University lane 3, Jim Morrison and Paul Bridgford. Nagambi Composite, Walter Hyatt and John Straps. Lane 5, Melbourne University, Mike Kerrin and Tom Wood. Lane 6, Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp and Peter Armstrong. Murwillumbah number 1, John McDonald and Gary Betts are in lane 7. Melbourne in lane 8, Ray Young and Christopher Barton. And our last crew from Tablelands is David Merrill and Robin Odell. So remember, the crews in the middle of the racecourse will be those who were first in their heats, and radiating out from them will be the second place, third place and fourth place qualifiers. And it is lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp and Peter Armstrong, who are showing an early lead at the moment over the crew from Melbourne University, Mike Kerrin, and over on the far side, Riverside's Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. And they have clear water as they go through the halfway mark at 500 metres. Over lane 7 in second place, Murwillumbah number 1, John McDonald and Gary Betts. And then it's pretty tight coming up behind them, Nagambi Canberra in third and Melbourne University fourth. We're heading for the first medals of the second day's racing here at the Sydney International Rowing Centre, the Men's Masters I Double Sculls. I'm going to have to look up Paul I think it's 75, which is amazing, I'd just like to say. And I'd just also like to point out that not only are these guys not slacking, their rates are really high as well. I remember watching our mutual friend Wade Hall-Craggs' dad doing the K singles and clocking the top rate has been 24, and that was a few years ago. And I have to say, these I doubles are really racing hard. Still leading the pack from Murwillumbah, John McDonald and Gary Betts, and looking really strong. In the stroke seat there, John McDonald, just looking down. He must have a stroke coach there, though. To be perfectly honest, they are looking really comfortable with about 3/4 of a length lead over Bruce Sharp and Peter Armstrong from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Lake Macquarie just upping their rate just a little bit now in the middle of the racecourse, and coming through from Melbourne University, Mike Kerrin and Tom Wood, who are also being challenged by Warner Hart and John Straps from Nagambi and Canberra Composite. But here we go, right in the middle of the racecourse. They can see everybody behind them, and you have to admit that that's a very nice place to be. So Lake Macquarie's Bruce Sharp and Peter Armstrong.
Judging that perfectly. And as you said, lifting the rate of striking as they come into the finish as well, just to put the icing on the cake. They will take out Lake Macquarie, the men's I age category, and the silver medal is going to go to Murwillumbah's John McDonald and Gary Betts. Bronze to Melbourne University's Mike Kerrin and Tom Wood. Fourth will be the Nagambi Composite. Fifth from lane 2, the crew from Riverside. Sixth from lane 8, Melbourne Rowing Club's Young and Barton. Seventh, Melbourne University's Morrison and Bridgford. And eighth from Tablelands, Merrill and Odell. The provisional winning time, 4 minutes, 1 second. Wow, that's significantly faster than the heat was. They were all about 4:15. So a great race there, winning by 4.53 seconds. Congratulations to Bruce Sharp and Peter Armstrong. And we would invite those first 3 crews to come now to the pontoon in front of the finish tower to receive their medals.
Michaela, you're walking in front of the pontoon. She's looking at me. She's the lady who I saw down earlier, and she's there to congratulate her popper. And I'm seriously hoping that he is one of those medalists. So if you see a girl wearing a pink tracksuit and a little fluorescent orange hat, she's my mate from earlier. Back onto the racecourse, we've got the start list for the women's F single sculls final. From Murdoch University, Melissa Harpley, Lake Macquarie's Marie Brown in lane 2, Nagambi's Wendy Cotter in lane 3, Rockhampton Fitzroy, Kynwyn Fay, Riverway crew number 1, Jacqueline de Jong. Lane 6 is Mosman's M. Barrack. Endeavour number 2 crew, Diana Trescott in lane 7. And from lane 8, Nelson, New Zealand, Maud O'Connell. And the leading scullers are now into the halfway mark, with Kynwyn Fay getting there in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Jacqueline de Jong shortly behind her, and Wendy Cotter a second and a half behind that. M. Barrack in 4th, Maud O'Connell in 5th. We've got 3 crews in a line now as we're coming up to the last 250 metres of this Women's Masters F single scull final. It's extremely close. The medals are not going to be won easily. Lane 8, Maud O'Connell, has inched her way up. She's a little bit ahead of M. Barrack from Mosman now. And over in lane 3, Wendy Cotter, Kynwyn Fay, Marie Brown, and Jacqueline de Jong battling it out there, because the medals are not by any stretch decided at this stage. All of the athletes moving into their sprints now, and the leading crew is indeed still Rockhampton Fitzroy's Kynwyn Fay. She's side by side with Jacqueline de Jong, has a small lead, I'd say a canvas at this stage. Jacqueline beginning to take her rate up now, and the third place, it's going to be Wendy Cotter fighting it out with M. Barrack. Looks like M is a little bit ahead of Wendy at this stage, and Kynwyn has not got it in the bag by any stretch. It is Jacqueline de Jong who is just beginning to inch ahead, and the crowd are really getting behind this race now. Kynwyn setting up, and she has taken her rate up again. Kynwyn in lane 4 has taken the rate up. She's about a foot in front of Jacqueline de Jong. Jacqueline responding, just missing the catch a little bit there now, but I can't pick it at the moment. Jacqueline and Kynwyn, Kynwyn and Jacqueline. It's Jacqueline is going to push through. She's got 3 more strokes to go, and in lane 5 it is going to be Riverways Rowing Club Jacqueline de Jong with a very, very tight win over Kynwyn Fay from Rockhampton Fitzroy. And there we go, lane 6 Mosman's M. Barrack comfortably taking the bronze medal. 4th place goes to Nelson's Maud O'Connell, and 5th place to Wendy Cotter from Nagambi. What a race that was, Lizzie.
Absolutely fantastic, right down to the last few strokes. And all credit to Kynwyn Fay for managing to hang on for such a long time. So lane 2 are Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie, crossing in 6th position. 7th, Endeavour's Diane Trescott, and 8th from Murdoch University, Melissa Harpley. A great win there for Jacqueline de Jong in a time of 4 minutes 25.11. The margin just 0.23 over Kynwyn Fay. Right, we move now to the final of the lightweight women's F single scull. North Shore's Mary Walsh is in lane 2, from Pamela Nash from Black Mountain in lane 3, Kathy Ride from Perth in lane 4, Sharon Ducker from North Shore in lane 5, Therese Clancy from Mackay is in lane 6, Julia Wood from Exeter in Great Britain in lane 7, Jane Fitzpatrick from Noosa in lane 8, and Chris McCready from St George is in lane 9. So F single scull is average age 60, and the lightweights, yeah, so that would be what, 59 kilos as a maximum? Yeah.
And down on the medal pontoon, we have our very first winners of the day, lining themselves up to receive their medals. The men's Masters I double sculls, all shaking hands and getting themselves into the correct order for the medal presentation. The lightweight women's F single scull final coming close through to the halfway mark now. And we have two scullers leading a little bit ahead of the others as we're coming up to the mark. And first through the mark is Therese Clancy with Julia Wood a second behind her, Christine McCready a bit behind that, then Pamela Nash, Sharon Ducker, Kathy Ride and Jane Fitzpatrick. The winning halfway time for Therese, 2 minutes 11 seconds.
We move now to the presentation of medals for the men's I category double scull. The bronze medal representing Melbourne University, Mike Kerrin and Tom Wood. The silver medal representing Murwillumbah, John McDonald and Gary Betts. And the gold medal, champions for 2023, representing Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp and Peter Armstrong. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the I double scull.
And back to the women's F lightweight single sculls final. We have Chris McCready from St George in lane 8, who has a very short lead over Therese Clancy of Mackay Rowing Club in lane 6. And then the Julia Wood from Exeter in lane 7 looks like she's in third place at the moment, but we are coming through the red buoys and the crews are going to be sprinting very, very soon, and you know that that means anything goes. Watch out for that yellow boat from Black Mountain, Pamela Nash in lane 3. She's sprinting hard and she's closing up on Therese Clancy, Julia Wood in the middle lanes. Christine McCready taking her rate up now in the 9th lane from St George Rowing Club, and in the middle of the course it's still Therese Clancy who has got open water over Julia Wood. Julia Wood looking over to her left, looking over to her right. She realises that perhaps she's not in front of Christine McCready. Julia Wood from Exeter, UK, starting her sprint, but it is lane 2, Pamela Nash from Black Mountain, who is pushing through and looks like she might be taking the silver medal behind Therese Clancy and Mackay. Oh, little fluff on the line from Therese, but no, she's okay. She drifts over the line and it's very tight for silver. I'm not going to pick it. I will wait for the official, and it unofficially Mary Walsh, no, they have just changed it. Pamela Nash second, Julia Wood third, and Christine McCready just a little behind in that 4th place.
So, confirming the results of the lightweight women's F single scull, a win for Therese Clancy of Mackay, second Pamela Nash of Black Mountain, third Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club, fourth Chris McCready from St George, fifth Sharon Ducker from North Shore, New Zealand, sixth Kathy Ride from Perth, seventh Mary Walsh from North Shore, and eighth Jane Fitzpatrick from Noosa.
And the next final on the course now is the Men's Masters F Coxless Fours from Mosman in lane 2, North Shore lane 3, Corio Bay lane 4, the Newcastle Glebe Composite lane 5, Drummoyne lane 6, Horowhenua Composite with Union Wanganui and Clifton in lane 7 from New Zealand, Melbourne lane 8, and Manning River St George Composite in lane 9.
In the Mossman crew, we have Bruce Begbie, Harry Fine, Anders Batemere and Mark Conahan. In lane 3, from North Shore, we have Maximilian Ott, Nick Johnston, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh, their captain. In lane 4, from Corio Bay, Victoria, Peter Searle, Peter Jeffrey, Peter Abel and Brad Jones. In lane 5, the composite of Newcastle and Glebe, Charles Huxtable and Stephen Irons and Timothy Bland from Glebe with Anthony Stanley from Newcastle.
Halfway mark, it is the New Zealanders, the Horowhenua Composite, who are leading Melbourne by half a second, with Manning River St George in third, North Shore very close behind in fourth, and those 4 crews are somewhat ahead of the final 3. This is a very hard-fought race. If you're in the grandstands, look to the crews in lane 9, lane 8, lane 7, Manning River St George, Horowhenua in lane 7, and Melbourne Rowing Club in lane 8.
Confirming the results of the final of the men's F Coxless 4, a win for Horowhenua Composite. In second, Melbourne Rowing Club, and third, Manning River St George Composite. We invite those crews to come over and collect their medals. In fourth, North Shore, New South Wales. In fifth, Corio Bay. In sixth, Drummoyne. In seventh, Newcastle Glebe. And in eighth, Mossman Rowing Club.
I got this the wrong way. Is that on? Or?
That's on. So whilst we were commentating on that race, I believe medals have been presented to the finalists in the women's F single scull, and just acknowledging that the win went to Jacqueline de Jong of Riverway, and silver medal to Kenwyn Fay of Rockhampton Fitzroy. An amazing race. Congratulations, ladies.
Meanwhile, on the racecourse, we have the men's F Coxed 4 final. There are only 2 crews in this, 2 on composite, with David Rees, Jeff Conn, Gavin Keeley and Roger Gould, coxed by Bill Webster, and a Sydney composite from Sydney Mosman North Shore with Brian Weir, Jose Maria Serragula Aragueni, Carl Quitzow, Mark Bindner and Kelly Marsh the coxswain, and the crews are off.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the lightweight women's F single scull. Medals are being presented by Katie Kershaw, Vice President and life member of the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. Third place and bronze medalist representing Exeter Rowing Club, Great Britain, Julia Wood. Third place, representing Exeter Rowing Club in Great Britain, Julia Wood.
So in the men's F-Cox 4s, the Sydney composite and 2 on composite are battling their way down. They've gone past the halfway mark and there is very little to pick between them. It is 2 on at the moment, who are just a little bit behind Sydney in a 2-horse race for the men's F-Cox 4 final. Coming down towards the last 250 metres, and both crews are rating around 32, and nobody is giving any inch to the other. At the moment, it is the Sydney composite in lane 6 who have a quarter of a length over Toowong. Toowong are just taking their rate up. They are beginning to close the gap on the Sydney composite crew. You can guess that Bill Webster is giving them heaps, as they say in New Zealand, and Kelly Marsh copsing the Sydney crew is also encouraging her crew, but Toowong are beginning to move through. Look at the way they are swinging. They are definitely making maximum use of every ounce of strength they have, and they are neck and neck. The crowd are giving huge support to these 2 Cox 4s as they're coming down into the final stages, and there's nothing to pick between them. It is the 2 on composite on the far side, and the Sydney composite have just taken their rate up, but it's Sydney who have got maybe 5 centimetres, 10 centimetres, and over the line it's Sydney by half a canvas over Toowong.
We move to the presentation of medals for the lightweight women's Masters F single scull. Presentations to be made by Katie Kershaw, Life Member and Vice President of the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. Third and bronze medalist representing Black Mountain, Pamela Nash. Second and silver medalist representing Exeter of Great Britain, Julia Wood. Gold medalist and national champion for 2023 representing Mackay, Therese Clancy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the lightweight women's F single scull.
We have our first final of the women's A coxless pairs. This is a straight final. They haven't done a heat, so we don't know any of the form of the crews, but the crews entered are Riverside in lane 3 with Melanie Innes and Ilaria Pagani, Glebe Rowing Club's Gemma Bassett and Elizabeth Dorian in lane 4, Carrum Rowing Club Jackie Diebel and Morgan Dunham in lane 5, Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Innes in lane 6, and Buckingham Rowing Club's Claire Vickers and Nicola Anderson. Now, we do know that Nikki Lepresti did the quads earlier on today, so she, or was it a single she did? Sorry, not the quads. So she is a busy lady in this morning's racing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's F coxless 4. Third place and bronze medalists Manning River and St George. Murray Doust from Manning River. Stephen Harrison from St George. Nick Johnston from Manning River and Roy Halliday, Manning River. Second and silver medalists, Melbourne Rowing Club. John Dollison. Robert Smith. Angus Reynolds and Dave McPherson. Gold medalists and national champions for 2023, Horowhenua and Wanganui and Clifton. Kerry Dombrowski from Clifton Rowing Club. Gus Bergen from Clifton Rowing Club. Bruce Tate from Union Wanganui and Kevin Horan from Horowhenua Rowing Club.
Back to the women's A pairs, and the leading crews at the halfway work were Carrum Rowing Club, Jackie Diebel and Morgan Dunham in 1:56. They were over a length clear of Buckingham, Claire Vickers and Nicola Anderson, with Leichhardt in third, then Glebe and Riverside. Coming down into the final stages of this race, look for the black and fluoro yellow colours of the Carrum Rowing Club. So Jackie Diebel and Morgan Dunham leading this final of the Women's Masters A pairs. Classy looking rowing here untroubled at the moment. And in second place from Buckingham Rowing Club, Claire Vickers and Nicola Anderson, with a length of clear water over the third place crew from Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Innes. But the race is not finished yet. And I have learned never to assume in rowing, because under pressure, things can happen. And that was the buzzer for the winning national title holders from Carham Rowing Club in the Women's Masters A pairs. And coming through for the silver medal, Buckingham Rowing Club, and third medal will be Leichhardt Rowing Club of New South Wales.
And as our final competitors cross the line in the Women's A coxless pair, confirming the results. A win for Carham, second Buckingham, third Leichhardt, we invite them to come and collect their medals, fourth Riverside and fifth Glebe. We move to the presentation of medals for the Men's F Coxed 4, where the winners were the Sydney Composite, Brian Weir from Mossman Rowing Club, Jose Maria Segurola Araguay from Mossman Rowing Club, Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club, and Mark Bindner from Sydney Rowing Club. Their cox, Kelly Marsh.
She's pretty happy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our winners of the Men's F Coxed 4.
Pretty much caught up. Yeah, we have. Right, Men's A doubles. Go get yourself a coffee. Coming through to the halfway mark of the Men's Masters A double sculls, and we have a blanket crossing the line with very little between them. First, Adelaide University. Toowong are in second, 0.4 of a second behind, with Banks and Nepean, Leichhardt and Newcastle University. A little bit back to Commercial, and then Glebe, Newcastle and the second Banks crew at the moment bringing up the rear of this very exciting race.
So I know we mentioned this when they were racing before, but the Commercial Rowing Club crew of Vandas and Napa, Napa bronze in the single there at the Queensland State Champions, and sitting in just 0.44 of a second behind Adelaide University at the halfway mark.
On the left of your screen is that Commercial Rowing Club crew there, wearing their yellow shirts, sculling hard, with on the extreme right the Glebe Composite, sandwiched between Newcastle University, just a little bit behind. But it looks like these crews are obviously racing hard. Not to be neglected, the lane 4 Adelaide University, who are nearly neck and neck with Banks Rowing Club's Andrew Goldstein and Heinrich Wenzer, coming into the last 150 metres of this Men's Masters A double scull. And we have a very tight race going on between Banks and Adelaide. Banks just taking their rate up a little bit. Adelaide with maybe 1 foot advantage at the current time. Coming back to lane 8 Newcastle University, quite close to the buoy line there, but definitely needing to push forward if they're going to be up there with the brighter coloured medals. And it is lane 4 who have got 1 foot lead over Banks. Banks are surging, but it is just wait for the official. But I think Adelaide University just pipped it over Banks University. And it is Newcastle University who took that coveted bronze medal, 0.57 of a second behind them, Nepean Leichhardt.
So confirming the results of the men's A double scull, a win for Adelaide University Boat Club. Second, Banks. Third, Newcastle University. We invite those three crews over to collect their medal. Fourth, Nepean Leichhardt. Fifth, Toowong. Sixth, Glebe Newcastle. Seventh, Banks. And eighth, Commercial. We move now to the presentation of medals for the women's A coxless pair.
We have two crews on the medal podium for the women's A pair, and I don't think the third one is coming back because I suspect they may have another race. Such is the way of these professional athletes.
Second and silver medalists, Buckingham Rowing Club, Claire Vickers and Nicola Anderson. Gold medalists and national champions for 2023, Carrum Rowing Club, Jackie Deeble, Morgan Dunham, their coach, Drew Holman. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our gold and silver medalists in the women's A coxless pair. Our next race is the final of the women's D quad scull. Some very exciting heats. Looking forward to this final with the Nelson Union Wanganui composite in lane 1. In lane 2, the University of Western Australia and Fremantle Rowing Club composite. In lane 3, Toowong, Pine Rivers, Brisbane and GPS and Commercial composite. In lane 4, Melbourne Rowing Club. In lane 5, Corowa, Shoalhaven and St George. In lane 6, Melbourne, Richmond, Wendouree, Ballarat and Albert Park composite. In lane 7, the Corio Bay Albert Park composite. In lane 8, North Shore, and in lane 9, Leichhardt, Mossman and Lake Macquarie. So the Nelson composite, Jennifer Evans, Sue Bonham Carter, Ivanka Clarisse and Erin McNary. The University of WA composite, Sarah Knight, Caroline Foster, Liz Warrand and Orla Flecker. The Toowong composite, Annette Quayle, Janine Reid, M. Schmeider and Janelle Filkin. The Melbourne Rowing Club crew, Bea Klein van Mullecom, Zoe Ryan, Felicity Nutter and Michelle Joy. The Corowa composite, Amanda Berend, Andrea Coos, Katrina Davis and Julie Underwood. The Melbourne composite, Fiona Milne, Leanne Martin, Helen Pearce and Tanya Nishibata. The Corio Bay composite, Lisa Lettich, Marie Cecil Lacoste, Fiona Wild and Justine Tunner-Joyce. North Shore is Zita Briones, Louise McCoach, Ruth Gibson and Olivia Tong. And the Leichhardt composite, Trudy McDonald, M. Barak, Jennifer Zongor and Daniela Bourget.
A storming start to the women's D quads finals. A full suite of 9 crews here, and this is going to be such a well-fought competition. I'm waiting for the stream to move across so that I can see a little more closely who is leading, but it looks like to be the Melbourne and Toowong crews who are getting out in front of the University of Western Australia, and in the yellow boat in the middle of the racecourse, Corowa composite, Corowa, Shoalhaven and St George, alongside a Melbourne, Richmond, Wendouree, Ballarat and Albert Park South Melbourne composite. Goodness me, they'd need a long shirt to put all of the names of those crews on. Now, 4 crews across the middle of the racecourse, sculling hard as we're coming down towards the halfway mark, and it's going to be Toowong, Melbourne, Corowa, and the second Melbourne composite, who look to have a length clear water in the main over the rest of the field, who have dropped back somewhat. Lane 6, Melbourne composite with Fiona Milne, Leanne Martin, Helen Pearce and Tanya Nishibata were first across the halfway mark, followed by Corowa and the second Melbourne composite with Toowong just a little behind in 4th place.
Leichhardt, North Shore, Corio Bay, Nelson, and then the University of Western Australia in 9th place at halfway. Everything to play for as we're coming through into the second half of this race. The Leichhardt composite in lane 9 beginning to creep their way back towards that leading pack of Corio Bay and Melbourne as we're coming towards the red boys, which indicate the last 250 metres of this Women's Masters D double sculls. Melbourne composite have a half-length lead over the Korowa composite and Leichhardt, and it looks like Tuong and the other Melbourne composite have dropped back somewhat, and it is definitely the Melbourne Victoria composite stroked by Fiona Milne who at the moment are leading the sprint towards the line. Now watch that yellow boat of Korowa. They are beginning to take their rate up, but we have 2/3 of a length lead at the moment for the Melbourne, Richmond and Albert Park crew, who are now in the last 10 strokes. Wendell, and I'm watching closely to see how the second Melbourne composite going in lane 4, they are pulling clear of the crew from Tuong, and that's the beat for the winners, who are the first Melbourne composite of the women's D quads, and second place Korowa, third place Melbourne Rowing Club.
We move to the presentation of medals for the men's A double scull. The medals are being presented by Katie Kershaw, Life Member and Vice President of the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. Third and bronze medalists, Newcastle University, Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. Second and silver medalists, Banks Rowing Club, Andrew Goldstein, Heinrich Vensky. Gold medalists and national champions for 2023, Adelaide University Boat Club, Damien Derleek, Ross Hamilton, ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's A double scull.
Our men's Masters D pairs final has started with in lane 2 the Carrum composite of Nick Inglis and Drew Holman. Tuong in lane 3, ANA in lane 4. Lane 5 has Brisbane and the GPS, Alex Adam and Hamish Dunbar. University of Queensland's Richard Powell and David Hobart in lane 6. Melbourne lane 7, Tuong lane 8, and Tasmania University's Matthew Pooley and Lloyd Osborne in lane 9. Tasmania University taking an early lead in this contest, rating up in the 35 strokes per minute range because, let's face it, you can. And here we are approaching the halfway mark, and they are indeed Tuong and University of Queensland across the line, first and second. Carrum Yarra in third place and Melbourne fourth, but there is all to play for as we move down into the second half of this race. This is by no means decided. So it's Tuong and Melbourne in lanes 8 and 7. with closely behind them the University of Queensland in lane 6, just beginning to edge out ahead of the rest of the field. Keep a close eye of the crew in lane 2, the Karam Yarra Yarra composite of Nick Inglis and Drew Holman. They are moving up towards the possibly bronze medal position at this stage. A little hard to tell from the angle which I'm watching from. And I'm keeping an eye now on the Toowong Rowing Club, Stephen Hammer and Tim Bugg in lane 8. They've got a half length over Melbourne Rowing Club's Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison. The yellow boat in the centre from the University of Queensland, Richard Powell and David Hobart, just starting their sprint now. But over on lane 2, Karam Composite are already well into their sprint, and I remember them finishing their heat, and those gents have just taken their rate up another 2 points, shortening up a little bit, but this is a very high rating sprint finish. There is a small possibility that they haven't been spotted by the University of Queensland crew, and the crowd are beginning to give a lot of support from the bank now. University of Queensland just beginning to take their rate up, but they're a half length behind the Karam Composite and Yarra Yarra crew in lane 2, coming through into the final strokes, and it is neck and neck, and it is the University of Queensland have just pulled past them to snatch the gold from the silver medal winning Karam Yarra Yarra crew, and Melbourne Rowing Club's Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison take that bronze medal position.
Fourth will be the crew from Toowong, Hammer and Bugg. Fifth, Brisbane and GPS. Sixth, ANA. Seventh, the Toowong crew of Moynihan and Law, and eighth, Tasmania University. The presentation of medals for the Women's D Quad Scull. The medals are being presented by Katie Kershaw, Life Member and Vice President of the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. Third place and bronze medalists, Melbourne Rowing Club. B. Klein van Mullecom. Zoe Ryan. Felicity Nutter and Michelle Joy. Second and silver medalists, Corowa, Shoalhaven and St George.
Meanwhile, the Women's Masters G8s are on the course. This is a final with 6 crews racing from North Shore, Melbourne, Toowong, Ballarat City Composite and Manning River Composite.
Moving back to our silver medalists in the Women's D Scull, Amanda Berrin from St George, Andrea Coos from St George, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven and Julie Underwood from Corowa Rowing Club.
At the halfway mark in this Women's Masters G8's final, we have first across the line the crew from North Shore Rowing Club, 2/3 of a length ahead of the second place crew.
And our gold medalists and champions for 2023, the composite from Melbourne, Fiona Milne from Albert Park, South Melbourne, Leanne Martin from Wendouree, Ballarat, Helen Pearce from Richmond and Tanya Nishibata from Melbourne Rowing Club.
North Shore Rowing Club in the middle of the picture now. You can see them moving away from the 500 metre mark. Cox by wonderfully named Kim Rudder. She was going to have to be a coxswain, nearly as good as that awesome, that awesome crew, Free Gin, which was, I always thought they would do well with a name like that. but they aren't leading the pack at the moment. It is actually the Manning River Composite in lane 7 who have neck and neck with Ballarat City Composite, who are a quarter of a length ahead of Toowong. But Toowong have been challenged by North Shore. North Shore moving their way back towards challenging for the lead in this final of the Women's Masters G8s. We are well into the last 250 metres of this event, and it is North Shore beginning to increase their rating, and the Manning River crew are dropping back somewhat. Ballarat City just looking almost lazy. They're not taking their rate up at this stage, and they're just ahead of the Toowong crew. But it is North Shore who have pulled out a 2/3 of a length lead as they're coming down in the final stages of this race. Remember, this is a fantastic achievement, getting so many women of this age out on the water at the same time. In lane 2, it is North Shore Rowing Club with a 1-length lead over lane 6's Ballarat City Composite over the line. Ballarat taking that silver medal, and Toowong sneaking a bronze over the Manning River Composite, who are just behind in 4th place.
So confirming the results in the Women's G8, a win for North Shore, 2nd Ballarat City Composite, 3rd Toowong, 4th Manning River Composite, and 5th Melbourne Rowing Club. Well, we invite North Shore, the Ballarat City Composite and Toowong to come and collect their medals.
How'd the girls go? No, I do not. You've been sitting down. Never, ever happen again.
The presentation of medals for the men's D coxless pairs. Third place and bronze medalists, Melbourne Rowing Club, Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison. In the men's D coxless pairs are silver medalists representing Karam and Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis and Drew Holman. And our champions for 2023, the University of Queensland Boat Club, Richard Powell and David Hobart.
The men's G single sculls has 3 crews from New Zealand making it through to the final races, and the leaders in the early stages on the far side of the racecourse is Mercer's Alan Cleaver, Hawke's Bay Jerry Steenkammer, and in the middle of the racecourse Black Mountain Stephen Troll, bringing up at the moment looking like he's in 3rd place, but we're looking now to the 500 metre mark, and yes, that is indeed Alan Cleaver with a length ahead of Jerry Steenkammer. 3rd place Stephen Troll, and then a blanket with Gil Hosier, Hugh McDonald and Gordon Williams, Mark Williams and Mark Tejan, all in a line coming behind them. This is all to play for. Here we are in the umpire's launch, briefly following the Black Mountain crew, and now taking a look at the crew from Hawke's Bay, Jerry Steenkammer. panning across the course now. It's quite nice to be able to see what it looks like. If you ever wanted to qualify as an umpire, I strongly recommend it. This is Alan Cleaver we're looking at now, the high rating sculler from Mercer, which is just south of Auckland in New Zealand. I had the pleasure of being pulled down the course by him yesterday, and I was reliably informed that he was a machine, and I'm not going to challenge or dispute that statement. Alan is a very formidable competitor. Coming into the red boys now, and Alan Cleaver has clear water over the rest of the finalists in this men's Masters G single scull. Take a look, though, at the Hawke's Bay sculler Jerry Steenkammer, and in lane 8, Hugh McDonald from Penrith, who is being hotly chased by Gordon Williams from North Shore, New Zealand, in lane 8, also a doubles partner of mine from some way back. But Mosman's Mark Williams in the middle of the course has just started to take his rate up. He's pulling level with Black Mountain Stephen Troll, but it's Alan Cleaver who is strongly sculling across towards the finish line. Gordon Williams has overhauled Penrith and is moving into the possible bronze medal position now, and he's putting in a few extra quick ones, but it's Mosman, Mark Williams, chasing past the Black Mountain sculler to get that silver medal. Black Mountain, that's a gold medal for Mercer Rowing Club and a silver for Mosman. Third is Black Mountain, and fourth and fifth New Zealand Gordon Williams and Jerry Steenkammer.
So confirming in the men's G single scull, a win for Alan Cleaver of Mercer Rowing Club, New Zealand. Second, Mark Williams of Mosman Rowing Club, New South Wales. And third, Stephen Trowell of Black Mountain, ACT. We invite those gentlemen to come and collect their medals. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the women's G8. We have our bronze and gold medalists here on the pontoon. The bronze medalists from Toowong Rowing Club: Trish Carter, Lynette Brown, Jenny Coates, Robin Herries, Heather Warren, Jennifer Mills, Julie Bourne, Marion Elliott, and their cox Asher Underhill. The crew was coached by Angelina Ellis.
Lightweight men's Masters G single scull final is on the racecourse. In lane 1, Black Mountain, Riverway, then Penrith, Centenary, Manning River, Noosa, Essendon, Carrum and Toowong in lane 9. These lightweight scullers are all a Masters G category.
Presentation of the gold medal for the women's G8, North Shore National Champions 2023. Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Virginia Fabro, Julie Wass, Wendy Zammit, Jeanette Pendleton, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, their cox Jennifer Pollock and their coach Kim Rudder.
The lightweight men's single sculls G final has passed the halfway mark, with Bill Nugent 4 seconds clear of the field at 500 metres. Peter Hayes in second place, then Wayne Roy, Robert Gunningham, Colin Bruce, Michael Robinson, David Nash, Steve Hill and Dave Rafter. This is a dominant performance here from the leading sculler from Essendon Rowing Club, Bill Nugent. He's out there in lane 7 and is still over a length of clear water ahead of the rest of the field. These men racing at 72 kilograms as lightweights. Take a look there in lane 9. Toowong's Robert Gunningham looks like he has pulled up a little bit from his halfway time of being 4th. And the yellow boat in lane 4 of the Centenary Rowing Club, Peter Hayes, just having overtaken the Colin Bruce from Manning River. And in lane 2, Riverway's Wayne Roy out there, a length and a half behind the leader, but comfortably up with Toowong's Robert Gunningham. And as we're coming down into the finishing stages, Gunningham beginning to lift his rate. He's a little close to the boys, but I suspect will be not troubling our leader from Essendon, Bill Nugent. We're in lane 2, Riverway's Wayne Roy beginning to take his rate up. He's pushing hard and is beginning to edge ahead of Toowong's Robert Gunningham. Robert Gunningham sculling in lane 9, and over in lane 2, Wayne Roy beginning to push on, and it's still led by Bill Nugent of Essendon Rowing Club from a commanding position in lane 7. Bill Nugent coming through to the finish line now, and that's the beep for Bill going across the line. In lane 2, the silver medal is going to be going to Wayne Roy from Riverway Rowing Club, and lane 9, Robert Gunningham of Toowong takes our bronze medal in the Men's Masters G lightweight single sculls. 4th and 5th are Centenary's Peter Hayes and Penrith Steve Hill. There's lane 6, Noosa across the line. Black Mountains David Nash, and then Carrum David Rafter and Penrith Steve Hill.
The presentation of medals for the Men's G single scull. Medals are being presented by Tina de Vries from Nepean Rowing Club, a volunteer with New South Wales for over 10 years. 3rd and bronze medalist representing Black Mountain, Stephen Trowell. 2nd and silver medalist representing Mossman Rowing Club, Mark Williams. Gold medalist and national champion for 2023, representing Mercer Rowing Club, New Zealand, Alan Cleaver. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Men's G single scull.
Meanwhile, on the start, we have the Women's B single sculls. The race has already begun for this final of the National Championship, with Glebe Rowing Club, Yarra Yarra, Goolwa, ANU, Gold Coast Masters, Richmond, Commercial and Leichhardt single scullers. At the halfway mark in this Women's B single sculls, Zoe Lynham is first across the marker, followed swiftly by Kate Dybal, 2 seconds behind, Viv Culverwell and Sarah Sefke in 4th place, Nikki Lepresky, Christine Taylor, Belindy Rowe. ANU's Zoe Lynham in lane 5 is leading the Women's Masters B single sculls, but she is not doing it without being challenged. On her left, the Gold Coast Masters Viv Culverwell in her yellow boat is sitting at the moment in 3rd place, and to her left again, Richmond's Kate Dybel. Kate Dybel is coming closer to level with the ANU's Zoe Lynham, and Viv Culverwell is pushing hard to try and stay in the game. In 4th place, the Goolwa Kate Trebnev, just a little bit of a length behind the leaders at the moment, but it is still ANU's Zoe Lynham, coached by Nigel Harding, leading as we come into the last 150 metres. Richmond Kate Dybel pushing off now and being challenged by Gold Coast Masters Viv Culverwell, but it is Kate Dybel pushing ahead. She has now got a canvas ahead of Viv Culverwell. Both of these scullers a length behind our leader Zoe Lynham. Zoe Lynham looking almost leisurely, but she knows she's got it in the bag, barring incident. She is going to be the winner of the Women's Masters B single sculls, and in lane 7, Richmond's Kate Dybel a half length ahead of Gold Coast Masters Viv Culverwell, who is going to be our bronze medalist. And in 4th place, Yarra Yarra's Sarah Sefke.
Confirming the results of the Women's B single scull, a win for Zoe Lynham of ANU. 2nd, Kate Dybel of Richmond. 3rd, Viv Culverwell of Gold Coast Masters. 4th, Sarah Sefke of Yarra Yarra. 5th, Nikki Lepresti of Leichhardt. 6th, Belindy Rowe of Glebe. 7th, Kate Tebneff of Goolwa, and 8th, Christine Taylor of Commercial Rowing Club. The winning time to be confirmed. We move to the presentation of medals for the lightweight men's G single scull. 3rd and bronze medalist representing Toowong, Robert Gunningham. 2nd and silver medalist representing Riverway Rowing Club, Queensland, Wayne Roy. Gold medalist and national champion for 2023, representing Essendon Rowing Club, Victoria, Bill Nugent. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Women's Masters B single scull with crews from Brisbane and GPS, Leichhardt number 2 crew, Black Mountain, Leichhardt number 1 crew, Powerhouse, Glebe and Mossman. That's 7 crews. These women all racing at 59 kilograms to qualify for the lightweight category. And B means that they are over 36 and in all likelihood under 43, which is when C starts. Well, actually, I'm just looking here and I see Janine Reid from Brisbane is 51. She is what they call a hard case in New Zealand. That is really impressive. Right, coming up to the midway point, and we have Black Mountain's Jane Clues in lane 4 is one amongst the leading pack, with Brisbane and GPS's Janine Reid in lane 2. And up there with them in lane 5 is Leichhardt's Daniela Borgert. So it was Clues across the line first at 500 metres, followed by Janine Reid, Daniela Borgert, then Wendy Miller, a second and a half behind Emily Harridge, Sarah Hill and Anne Skilton. We always have the expectation in a final that has had a qualifying round that the fastest qualifiers are in the centre lanes. There's no wind impediment today, so there's no reason for the race organisers to redraw the lanes, although they will do that if there is a substantial wind advantage in one side of the course. But today we've got our fast qualifiers in lanes 4, 5 and 6. So that's Black Mountain, Jane Clues, Leichhardt number 1's Daniela Borget, and Emily Harridge from Powerhouse Rowing Club. Over in lane 2, Janine Reid sculling strongly, and the little bit behind the leader at the moment, who is Daniela Borget from Leichhardt in lane 5. And to her left, Emily Harridge from Powerhouse with the dark Zooty. Don't forget Mosman, Sarah Hill. She's moved up past Glebes and Skilton, and she's sculling also extremely strongly. But it is the sculler from Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid, in lane 2, who at the moment is leading the sprint towards the finish line. We're into the last 150 metres here. In the middle of the race course, I'm still keeping an eye out on Daniela Borget from Leichhardt, but she's a half length behind the Brisbane and GPS sculler. And moving through, Emily Harridge from Powerhouse, beginning to start her sprint, but it's also the Black Mountain Jane Clues has pushed on, and she is going to be up there trying to get that bronze medal for herself. But let's take a look at Brisbane and GPS. Janine Reid in lane 2 is a length and a half of clear water ahead and takes the gold medal. Lane 5, Leichhardt's Daniela Borget for silver, and it's so close here. I'm not going to pick that. It's very, very tight. The unofficial result says Jane Clues took the bronze from Black Mountain over Emily Harridge of Powerhouse, and we will wait.
The presentation of medals for the women's B single scull. Third and bronze medalist representing the Gold Coast Masters was Viv Culverwell, coached by Alan Bromley. Second and silver medalist representing Richmond Rowing Club, Kate Dyball. Gold medalist and national champion for 2023, representing the Australian National University, Zoe Lynham. Zoe is coached.
So we've got 3 crews racing a combined final. We've got here the Men's Masters B Coxless 4 and Cox 4. So although this is actually 2 races, they've combined them because there were so few entries, which is a fact of life, because when you're in your B years, you have other commitments. But we know there'll be more coming out of the woodwork. So let's run through the crews. In lane 3, Lindisfarne Composite are a Coxless 4, with Lindisfarne, Balmain and Shoalhaven, Jonathan Marsh, Mark Thirlwall, Alexander Hickton and Aaron Midgley. Adjacent to them in lane 4 is the University of New South Wales Rowing Club with Nicholas Lazarou and Alexander Lazarou, James Halliday and George Lazarou. Whoa, we've got a bit of a family unit there. And the Men's Masters B Coxed 4 from Banks Rowing Club Victoria, Tom Marshall, Alexander Mackey, Rodney Pillmore, Heinrich Venzer, coxed by Charlotte Lawrence, who is a busy lady because we've definitely seen her coxing another crew. They're right there in front of you on the live feed at the moment. You just see Charlotte's head sitting up there in the front of that boat.
So, Rebecca, sometimes I get asked about coxes, the fact that some of them are lying down in a seat in the bows and some of them are sitting up in a seat in the stern looking at the people who are rowing. And I think it's really a matter of taste and also what equipment your club can afford, I guess. But
It's also a fact of life that the stern position was the original one, and it was only more recent boats that were made with the bow loader, as we call them. It's not the most comfortable way to cox because you are lying down with your neck on a bar, and sometimes people have to put bits of polystyrene to wedge their feet against because otherwise they slide down into the bow canvas. But it is said that the bow coxfalls are faster than the stern coxfalls, and I can't believe it's wind resistance. It might be to do with the balanced distribution of weight through the boat, but I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to do anything other than speculate.
in the meantime, we have a grouping now on the pontoon in the lightweight women's B single scull ready to receive their medals, and they're receiving them from Katie Kershaw, who is a life member and the Vice President of the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. And we might just wait until these gentlemen have finished their race. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we should credit the rowers before we give them their medals. And it is the University of New South Wales Cox's 4 who has a length and a half clear water and a relatively easy run down towards the line in the men's Masters B Cox's 4. They are being chased by the Lindisfarne Composite and, of course, carrying their coxswain some way back, the Banks crew. Untroubled, I'm afraid this is a little bit of what we used to call a processional, but congratulations to the University of New South Wales, Sri Lazaroos and Mr. Halliday, who he's probably, touting to become the fourth brother, but right now they are going across the line to take out the title of gold medal for the men's Masters B Cox's 4.
The presentation of medals for the lightweight women's B single scull. So I believe we have equal third because we have a dead heat for third position. So we have 2 bronze medalists. Representing Powerhouse, Emily Harridge. Representing Black Mountain, Jane Clues. Second and silver medalist representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Bourget. Daniela is coached by Steve Sherry. Gold medalist and national champion for 2023, representing Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all 4 of our medalists in the women's lightweight B single scull.
Now, if you've got a little gap between your activities today, I encourage you to go to behind the grandstand where there is a stall for the World Rowing Masters Regatta, which is in South Africa, Tshwane, in late September 2023. Starts on the 21st of September. Ask for Dennis and say that you would like to find out more. There's a lot of information there, and if you're interested in joining their newsletter, it's on their website, which is WRMR, as in World Rowing Masters Regatta 2023.africa, which is, you have to admit, that's a really great website address. They've given us a lot of information in the racing schedule. There are huge amounts of socials, and should you be so inclined, you can stay on the course at the Rue de Platte Dam in a glamping tent with meals provided from slightly more modest tents to unbelievably glamorous, I had a farm in Africa kind of tents, which look impressive. They think there are going to be 1,000 athletes staying at the course, and the officials. I had the honour of interviewing James Thompson, who is head of the on-site organising bit of the committee, the other day on my Rowing Chat podcast, and he told me a lot of detail about this.
Sounds like a bit too much fun. I certainly wonder whether Australians ought to be allowed, because, we can party a bit too hard. Nothing wrong with that, though. Rebecca, on the course now is the final of the women's E coxless pair with Commercial and Toowong in a composite on lane 2. That's Tracy Evans and Andrea Painter. From North Shore, New Zealand, you may know Sharon Ducker and Alexandra Mielbrad. In lane 4, from Murwillumbah, Queensland, Michelle Johnston and Tamsin Brew, who used to row here at the North Shore Rowing Club in Sydney. Good to see her back. In lane 5, from Toowong, Daniela Anderson and Wendy Grady, who are coached by Angelina Harris. And in lane 6, from Drummoyne, Colleen Chapman, no relation, and Sky Smith. Sadly, Adair Ferguson, who is a bit of a legend in rowing here in Australia, has had to withdraw from lane 7. In lane 8, we have Louise Street and Georgina Gardner representing Commercial. And in lane 9, from the University of Western Australia, Liz Warrant and Orla Flecker.
Across the halfway mark, leading the pack in a time of 2:02, Commercial Toowong with 0.72 of a second behind North Shore, New Zealand. These two crews have 3 lengths of clear water over Commercial second crew in third, then the University of Western Australia, Murwillumbah and Toowong. So the race is on, and it is being led from lanes 2 and 3 by Tracy Evans and Andrea Painter of Commercial in Queensland, and North Shore, New Zealand's Sharon Ducker and Ali Mielbrad. Now, Ali has form. She was a lightweight rower, rowed for the USA back in the day. And Sharon Ducker, of course, we've already seen racing today in the lightweight women's F single scull, where she was sadly just out of the medals. These two crews matching each other stroke for stroke as they're coming down to the final 250 metres. Take a look over to lane 8, where Commercial Rowing Club's Louise Street and Georgina Gardner are also up there, close to the leading crews. So these three a little bit ahead of the middle of the field. And in lane 9, the University of Western Australia beginning to take their rate up as well. And the sprint has begun. I can see the North Shore New Zealand crew taking their rate up, but they're now dropping back to maybe a length behind the Commercial Toowong composite of Evans and Painter. And over in lanes 8 and 9, Commercial and the University of Western Australia also having a fine old tussle, with the Commercial crew of Street and Gardner just 2/3 of a length ahead. And it is the New Zealand crew who are looking quite comfortable now in the silver medal position, but they're over a length of clear water behind our leaders and potential race winners from Commercial and Toowong, Tracy Evans, age 61, and Andrea Painter, aged 49. And there they are over the line. That's a gold medal to Commercial Composite. And the silver medal to the New Zealand North Shore crew of Sharon Ducker and Ali Mielbrad. Louise Street and Georgina Gardner from Commercial Rowing Club taking our bronze medal today.
Confirming the results of the women's E coxless pair, a win for Commercial Toowong. Second, North Shore Rowing Club New Zealand. Third, Commercial Street and Gardner. Fourth, University of Western Australia. Fifth, Murwillumbah. Sixth, Toowong. Seventh, Drummoyne Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the presentation of medals for the men's B age category coxless 4. The medal was taken by the University of New South Wales. Nicholas Lazarou, Alexander Lazarou, James Halliday and George Lazarou.
The men's E double scull has started, and in our crew lineup of 9 crews we have Torrens Rowing Club, Leichhardt Black Mountain Composite, Riverside Rowing Club, St George, North Esk Ulverstone Composite, Murwillumbah No. 2 Crew, Wendouree Ballarat Essendon Composite, Murwillumbah No. 1, and Griffith University Surfers Paradise from Queensland. Now, all of these crews have already raced this morning in the heats, and at the halfway mark, the Murwillumbah No. 2 crew were leading North Esk Ulverstone, and that is David Rees and Doug Cryer. Take a look through at lane 6. That Murwillumbah crew are now a clear water lead over the crew from Murwillumbah No. 1 in lane 8, who are just a little bit ahead of the Wendouree Ballarat Essendon Composite, and lane 9 Griffith University Surfers Paradise also chasing for one of the medals at this time. Over in lane 1, the Torrens Rowing Club of Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard taking their rate up, but Riverside's Brian Glawson and Anthony Lee are also pushing through. But leading from the front, Murwillumbah No. 2 crew, David Rees and Doug Cryer. I have to say they're making it look easy, but it is a truism. But look at the parallels of the blade, look at the timing of their catches, look the distance between their heads. It's the same throughout. These guys scull beautifully. Coming down into the final stages of this race. But in the number 2 position, it's going to be an extremely close contest between crew number 5. It's going to be North Esk, and then it's either St George or Murwillumbah No. 1 for that bronze medal. And the unofficial times are Murwillumbah No. 2 winning in 3:33, Torrens silver medal, and then North Esk Ulverstone taking the bronze.
And just missing out then would be the crew from Riverside, South Australia. They placed 4th. By the looks of things, Murwillumbah No. 1 5th. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise placing 6th. This is all provisional, by the way. 7th, Wendouree Ballarat and Essendon, and 8th, the Leichhardt Black Mountain Composite. I'm missing St George from all of that. Okay, so we'll come back to you once those have become official, but at the moment, provisionally, Murwillumbah 2 in 1st place, Torrens in 2nd, and North Esk Ulverstone in 3rd.
The Men's Masters J to M pairs race has started, and this is a handicap final. So we've got 3 crews who are all Ks going off first. St George Rowing Club is Les Higgins and Ian Toll in lane 3. The Canberra North Shore Composite of John James and John Simpson in lane 4, and the Banks Composite of Ray Dennis and Peter Anderson. And now the J crew of Corio Bay, Peter Benson and James Weatherly, and North Shore 2's David Kay and Len Walter have also started rowing. I am delighted to say that I think Les Higgins, aged 87, might be the oldest competitor here today. And what a team we've got here. We've got 5 crews duking it out, I think is the official description of the Men's Masters J to M pair. So just for those who are interested, Kay is 83 years or more. That is really, really impressive. And it's also one of the reasons why rowing is such an amazing sport, because we're sitting down, we really can accommodate people. As long as you can stand up and sit down, mostly we can probably get you going in a rowing boat of some description.
The presentation of medals for the women's E coxless pair. The medals are being presented by Katie Kershaw, Life Member and Vice President of the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. Third and bronze medalists, Commercial Rowing Club from Queensland. Louise Street and Georgina Gardner. Second and silver medalists, North Shore Rowing Club, New Zealand, Sharon Ducker and Alexandra Mealbrad. Gold medalists and national champions, representing Commercial and Toowong, Tracy Evans and Andrea Painter. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the women's E coxless pair.
Now back to the men's masters pair of J to M category. At the halfway mark, the Canberra composite was leading St George and the Banks composite, but remember, this is a handicap race, and so that is not a true reflection of the possible end result, because the younger athletes from Corio Bay and North Shore 2 were given a substantial delay on their start. Here we are looking closely at the Corio Bays, Peter Benson and James Weatherly, right at the front of the picture. But in the background there is the Canberra composite with North Shore of John James and John Simpson. And to the left of the screen, St George's Les Higgins and Ian Toll. The Banks composite with their, is it called pink or is it cerise coloured blades, coming up now into the third place. They're challenging the St George crew, but it is still the Canberra composite in a commanding lead of this men's pairs race as we're coming into the last 150 metres. Banks and St George neck and neck, not clear who's going to be in the running for any of their silver or bronze medals, but taking their rate up, Canberra composite raising the rate as they come through into the last 150 metres. Fantastic timing, gentlemen, and really, really neat blade work. Just goes to show, just because you're old doesn't mean you don't row beautifully. So it's lane 4, the Canberra composite of John James and John Simpson, with a length lead over the St George Rowing Club, Les Higgins and Ian Toll, who themselves have half a length lead over lane 6, Banks composite, Ray Dennis and Peter Anderson. And that's our winning time, and a very tight finish for the silver and bronze.
And coming in fourth position, North Shore 2, David Kay and Len Walter, and the Corio Bay crew of Peter Benson and James Weatherly. We move now to the presentation of medals for the men's E double scull. Third place and bronze medalists representing North Esk and Ulverstone, Michael Wilson and Patrick Bird. Second place and silver medalists representing Torrens Rowing Club, South Australia, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard. Gold medalists and national champions 2023, Mulwillumbah Rowing Club, David Rees and Doug Cryer. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's E double scull.
Go, Dougie! Meanwhile, here in the men's masters H pairs, they've already got to the halfway mark, and it is the ANU Melbourne composite who are leading Phoenix and Toowong in this final of the H pair. So Ross Mersel and Michael Dakich are the Melbourne powerhouse composite, and they have nearly a second lead over Phoenix's Mark Musarid and John Lister. Take a look at this crew in lane 8, though, from ANU, Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney, also pushing ahead now. They look to have got around a length and a half clear of the rest of the field. Phoenix in lane 1, neck and neck with the Toowong crew of Peter Gell and Nick Walrock in lane 5. This race really has strung out to be quite widely spaced, but it's definitely the ANU composite of Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney who are, dare I say, making it look easy. They're still taking their rate up. The professionals that they are, they're not leaving anything to chance. Yeah, just back down a little bit there, Mosman. You don't want to get in the way of the action. Here we go in lane 1. It is Phoenix Rowing Club taking their rate up and being challenged by Toowongs, Peter Gell and Nick Walrock. But out on the front, Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney coming down the track to claim the gold medal that I'm sure they hoped was theirs from the very beginning. They have a half length clear of the second place crew from, there they go, you can hear the buzzer. Phoenix Rowing Club a length and a half behind, and coming through from lane 2, the Melbourne composite of Ross Mercer and Michael Datchich, beating Toowong out of the medals.
Confirming the results of the men's H coxless pair, a win for ANU Melbourne composite of Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney. Second, Mark Mussered and John Lister from Phoenix. Third, the composite of Ross Mersall from Powerhouse and Michael Dakich from Melbourne Rowing Club. Fourth, Toowong. Fifth, University of New South Wales. Sixth, Murdoch University Perth composite. Seventh, Toowong Brisbane and GPS composite. Eighth, Toowong Brisbane and GPS composite of Holzberger and Gastine, and ninth, Mossman Rowing Club. We move now to the presentation of medals for the men's J coxless pair. And the medals are being presented by Tina de Vries from Nepean Rowing Club, a volunteer of over 10 years with Rowing New South Wales.
Meanwhile, the start list for the men's C single scull is Andy Wigan in lane 1, Mark Easterbrook in lane 2, James Manning from Toowong lane 3, Justin Negri from Yarra Yarra lane 4, Lindisfarne's Tom Wilcox in lane 5, Charles Buzzercott also from Leichhardt in lane 6, Manning Rivers, Rhett Patterson lane 7, Mark Bonham of Tamar in lane 8, and Penrith's Magnus Butlin in lane 9.
So in the men's J coxless pair, third and bronze medalists, the composite between Banks and Richmond Rowing Clubs of Ray Dennis and Peter Anderson.
Coming through the halfway mark for the men's C single sculls final. And it was Tom Wilcox of Lindisfarne leading 0.72 of a second ahead of Justin Negri of Yarra Yarra, with James Manning of Toowong in third place. But it's pretty close between him, Mark Bonham and Magnus Butlin. Take a look out there in lane 9, Magnus Butlin, who is sculling hard and chasing down Tom Wilcox of Lindisfarne in the red boat in lane, Justin Negri from Yarra Yarra in the red boat in lane 5. Negri and Butlin leading this final of the men's Masters C single sculls. And don't forget lane 3's Tuong. James Manning is now taking his rate up, and he has pushed past Justin Negri and is now getting close to the challenging Marcus Butlin in lane 9. A lot of cheering coming from the crowds, and Andy Wigan of Glebe in lane 1 also taking his rate up, but he's got a little bit of ground to cover if he's going to be up there in the medals. And Magnus Butlin beginning to sprint now, sprinting hard. Magnus. Lane 5's Lindisfarne, Tom Wilcox is neck and neck with Tuong's James Manning, and it's going to be very tight as we come down to the line, and just on the line it is lane 5. Lindisfarne's Tom Wilcox takes the win from James Manning of Tuong and Magnus Butlin of Penrith on that bronze 3rd place. Wow, what a race.
So in the men's J coxless pairs, we've presented the medals to the bronze medalists from Banks and Richmond, Ray Dennis and Peter Anderson. The silver medalists representing St George were Les Higgins and Ian Toll. And the gold medalists and national champions for 2023 were John James from North Shore and John Simpson from Canberra Rowing Club. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's J coxless pairs.
On the start now, the lightweight men's C single sculls. We have 5 athletes from Endeavour Rowing Club. Peter Bowman sculling in lane 3, Swan River's Maurice Robson in lane 4, a gap in lane 5 where we have had a withdrawal, and then lane 6 the ANA's James McGrath, lane 7 Zane Lockley of Yarra Yarra, and Glebe's Anthony Colley in lane 8. So all of these men sculling at 72.5 kilos or less. Actually, it might be 72. Take a look at the screens now. That is what they politely call a commanding read, and that's Maurice Robson from Swan River, who has a very large distance over the Endeavour Rowing Club, Peter Bowman, in lane 3. Fabulous rhythm in this boat. Just watch him scull. You can almost feel it from here. And ANA's James McGrath also up there in the leading group of these men's lightweight C single sculls. There we go. Thank you, cameraman. We're now looking at the sculler from Swan River, Maurice Robson, in lane 4. Really high rating work here. And what a leg drive. Slightly longer in the water here from lane 6, the ANA's James McGrath. And those two are almost neck and neck as they go through the halfway mark, with Anthony Colley coming through a little bit behind. Anthony rowing for the Glebe Rowing Club in New South Wales.
Presentation of medals for the men's Masters H pairs. The bronze medalists representing Melbourne Rowing Club and Powerhouse, Ross Mersel and Michael Dakic. Silver medalists representing Phoenix Rowing Club, Mark Musared and John Lister. And the gold medalists representing ANU and Melbourne Rowing Club, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. Please congratulate our 2023 champions and medalists.
And back to the final stages of the lightweight men's C single scull, and it is Maurice Robson from Swan River who has nudged himself out to a one-length lead over ANA's James McGrath, who's in a bit of a ding-dong battle against Glebe's Anthony Colley. Colley at the moment 2/3 of a length behind McGrath, but it's clear water for Maurice Robson from Swan River in the yellow boat coming down in the final stages of this race. This is the moment where it's always said you can taste the medal, and I have to say that Maurice is doing himself proud. He's sprinting the whole way despite having clear water lead over the crew from ANA Rowing Club. James McGrath just going across the line now to take his silver, and Glebe's Anthony Colley is there for the bronze.
We've just got the battle for the final placings now in the men's lightweight C singles, and it'll be a photo, but I think it will be Zane Lockley from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club finishing ahead of Peter Bowman from Endeavour Rowing Club. So confirmation of the results from the final of the men's lightweight C single sculls. A win for Maurice Robson from Swan River Rowing Club in WA. Second also to WA, James McGrath from ANA Rowing Club, with third going to Anthony Colley from Glebe Rowing Club. So racing now underway in race number 131. It's the Women's Masters C Coxless Fours. In lane 2, representing Melbourne and Richmond Rowing Clubs, Kate Dybel, Helen Pearce, Geraldine Goss and Tanya Nishabata. In lane 3, from the University of Queensland, Narelle Walters, Annie McDonnell, Rachel Kinnemouth, Margot Drayton, and coached by Edward Drayton. Lane 4, from Toowong and Commercial Rowing Clubs up in Queensland, Julianne Kelly, Jenny Conn, Andrea Connolly, Kate Dombrowski, coached by Angelina Ellis. Lane 5 from ANA Rowing Club in WA, Renee Bravelli, Sandra Clark, Alyssa Mansell and Marianne Amato. Lane 6 from North Shore Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lowe, Catherine Boland, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, coached by Kim Rudder. Lane 7 from Adelaide University in South Australia, Susie Ross, Christina Bursill, Angie Franco and Joe Malcolm. And then lane 8 from Mossman Rowing Club, here locally, Kim Laurie, Alexandra Walding, Kelly Ross, Carissa Kleiman, and they're coached by James Taylor. There's that crew from Adelaide University who are out in front at the moment, going past the 500 metre mark. Got themselves about a boat length ahead of the crew from Mossman in lane number 8, and then moving across to the University of Queensland in lane 3, the Melbourne Richmond Composite in lane number 2, and then back to our crews in the middle, the Toowong Composite, ANA and North Shore Rowing Club, as Ben Homer joins us in the commentary for the first time. Good morning, Ben. It's great conditions out there at the moment.
How good is it, Stuart? It is just beautiful, glassy water or close enough to it, especially after New South Wales Masters a couple of weeks ago. It was pretty challenging conditions, so awesome to see the water here at Penrith, perfect for the Aussie Masters. And as you said, Adelaide University leading from the outset of this race, but they're just being challenged here by Mossman Rowing Club. There's also a real battle going on for the bronze medal over on that far side. Uni of Queensland, look at the rating lift from them up against that Melbourne-Richmond composite. So this is going to be a great last 100 metres.
Well, we know what Queenslanders do in the last 10 or so.
Don't start it. Not now. I'm still recovering.
But it is Adelaide University out in front. They've got a boat length ahead of Mossman. The University of Queensland may just have moved up into second place. The Melbourne-Richmond composite sitting in third. Battling it out for the bronze medal. Mossman have now upped their rate of striking. Adelaide University, though, they've led from start to finish, and this crew will go through and take the win in the women's C Coxless Fours. Second place going to Mossman Rowing Club, with the Queenslanders coming across in third place. Fourth going to the Melbourne-Richmond composite in lane number 2, and then Toowong composite coming through in fifth place. And then they'll finish just ahead. I think we've got a photo for that final position. May just have been A&A on the line over the North Shore Rowing Club. But a strong win there from start to finish for Adelaide University in the Women's Masters C Coxless Fours.
How good's that for an unofficial finishing time for Adelaide University? 3 minutes 33 seconds, 0.33. 3 second gap back to second, 3 second gap back to third. So here's the Women's Masters Coxless 4 final, the C division. So we just had the Coxless 4.
But we just move on to the presentation of medals for the Men's Masters C Singles. In third place, bronze medalist, representing Penrith Rowing Club, Magnus Butlin. In second place, and silver medalist, representing Toowong Rowing Club, James Manning. And the winner and gold medalist, Australian champion for 2023, representing Lindisfarne Rowing Club, Tom Wilcox. Please congratulate our 2023 medalists.
Hey.
Presentation of medals for the lightweight men's Masters C single sculls. The bronze medalist, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Anthony Colley. Second place and silver medalists, representing A&A Rowing Club, James McGrath. And the winner and Australian champion for 2023, representing Swan River Rowing Club, Morris Robson. Please congratulate our 2023 champion and medalists.
So here we go, Women's Masters C Cox 4 on the water right now, and this is going to be potentially a close finish. Wendouree Ballarat in lane 7, they are rowing really nicely, and you can see over on the far side of the course, it looks as though it's Torrens from South Australia. Just going to get clarification. It's actually lane 4, it looks to be, which is the University of Queensland. No, it is Torrens Rowing Club, sorry. Yep, Torrens Rowing Club there in lane 4, for those familiar with Mossman. Very similar looking colours. And they are in a real battle here with the Victorians. Don't you love hamming this up, Stuart? We're talking about Queensland, New South Wales. Well, Victoria versus South Australia. Big rivalry here. This is going to be a wonderful last 150 metres. So you can see Wendouree Ballarat composite. They're on the near side of the course. Centre of the course, it's Torrens Rowing Club. Then back in third, in the middle of the course, it's Uni of Queensland composite, who are being challenged by Carrum Rowing Club, who are trying to snatch the bronze medal. And then back in fifth, it's the ADF rowing composite crew. But here we go, last 100 metres, the dark red boys approach. The rating is being lifted by the South Australians. Torrens really coming for this Wendouree Ballarat, Uni of Queensland, Yarra Yarra and Banks composite. It's got a few different clubs in it, and it's the South Australians at the moment that may just be ahead heading into the last 50 metres. And Torrens Rowing Club, they are going to claim the Australian title in the Women's Sea Coxed 4. And they're going to edge out this Wendouree Ballarat composite. And then third, gee, this is going to be really tight. Really, really tight. Maybe we'll need a photo. You'd probably say Karam had it. Would like to get clarification on the photo, but I think Karam just from the Uni of Queensland and then ADF through in fifth. That's what you thought, Stuart?
I think Karam might have just got it on the surge, but it was certainly very, very close on that one. So it's turned out to be the South Australians coming away with both the women's C4s, the Coxed and the Coxless, as we just get ready for the presentations of the women's Masters Coxless C4s. We just see the ADF crew. So confirmation of the results there, a win in the Women's Masters Coxed 4s, C grade for Torrens Rowing Club, ahead of the Wendouree Ballarat, University of Queensland, Yarra Yarra and Banks composite. Third place going to Karam Rowing Club, unofficially by 0.16 of a second from that University of Queensland crew over in lane number 5, with the ADF Rowing and Canberra Rowing Club composite coming through in 5th place. As we move on now to the presentation of medals for the Women's Masters C Coxless 4s. The medals will be presented by Tina De Vries, Nepean Rowing Club member and Rowing New South Wales volunteer for 10 years. In third place, bronze medalists representing the University of Queensland, Narelle Walters, Annie McDonnell, Rachel Kinnemouth, Margot Drayton. Silver medalists representing Mossman Rowing Club, Kim Laurie, Alexandra Walding, Kelly Ross, Carissa Kleiman. And gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Adelaide University. The crew of Susie Ross, Christina Bursill, Angie Franco and Joe Malcolm. Please congratulate our 2023 champions and medalists.
So on the course right now, the Women's Masters H2M quad. Now across the course, Manning River in lane 2, they went off 17 seconds. North Shore in 3, they also went off 17 seconds. They're a H crew. Riverside Composite with Phoenix Rowing Club from South Australia in lane 4. They also went off 17. They are a H crew. Another H crew in lane 5. The Sunshine Coast Mossman Composite also off 17. Then the lane 6 and 7. 6 is Abbotsford Composite. They went off go. They're an I crew. Tablelands in 7. They went off I. And then Melbourne University, Melbourne Rowing Club Composite in lane 8. They went off 17 seconds. So keep an eye on those crews outside of lane 6 and 7 because they are going to be hunting down those crews that went off go.
Yeah, and just through that first 500 metres, we did see the Tablelands crew in lane number 7 out in the lead, but Riverside and Phoenix Composite in lane number 4 sitting in second, just 6 seconds behind, so they've made up some big ground very early on through that first 500 metres. Abbotsford and Sydney Composite in lane number 6, they were sitting in third, then Manning River, Melbourne University, Melbourne Composite, North Shore, and then the Sunshine Coast and Mossman Composite as they're coming up towards the Red Boys. And we do have the Riverside Phoenix Composite from South Australia. They've just come away with a couple of wins, the South Aussies. Are they going to make it? 3 from 3 as we look to wrap up the first session of play here at the from the Friday of the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. The Riverside Phoenix Composite from South Australia, lane 4, they're out in front. Tablelands from Queensland in lane number 7, still holding on to second place. They've got a boat length over Melbourne University, Melbourne in lane number 8, and then North Shore in lane 3. Back then again to Abbotsford, Sydney Composite, the Sunshine Coast, Mossman Composite, and the Manning River Crews making up our field as Ben, we're into the final stages, and the South Australians still in the lead. The crew from Tablelands, though, crew.
Can they hang on? Gee whiz, what a race this is.
So that crew from Tablelands, Hamina Balch, Renate Wendell, Kathy Robertson, Karen Ross, 2 rowers in their 80s, still going strong. They're going to be pushed, though, coming into the final stages. We've got Riverside Phoenix. They're out in front. They're looking good for the gold. Here come the Melbourne University Composites. Are they able to get ahead of Tablelands on the line? They will. They'll come through and take the silver, but Tablelands will hold on. They'll take the bronze in a fantastic row for them. Then finishing ahead there of the crew from Sunshine Coast and Mossman, it looks like. So we've got a win there for the Riverside Phoenix crew. Second place going to the Melbourne University Melbourne Composite, with third going through to the Tablelands Country Rowing Club up in Queensland. North Shore finishing in 4th place ahead of Manning River, and then back again to the Sunshine Coast Mossman crew in 6th, and Abbotsford and Sydney in 7th place.
You can just see there in the last few strokes that Melbourne University Composite crew just taking the advantage from Tablelands in the battle for that silver medal. And this is why we love Masters rowing, because the handicaps, they're designed to ensure we get a blanket finish in races between different age groups, and we basically got that between those 2 crews, which was absolutely brilliant to watch, wasn't it? So Tablelands taking a bronze medal. That'll keep the Queenslanders happy, Stuart. Plenty of Queenslanders, I'm sure, happy with, Origin men's on Wednesday, the women's Origin last night. So us in New South Wales, apparently, we just don't get it, do we? We don't have the same spirit, is that right? Or
Look, I'm not touching that with the 10-foot pole. I'm representing the ACT tomorrow, so I need to... Presentation of medals now for the Women's Masters C Coxed Fours. The bronze medalists representing Carrum Rowing Club, Fiona Abbott, Angelique Everett, Cindy Plowman, Sarah Haywood, and they're coxed by Jessica Cuddy. Medals being presented by Tina DeVries from Nepean Rowing Club. Second place and silver medalists representing Wendouree Ballarat, the University of Queensland, Yarra Yarra and Banks. Catherine Carr, Linda Skidmore, Amanda Rookaway and Rebecca Gribble. They're coxed by Charlotte Lawrence. And the winners in 2023 Australian champions representing Torrens Rowing Club, Karen Farina, Belinda Jankoviak, Tori Toogood, Emily Elkuri, and they're coxed by Jed Watson. Please congratulate our 2023 champions and medalists.
So that wraps up the morning session here on day 2 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships for 2023 here in Sydney. And we will be back in about 20 minutes or so because we've got the Men's Masters F single, which is going to be coming up very, very soon. And we've got that final presentation, which will be running through in a very short time. So Men's F single, we've got 3 heats in that, which is fantastic numbers for the F single. And top 3 to the final, rest eliminated, so it'll be a 9 sculler final. And we've also got some D doubles as well, which is going to be intriguing to watch as well in the early Arvo. And then the men's B single. Now we've got the B double tomorrow. The B single is going to be some great racing because you look at what we saw in the A double earlier today, Stuart, which you were actually rowing in the heats. You would have seen just the quality of the B grade crews, because a lot of the A grade crews actually got eliminated. So the final ended up being predominantly B crews. So we're going to see a few of those guys in the B single a little bit later. So that'll be a great event to look out for.
Absolutely. I think that's, you really see some very, very strong rowing throughout, and particularly those early ages, you know, A grade being 27 to 34 from memory, and then B grade 35 through to 42. So still a lot of strength, still a lot of power, still people that, you know, potential. I mean, how old was Mahe Drysdale when he stopped rowing at the Olympics?
Well, some would say you peak between, you know, 34 and 40, some would say, especially in these kind of sports. You think of cycling as well. I know that recently the tour has been won by younger riders, but that's bucked a trend. Previously it was riders sort of, you know, early to mid-30s that would win the Tour de France. So, yeah, that's going to be awesome to watch out for. We've also got the mixed doubles coming up a little bit later on. So
there's 3 mixed eights races coming up at the very end of the program today, Ben, and I reckon that's going to be exciting. We've got the Mixed Masters C8s, the mixed E8s and the mixed H to M8s. So some big boat energy coming down the course at the very end of the day. What a way to finish up day 2 of the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. There's nothing better than seeing a whole club in an 8 together that's been training for this Australian Masters Rowing Championships. And we get to have a look at that a little bit later in that mixed 8. So looking forward to that. We've got so much to look forward to. We've got a medal presentation which is going to be on the way very, very soon. And that was for the race that we just saw coming down the course, which was the Women's Masters H to M Quad, which was won by Riverside Phoenix Composite, Melbourne Uni, Melbourne Rowing Club Composite with silver, and Tablelands Country Rowing Club from Queensland getting the bronze medal in that event, which we're going to have the presentation very, very soon for you. And you can just see here, Tablelands Rowing Club getting out of their boat. How good are the fluoro orange hats, the purple zooties? That has to be the best dressed crew of these championships that I've seen. I haven't been in commentary too long, Stuart, but in the period that I have been, I'm awarding it to them. They're outstanding.
Well, you'd never lose them in the fog.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. And the great safety feature, I know that, especially when you're you're out early in the morning.
Presentation of medals for the Women's Masters H&M Quad Sculls. The bronze medalists representing Tablelands Country Rowing Club, Harmina Balch, Renate Wendell, Kathy Robertson and Karen Ross. Our silver medalists, not at the podium at the moment, but representing Melbourne University and Melbourne Rowing Club, Sue Gould, Josephine Bant, Pamela Whiting and Jennifer Bigham. And our 2023 Australian champions representing Riverside and Phoenix Rowing Clubs in South Australia, Anne Ellis, Carolyn Mussered, Anne Pennington and Claire Sweeney. Please congratulate our 2023 champions and medalists. And we'll be back with the second session of rowing here at the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships in about 10 minutes or so.
some single action for you, and we've got the men's Masters F single, and Stuart James has jumped out. There you go. How about that, Kath? I've just combined both your surnames. Stuart John has jumped out, and Kath James from North Shore Rowing Club has joined me in the commentary box. So I'll just go through this these crews here in Heat 1. I'll just get some confirmation because I might have to go to the interwebs for this because our program isn't quite up to speed. I'm going off that. Lane 1, Peter Anthony, Kevin Horan in 2, Philip O'Dwyer in 3, Anthony Stanley in 4, Murray Doust in 5, Brian Glawson in 6, Michael Johnson in 7, Union's Bruce Tate in 8, and Pine River's John Velosa in lane number 9. So we'll get some confirmation exactly how this is all shaking out in the men's Masters F single. So I can tell you that we've had a consolidation. So the 3 heats have been consolidated into 2. So it's going to be top 4 going through. Originally it was 3 heats, top 3 going through. So it was a 9 sculler final. It's going to be an 8 sculler final. So it's down to 8 crews in this race, and then we've got 8 in Heat 2. So this crew actually has Peter Anthony from Melbourne Uni, who was an Olympic gold medalist in the double back in 1992. So he's over in lane 1 from Melbourne University. Horowhenua Kevin Horan in lane 2, Toowong's O'Dwyer in 3, Newcastle's Anthony Stanley in 4, Murray Doust also. Plenty of history. He's in 5 from Manning River. Riverside's Glawson in 6, Johnson from Mercy in 7, Union, and that's Bruce Tate, the Kiwi, Union Whanganui in 8, and Pine River's John Velosa in lane 9. So, Kath, you've come up into the commentary box. We're already just rearranging our paper. with
well,
the,
I've got all my cards here, Ben, and I've got to tell you, I'm still trying to get my head around how to say Horowhenua. That beautiful New Zealand club. They've come all the way over here from the Leven and Palmerston North area in New Zealand. And during my research last night, I would have to vote this club as the winner of the most stunning location for rowing, probably in the world. They row on the Manawatu River Loop in Foxton, and the water is just incredible there, protected from any weather. It's lovely to have international crews over here in Sydney.
Oh, it's wonderful. It is wonderful to have the New Zealanders. We've actually got a few of them with us from Nelson Rowing Club. Shout out for Nelson, out of where we're just stationed in the boat park. So awesome to have them all over here. So you can see that's the 500 splits coming through. So Michael Johnson from Mercy in Tasmania, then Peter Anthony not far behind. We mentioned that he'd be right up there from Melbourne University. Horowhenua's Kevin Horan in 3, and then Anthony Stanley from Newcastle Rowing Club. He is in lane 4. Bruce Tate from Union Whanganui in 5, and then Murray Doust from Manning in lane 6, in lane 5 in 6th place. And you can see the gaps are very tight. There was just 0.67 between Bruce Tate and Anthony Stanley, and that's that cut-off for the final. Top 4 going through. And you can see that we're no closer to knowing who's going to go through to the final. And the water is just incredible. The water is getting better as we go today, which is just fantastic. So you can see across the course, it was lane 7's Michael Johnson who was leading them through at the 500 metre mark. And based on sight, that looks to be slightly out of whack unless there's an issue, as over on that far side, Peter Anthony from Melbourne University looks to be in a good position, and so too is Kevin Horan from Horowhenua. And then it's going to be really tight here. This is going to be really tight for the top 4 spots because there's scullers coming from everywhere. Murray Doust sitting there in 3rd place at the moment. Bruce Tate from Union over in New Zealand. So the top 2 going through lane 1 and 2, Peter Anthony and Kevin Horan. and then Murray Doust and Bruce Tate. So we've got 2 Kiwis in that top 4. Brian Glawson just misses out from Riverside in South Australia. Philip O'Dwyer from Toowong in 6th. Anthony Stanley in 7th from Newcastle, and John Velosa from Pine Rivers in 8th place.
Look, I'm just grateful that you were here, Ben, because I have no idea what's going on with these mixed races all combining into one heat, so thank goodness for you. I love the Riverside Rowing Club there in Adelaide. They have a club motto. It's in Latin, but the English translation that's proudly mounted on their clubhouse wall. They won because they thought they could. And I think that's fantastic. If you think you're in for a chance, you've got a much better headspace to be in the race.
That's right. Mentally, it is so important to be switched on, especially in these single races where it's just you out there. And this is confirmation of the crews in this Heat 2. So top 4 going through. Robert Fendel from Glebe in 2. Simon Glascott in lane 3 from Drummoyne. And then Chatsikamanis from Yarra Yarra in 4. Salisbury from WA Rowing Club in 5. Walsh from North Shore in 6, McDonald from Tablelands in lane 7, Canberra's Raymond in 8, and then Johnston from Riverside in lane 9. So we've already got those 4 through to the final, the 2 Kiwis, joined by a couple of the Aussies in Peter Anthony and Murray Doust, Kevin Horan, Bruce Tate. They're all through already to the Men's Masters F single final. Who are going to be the final 4 to join them? We are going to wait and see, and then after this race, Kathy, all your paperwork will be in order.
I really hope so, because without you here by my side, no one would know what was going on.
So we're nearing the halfway point here in this second heat, the men's F single. And out there in front at the moment, it looks as though it is Salisbury, the sculler from WA Rowing Club. But it's going to be tight here. Maybe just being edged out by Raymond from, that's Chris Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club. Very, very tight. The computer is giving it to Daryl Salisbury by 0.29, but you never know with those with the timing huts. So Salisbury 1:58.51 in front of Chris Raymond. Then you've got Chris Walsh from North Shore in 3rd, Mark Johnson from Riverside in 4th, but that all-important gap back to 5th, Robert Fendel from Glebe Rowing Club. It's just 0.24. So that lane to watch is lane 2. From Glebe Rowing Club. Robert Fendel, he's got the time to try and pull back and get through to this F single final in the Men's Masters. Alrighty, last 150 metres on the course here. Chris Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club looks to have taken the lead here from Daryl Salisbury, who is in front at the 500. And just on the bow side of Daryl Salisbury is Walsh, and that is Chris Walsh from North Shore Rowing Club. And also right up there and in with a chance to go through is Chatsi Kumis from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club. But yeah, it's going to be tight. It's going to be really tight. Robert Fendel from Glebe had about 0.3 to pull back at the 500. He looks to have a lot more to make up here with 100 metres to travel. And it is the rower from the ACT, Canberra Rowing Club, Chris Raymond, who is going to go through in first place in this second heat of the men's F single. He's going to be joined by North Shore Rowing Club's Chris Walsh, Daryl Salisbury from WA Rowing Club, and Jack Chatsakumis from Yarra Yarra. Robert Fendel from Glebe, in the end, just couldn't pull back the time required to go through to the final. Mark Johnson from Riverside in 6, Lachlan McDonald from Tablelands in 7, and Simon Glascott from Drummoyne rounds out our field in Heat 2 of the men's F single.
So we're crossing over now to Heat 1 of the men's Masters D double. In lane 1, North Shore from New Zealand. That's the New Zealand North Shore Rowing Club of Rennie and Sharrock. Lane 2, ANA. Lane 3, the Gold Coast Masters composite of Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Lane 4 looks like a scratch. Lane 5, Powerhouse. Lane 6, ADF Rowing. Lane 7, Murwillumbah. Lane 8, Glebe Composite. That's a Glebe Drummoyne composite of Nicholas Brown and Brad Smith. And in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, Riverside Rowing Club. They look to have got a good start there, Ben, all centred in their lanes.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight one. Men's Masters D double. We saw the A double we were chatting about a little bit earlier, Stuart and I, and it was pretty blanket across the heats and also the final. It was pretty tight out there. So men's D double you'd expect to be pretty similar here, and we should get some good racing over these next 2 heats. So top 4 going through to the final.
And it was the ADF Rowing Academy that took the line honours in this year's, or the 2022 Disher Cup Regatta at the start of the season. It was a very tightly contested 6-race event, which is held annually by the ADFA and the Royal Military College at Duntroon, with ANU teams racing down there for the Disher Cup Regatta, and that's where the ADF Academy took those honours of the win of that Disher Cup.
So it's Murwillumbah leading, 145.14 through the first 500. Remember, top 4, all important you go through, and it's 1.29 the gap for the crew in 5th, which is the crew in lane 9, which is closest to the grandstand here of Dombrowski and Lee.
And it's great to see the Powerhouse Rowing Club up here from Melbourne. They row on the beautiful Yarra River. That organisation was formed in 1931. It was keeping the boys who were at the Lord Somers camp in line, rowing as a way that they could stay connected to one another. And that's the Powerhouse organisation that formed the Powerhouse Rowing Club. I like the name of that club. It's got a certain connotation of being a
powerhouse.
A brew house or a...
Well, Murwillumbah leading the way here in this this first heat. Just alongside them, that's Glebe Drummoyne Composite. Actually, Brad Smith's in that, but I rode with him in the A double. He's able to row D double as well. So very, very classy rower, and you'd think he would just be turning down the power here because they're in a comfortable position to go through, but it looks as though they're trying to go after it. Well, Nicholas Brown and Brad Smith. What are you doing, Brad? Come on, slow it down. Here's Murwillumbah just going toe-to-toe with them. And then over on the far side of the course in lane 3, that's the Gold Coast Masters composite crew with Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. And then in 4th place, they may have just pulled back the time required here. That's Riverside Rowing Club. And they are just going to do enough. So Murwillumbah go through in 1st. That's the Glebe Composite with Drummoyne in 2nd. Then over on the far side, it's Gold Coast Masters Composite in 3rd. And then in 4th place, Riverside Rowing Club. They just edge out Powerhouse, who had the advantage at the 500, Riverside come through and snatch that 4th spot. ADF in 6th, and then ANA 7th, North Shore from New Zealand in 8th place to round out this unofficial times there for the men's D double. And
I think Brad should be pretty happy with himself there.
yeah, they're
He's
looking
just
good.
secured himself another race for the afternoon.
Yeah, I know. That's a big day for him. I think he's got about 6 races. There's plenty of rowers. If you're in that age category, sort of between, I think, 40 and 60, I think you can rack up a lot of races because it's a favourable.
That's a big stretch there, Ben. We're talking 20 years. A
Well,
lot can happen in
I'm
that
just
20
talking
years.
for myself being 27. It's hard for me because
I hear you, baby.
I bring down the age group. There's only so many races.
Did you hear that, everyone? It's hard for Ben Homer.
Heat 2 here of the men's D double, and this should be another great race. We've got Yarra Yarra in lane 1, Easter Rowing Club from Singapore in 2, Shoalhaven in 3, Corio Bay in 4, Shoalhaven again in 5, Lindisfarne, Ulverston Composite in 6, Black Mountain in 7, Glebe in 8, ANA in lane 9. So
you can see
top
the black and white vertical stripes of the ANA Rowing Club. They're all the way from Bayswater in WA. They row on Champion Lakes, located in the city of Armidale with an A. And they were the 2022 Club of the Year from Rowing Australia. What a fantastic honour. Of course, the name ANA comes from a probably fairly unsavoury title now of Australian Natives Association, because back when the club was founded in the 1920s, there was a lot of British and other European imported rowers, and a fairly disgruntled bunch from WA. They didn't like that, and so they formed a club that you had to be born in Australia to row in, and that's where ANA, as far as my research goes, comes from. I think it might be.
I'm loving the history lesson, Kath. Thanks so much for all the information you're providing. Absolute wealth of knowledge. And we've got the 500 approaching here, the men's D double. Second heat, and this is going to be really tight. That's going to be tough for the timers in the heart. 0.1 the difference. It's being called between Lindisfarne, Ulverston Composite, the Tassie Composite, Yarra Yarra in second, Black Mountain in third. That's the club captain, Ian Mongan, in that boat with Mark Partridge. Glebe in fourth, but there it is, Corio Bay in lane 4, 0.1, and then Shoalhaven 0.16 further back, and then the other Shoalhaven crew at only 1.15 in seventh. So there's 1.5 seconds from sort of 5th through to 7th, and 3 seconds separating 4th to 7th. So here we go. Last 300 or so metres. The last 250 is approaching rapidly. This is going to be another great finish for those top 4 in this Heat 2 of the men's D double. And out in front, it is that Tassie Composite crew in lane 6, leading the way from Yarra Yarra at the 500, but maybe Black Mountain have just been able to edge their way into second spot. There's some moves coming in the middle of the course though. Corio Bay, Shoalhaven, absolutely moving as well. Those two Shoalhaven crews were around the mark of that top 4 with about 500 metres to go. So the Tassie Composite out in front. Maybe it's Yarra Yarra just into second now, but the crews are coming here. They are coming from everywhere for this 4th spot. Black Mountain currently occupying 3rd, but there's a move coming from Glebe Rowing Club. They were in 4th at the 500. Corio Bay overtook them. Maybe Glebe are keen to get that back and go through to the final. So here they come into the last 20 metres. Absolute blanket finish. Corio Bay are going to snatch that final spot and go through just ahead of Glebe Rowing Club. So Black Mountain, Yarra Yarra and the Tassie Composite, Lindisfarne and Ulverston all through to the final in the men's D double. Glebe and the 2 Shoalhaven crews miss out. And then the final crew across the line is Easter Rowing Club out of Singapore. So unofficially 3:37.27 that time in the men's D double Heat 2. final crew there is A&A Rowing Club coming through in 9th place in the men's D double. Now, we did have a little break, not too much of a break, 5 minutes until the men's B single. There's going to be some good crews out here. I know there's, what do we got here? We've got top 4 going through in this first heat, and that is going to involve just 5 scullers. So it's always hard in these races. Only one misses out. Always tough for that rower that misses out when it's 4 through and 5 in the race. We've got 2 heats in this men's B single. It's the same story in the second heat because we've had Mark Thirlwall from Shoalhaven. He has scratched from this first heat. So that's going to be coming your way very, very soon. Don't forget as well, at the close of racing today around 5 p.m, all rowers planning to go to the World Rowing Masters Regatta in South Africa, could you head along to a meet and greet near the cafe under the shade cloth just behind the grandstand. So head along there at the close of racing. If you're heading along to the World Rowing Masters Regatta, or if you're interested in heading to South Africa for that event, looking forward to that World Masters Rowing Regatta. That'll be fantastic in South Africa a little bit later on this year.
And welcoming all the live stream viewers at the moment. We've got a little break now before the start of the next race. I wonder if Ben, have you had a read of Lessons in Chemistry, that novel by Bonnie Garmus? Have you managed to see that?
I haven't. Is this actually on chemistry, or is it a...
Well, he's you need to just add another 20 years to your age, Ben. But there's a beautiful, those of you who have read it, I'm going to read a little passage of it for you as the star of that novel is described. And the author says, when you think about it, rowing... let me start again. He was also an introvert, which isn't really a flaw, but often manifests itself as standoffishness. But worst of all, he was a rower. As any non-rower can tell you, rowers are not fun. This is because rowers only ever want to talk about rowing. Get 2 or more rowers in a room and the conversation goes from normal topics like work or weather to long and pointless stories about boats, blisters, oars, grips, ergs, feathers, workouts, catches, releases, recoveries, splits, seats, strokes, slides, starts, settles, sprints, and whether the water was really flat or not. From there, it usually progresses to what went wrong on the last row, what might go wrong on the next row, and whose fault it was and or will be. At some point, the rowers will hold out their hands and compare calluses. If you're really unlucky, this could be followed by several minutes of head-bowing reverence as one of them recounts the perfect row where it all felt easy. I love that. You need to read the book, Ben.
That's why we row, isn't it? For that last line. And you know what? It's actually probably fair that if you meet a rower out of a rowing environment and you just find out they're a rower, you're always going to talk about it. Because you don't get that too often, do you? You don't get it a whole lot.
But does that make
especially
us
in
boring?
regional areas.
Does it make us boring middle-aged people when all we can talk about is rowing? My kids would definitely say so. It's banned from the dinner table conversation.
Well, it's a real interest. Oh, here we go. Now we've got the camera. Wave to the live stream. It's an interesting one, Kath, because some people would say that it's a better topic than some other controversial topics like religion or politics, bringing that up. So I would say rowing's a safer topic to bring up than those. So I don't think it's boring at all.
It's neutral and it's wonderful, and to have so many fantastic people involved at the volunteer level across all the clubs that are represented here. I would like to give a shout out to the volunteers of rowing. Across all walks of life, rowing brings a commonality to us all, and the hours, the countless hours that are put into coaching and club activities. It's outstanding.
Yeah, especially everyone that's volunteering at this regatta. We get the easy job sitting up here and just flapping our gums, Kath, because there's people down there, the boat holders out there for half the day, a few hours of the day, maybe the full day, ensuring that the boat, I think if when it's really windy, get a bit of rain, takes it to a quite challenging level. So we really appreciate all the volunteers that give up their time for this regatta.
I've got to say, Ben, the idea of lying down for 5 hours at the holding blocks is very appealing to me.
Especially on a nice day like today, you might enjoy it.
You'd have to make sure you flip yourself over so you tan equally on the front side to the back side, but it's a back-breaking task. And shout out to all the BROs and boat officials. It's a day of sailing on these Penrith Lakes.
Yeah, beautiful weather, and we're very, very shortly going to get this next race underway, which is the Men's Masters B Single. The first heat is just getting ready at the start. All right, so we were just chatting about the Men's Masters B Single. Just some confirmation that these two heats have now been consolidated into a straight final because we've had a few more scratchings. So you may see some rowers row down the course. They're not racing. So if it's your club in this particular race, or you can see them out there, just know that they're not racing. They're just going to go for a little paddle down the course, and they are going straight through to the Men's Masters B final, which is going to take place. This is the Men's B Single, and that is going to take place at 3:05 a little bit later on this afternoon. And I'll just see if that draw is done, just so we have who is going straight through. No, it's not yet. So we'll be able to tell you who's going through. I can see Gareth Sorkeld from Newcastle Rowing Club. He's coming down, so he's going to be going through to the final. North Esk's Patrick Bird. He's also out there. And then over on the far side, ANA's Cade Zulsdorf. And then Juan Gameres from Leichhardt. So it looks as though it was Gareth McShay from Yarra Yarra who was the scratching from this first heat. So those four men that I mentioned, they're going straight through. The second heat had 5 in it, and it looks as though there are 5 scullers coming down the course. So that final, just based on some investigative work here, we haven't got the list cap, is that final at 3:05, the Men's B Single, is going to be a final of 9. And the scratchings from the heat, Mark Thirlwall from Shoalhaven, he was originally scratched, but Gareth McShay from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, he is definitely not coming down the course. So he's the other scratching. So those 9 scullers, Cade Zulsdorf from ANA, Juan Gameres from Leichhardt, Patrick Bird from North Esk, Gareth Sorkeld from Newcastle, Cody Elam Allen from Centenary, Kevin Wall from Shellharbour Rowing Club, Julian Wright from Brisbane and GPS, Ben Farrell from ADF Rowing, and Andrew Goldstein from Banks. They are all going through to the final at 3:05.
Well, I'll be on the water at that time or recovering backstage, but I'm very impressed with you, Ben, how you can sound so confident winging it off paperwork that is completely inaccurate. I was interested when I was looking at this Penrith Lake system out here. I took a wrong turn, to be honest, last night on my way home in the dark, and I ended up in the middle of absolutely nowhere, but it was the most beautiful, picturesque part of Mulgoa, or somewhere near Penrith. And I got to thinking that this Penrith Lake system, part of the Penrith Lake scheme back in the 80s, was really a sand and gravel quarry, a 2,000 hectare site here that was developed into the Penrith Lake scheme. And this particular venue where we are was opened in 1995 for the summer Sydney Olympics, as you all know. It's a very historic area on Darug land, and this particular venue has a special spectator seating area, and the capacity over there is 1,000 people in that stand. It was designed by Adelaide architects Woods Bagot. Beautiful piece of architecture, actually, that stand. You might not appreciate it from where you're sitting, but from here it's very well designed for the capacity that it holds to see a lot of the course. And this is a 2,300 metre competition lake. It's 5 metres deep, fresh water that's fed from the Nepean River. There's a 1,500 metre warm-up lake on the backside of the grandstand, and a 5 kilometre cycling and running track which circumnavigates the pond. And the venue can fit 30,000 people in it, with 20,000 on the island. So it's got a very rich history here as the sand and gravel quarry that serviced a lot of the buildings in Sydney at the turn of the century. And we get to use it now as a really spectacular world-class rowing venue.
Yeah, what a venue it is here at Cirque, and it's always special. I know that a lot of the rowers based out of Sydney get to use it more regularly than the other rowing clubs, sort of regional New South Wales, but also the others around Australia. But and sometimes being from New South Wales, you might take it a bit for granted, but it is a pretty special course, and it's awesome that we have the ability to row on a course that was used for the Olympic Games and still being used. And it's a good point, because so often we see Olympic Games, money's put into stadiums or venues, and then, well, look at Beijing 2008. You go and Google what they look like now. It's a little bit scary. So it's fantastic that we still get to use it. And the venue, I know a lot of people say it's better because the trees have now grown up. So you look back at the footage of Sydney Olympics.
Developed some issues with growth of blue-green algae on this course. In 1997, it was an algal bloom, and of course, I think there was a cancellation maybe pre-COVID because of algal problems. They removed the ribbon plants, which ameliorated all of those algal problems.
Yeah, the Aussie Rowing Championships were meant to be held here last year, but they got moved to Ngambie last year, and that was because of the blue-green algae, but also the flooding as well, issues with rain. And we do know we're heading into a bit of a dry spell now, as we so often go through in this country. Get a spell of years of rain and then spell of a dry spell, and apparently this winter is going to be a little warmer, and it is quite warm today here at Penrith Lakes. And there's going to be some warm racing coming down the course here. We've got the Women's Masters E Quad. I say warm because it's only the heats. Finals is when it really starts to get cooking. So
that's very nice referencing there, Ben.
Top 3 going through to the final, and we've got 3 heats, so it's going to be 9 going through to the final in this Women's Masters E Quad. So we may as well just go through these. So we've got the Ulverstone Tamar composite out of Tasmania, Narelle Hayes, Nerily Ellis, Marie Coulson and Gina Anderson. Black Mountain Rowing Club in 3, Kathy Nash, Cecilia Young, Yvonne Poles and Jane Robinson. Melbourne Rowing Club in 4, that's Jill Plummer, Catherine Dermody, Jen Kilby and Angela Rice. Commercial Rowing Club in 5, Georgina Gardner, Joe Cook, Andrea Connolly and Louise Street. Dragons composite with Riverway and Toowong. We've got Svetlana Vikolov, Jacqueline De Jong, Tracy Capes and Martina Proctor in lane 7. Murwillumbah, Ulverston Mercy composite, Alison Kirkwood, Sandra Wilson, Michelle Johnston and Tamsin Brew. Fremantle ANU, Uni of WA composite in 8, Sarah Knight, Ruth Degofsky, Indra Sivakalanda and Michaela May. And Shoalhaven Rowing Club in 9, Mary Ambrose, Robin Wakefield, Linda Eddington and Simone Jones, coached by David Eddington. And that race has now started. This is Heat 1, the Women's Masters E Quad, top 3 to the final.
And I think that must be the very same Tamsin Brew in that Murwillumbah composite that was a North Shore rower for many years, and I believe in on the June long weekend is getting married. So that's a little bit of interesting information. Tamsin Brew in the Murwillumbah composite crew. And I think there'd be a fair whack of state rowers, state quad and state 8 rowers in this group here. They're all within that sweet spot. As you said, between 40, was it 40 and 50? Was that the sweet spot? Ben?
I was saying sort of 40 and well, I just think anything above 40 probably is a good sweet spot because you can get plenty of rowing out of that. It's sort of I don't have any research to back this up, but I'd presume that's the biggest amount of participants in those age groups around that.
And just to put a bit of context around the Dragons composite, of course, there's nothing to do with Dragons rowing, and there are no kayaks or dragon boats at the Dragon Rowing Club in Queensland. It's one of the few rowing clubs on the Brisbane's North Shore, on the edge of Breakfast Creek up there, and they share their facilities with St Margaret Girls' School. They can row either way, toward the CBD or toward the Gateway Bridge, with great access to the Brisbane River. But the Dragons Rowing Club really promote their para rowing athletes who participate fully with all the competitions from club to state to nationals. It's fantastic, the para rowing out of the Dragons Rowing Club.
Well, Kath, this is looking fantastic. Just look at the crews in this Heat 1 of the Women's Masters E-Quad. It is a wonderful race. Murwillumbah composite from the naked eye just looked to be ahead. And then in the middle of the course, you've got Commercial Rowing Club. They're sitting there in lane 5. And then over on the far side in 2, you can see Ulverston and Tamar composite. And you can see the big T there, just making it clear. Tamar Rowing Club, it's just wonderful. The Tasmanian crew who are coming down the course, top 3 going through to the final, and they've just hit a rough patch. Some turbulence maybe here for Commercial Rowing Club in the middle of the course. They may be getting swamped here because Black Mountain have just eased their way nicely with some rhythm into a good position to strike. You've also got the Fremantle A&A Uni of WA composite crew in lane number 8, potentially pushing for the 3rd spot, but still it's Commercial trying to hold on. They've got the Dragons composite crew also coming after them. Shoalhaven in lane 9, wanting that 3rd spot and a berth in the final, but out in front, it is a real good tussle. Both boats have bow numbers saying 2 on them, but that is of course not the case. Murwillumbah just edged out by the crew on the far side, Ulverston composite, and then 3rd is going to go to Commercial Rowing Club, just from the Dragons composite, and then it's a photo for those 2 crews, Black Mountain, Shoalhaven, Fremantle composite, and then Melbourne rounding out the field in this women's E-Quad Heat number 1. And if that's a little, I'm not going to call it an entree, but a preview, because we've got a couple of heats on the way here in this women's E-Quad. We are going to have some great racing because 3 out of, what do we have there? 3 out of 8 means that usually it's going to be tight. The amount going through is less than half of the field and usually ensures that you get some great finishes. So cannot wait. There's confirmation. Ulverston Tamar in 348.6, Murwillumbah composite 1.2 further back, Commercial in 3rd place, and all those through to the final.
And they're lining up now for race 143, the Women's Masters E4 Quad. Abbotsford in lane 2, the crew of Hancock, Natio, McCaskill and Guthrie. Endeavour lane 3, Drummoyne lane 4, St George composite with Balmain and Mossman in lane 5. The Nelson composite, Nelson and Drummoyne. That's Nelson in New Zealand in lane 6. Lane 7, Melbourne composite, that's Melbourne Richmond and Melbourne University. And the Manning River composite in lane 8. That's a composite of Drummoyne Rowing Club, Sally Wiebeck, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Rowena Stewart, St George, Joanne Ward, and Joanne McPhillamy from Manning River. And they're racing now.
Bit of a commentator's nightmare, this one, Kath, because you've got 4 composite crews in this race. It is composite chaos here. So you've got boats with multiple Zooties. So
It's a patchwork.
makes it a little bit tougher to call. The 3 crews on the far side, Abbotsford, Endeavour, Drummoyne. They're all from the one club, and
Why don't
there's
I
an issue.
concentrate on them? And
Well, there's an issue here. We'll just try and work out which boat that is that looks to be stranded.
it looks like lane 4. That's a Drummoyne crew of Finnegan, Chapman, Smith and Tucker. They did have a problem. They've restarted now.
Yeah, it is the Drummoyne crew. You can see the Drummoyne colours. They're almost drifting all the way here into lane 6. So this is going to be really tough to pull back after that kind of start. Maybe an issue with the boat, a crab. It's always frantic at the start in a quad. So unfortunately, they're a long way back. Can they pull themselves out of it? Because across the field, the rest of these 6 boats are neck and neck as we head towards the 500. This 500 split, if it remains as it is right now, it's going to be intriguing because there's no crews that really look to be dropping off at this point. So there's that crew. They are working their way back across to their lane. So they're going to row probably about 1,500 metres for a 1K.
And that Melbourne Composite's looking very strong there, Ben, rowing beautifully. They look to have settled back into that race now, sitting back, getting good run on the boat.
Yeah, just having a look with the binoculars. Right now, it looks as though it's the St George Composite.
They're
right
right
up
on.
there with the Melbourne Composite that you're touching
There's
on there,
nothing
Kath.
in it all between St George Composite and Melbourne Composite. There's a 0.1 of a second difference. They're neck and neck. Manning River, Nelson Drummoyne.
Yeah, so very, very
It's going to be
tight.
exciting.
Those top 4, Endeavour further back in 5th place, Abbotsford in 6th. So you'd probably have to rule out those 2 crews, and then sadly Drummoyne in 7th place. So disappointing for them when you have a boat issue or a crab, and they are well and truly out of it now with about 300 metres to travel. So it's 4 crews for 3 places. You don't have to be a genius at maths to work out that does not go. And right now, comfortably sitting out in front, St George Composite, Melbourne Composite. So it's the Nelson Drummoyne Composite and the Manning River Composite who are battling it out for the 3rd place. And maybe they're just working their way towards 2nd, this Manning St George Drummoyne Composite crew. So they are just moving even further clear of the Nelson Composite, who are going to have to produce something. It is late to do it in a quad. It's really hard to pull back time in the bigger boats, as we know, but they are trying to do their best here. Nelson Drummoyne Composite crew with 200 metres to come down the course. Still out in front, it is that Richmond Uni, the Victorian Composite crew with St George, Balmain and Mossman. The Sydney Siders, they're sitting comfortably in the top 2, and it looks as though the Nelson Drummoyne Composite have just been unable to overhaul this Manning River St George Drummoyne Composite, who are sitting nicely now in 3rd place.
They look very strong, Ben. Number 7, the Melbourne Composite crew are coming forward to win by half a canvas maybe from the St George Composite in 2, followed by Manning River Composite in 3, Nelson Composite in 4. That's the crew of Clarice, Bonham Carter, Cox and O'Connell.
So the composites finish in the top 4, and the club crews over on that far side, Abbotsford in 5th. In 6th place is Endeavour Rowing Club out of the Hunter Valley, and then in 7th place, Drummoyne, but of course they had that issue with their boat, and so disappointing that we didn't get to see them at full tilt. You would anticipate if they had have not had those concerns. So those top 3 going through to the final, and we have got the final heat coming down the course very, very soon. Women's Masters E Quad, Kath, and here we go. It's another composite-a-thon in this quad.
They're all squared and buried up at the start line. I was wondering yesterday how they got such a straight line, but of course they're all being held. They're breathing up, leaning forward, for a fast start, and they're racing.
So Perth Composite, Adele Chapman, Lisa Lettick, Catherine Kennedy and Celia Cornwell, they're in lane 2. That's combined with Albert Park and South Melbourne Rowing Club. Torrens Port Adelaide Composite in 3. Gina Bell, Robin Gray Gardner, Alison Smith, Simone Ellis. In 4, North Shore, Julie Bohm, Joe Hodkinson, Annalise Appleton, and Rhonda Decker, coached by David Kay. Clifton Composite, the Kiwis with Union Whanganui, North Shore, New Zealand. That's Emily Nubelot, Jennifer Evans, Kay Poynton and Helen Wood. Nagambie Composite in 6 with Wentworth District, Christine Bosley, Fiona Howard, Linda Cafasso and Susan Andrews. In 7, Pine Rivers, Susan Hafner, Anne Holmes, M. Schmeider, Solvig Ward. And from Sydney Uni in 8, Jodie Cathcart, Jane Boland, Emma Smith, Lisa Cotty, coached by Kristen Lickvist and Philip Titterton.
Well, who would have known that my sister-in-law was racing in lane 8, Sydney University? I'll shout out to Jane Boland there in...
So what have you got on Jane, Kath? Have you got any?
I've got so much tea on Jane, honestly. But to say Kirsten Lindquist and Phil Titterton, fantastic, dedicated coaches. Obviously, Phil has a very long history with Rowing New South Wales, contributed so much over the years. I've got a soft spot for the lane 8 rowers. They're closest to me. I'll have to shout out to them when they get here. But also the North Shore crew of Bohm, Hodgkinson, Appleton and Decker, coached by David Kay.
So we're getting these 500 metre split times, which Torrens and Port Adelaide Composite with Pine Rivers, those top 2, and then 3rd place just in front, North Shore sitting there in 4th place. And we'll just get some confirmation on that timing. Clifton Composite in 5th, Nagambie Wentworth in 6th. What I can tell you is, when the timing fails, the binoculars do not. And, well, it's down to human error, not technological issues. So there we go. Confirmation, Torrens Port Adelaide 1st, Pine Rivers 2nd, Perth Albert Park South Melbourne in 3rd place, fair gap, but North Shore in 4th. Here we go, Kath. Can your club here, North Shore, pull back 0.3 and snag a spot in the final? They're in lane 4, so keep a watch on them.
I think they might have a good chance of doing that. And the Albert Park South Melbourne Rowing Club, were separate at the very outset in 1873, but they did merge their 2 clubs. The Albert Park and the South Melbourne Club, merging in 1995. They row in a natural swamp, that is the Albert Park Lake down there in Victoria, South Melbourne. And they've got a composite with Perth. That's Adele Chapman from the Perth Rowing Club, Catherine Kennedy, and Celia Cornwell.
How about this for a finish? There's also a wonderful finish coming from that Perth, Albert Park, South Melbourne crew that you just mentioned, and North Shore. They just look to be struggling a little bit. Nagambie Composite, they're in a great position, potentially. Pine Rivers Rowing Club, they're in lane 7, and as we touched on at the 500, in a wonderful spot there to go through. But this is going to be tight here for 3rd place. It's the Perth Composite, it is North Shore Rowing Club, and it's the Nagambie Composite. So Torrens Composite, Pine Rivers, they are going through. Here we go for 3rd spot here. Who is going through to the final? Who wants this more desperately? We may need a photo. This is going to be tight. It is just going the way of the Perth, Albert Park, South Melbourne Composite crew. What a wonderful finish, just edging out North Shore and Nagambie Wentworth. Clifton Composite in 6th place, and then we're going to see Sydney Uni in 7th.
A shout out to those Sydney Uni rowers crossing the line. Well done.
Women's Masters H to M double now is just about to get underway. Now, this is heat number 1, top 4 going through, so just the 2 heats. Goolwa in 3, Jackie Woodhead and Diana Tebneff, coached by Bob Russell. Melbourne Uni in 4, Josephine Bant and Pamela Whiting. Phoenix Rowing Club in 5 from South Australia, Anne Ellis and Caroline Mussered. Judy Walsh and Genevieve Dobbs in the Manning River Canberra composite. They are in lane 6. Susan Walter and Susan Wannon, coached by Kim Rudder, in 7. From North Shore Rowing Club and Drummoyne Rowing Club in 7, Lydia Miladinovich and Alex Warner. So H to M double. Stuart John has jumped in. Kath James has jumped out. She's pumped about the North Shore crew. And I know Kim Rudder, I'm sure, would get it all the time, but that's just a brilliant name for a rowing coach.
Absolutely.
Awesome. So,
was that a pun intended? Awesome?
No, it wasn't. It actually wasn't. Some people think that it was, but no, totally unintentional. I try not to use puns. Sort of a bit cringeworthy, isn't it? What do you think about puns?
Look, it
Let's
depends
get
on the
to that
pun.
after this.
It depends on the pun there, Ben. It really does depend on the pun. But looking down the course, now there's not a lot to split our crews going down at the moment. This is the Women's Masters H to M double sculls. First, second, third and fourth going through to the final, with the rest being eliminated from this event. So 4 out of 6 of our crews will go through. We've got the 2 heats. Second heat coming up a little bit straight after this. So our crews in the middle looking quite comfortable. So that's the Manning River Canberra composite. Judy Walsh from Canberra Rowing Club and Genevieve Dobbs from Manning River. Phoenix Rowing Club from South Australia in lane number 5. Sitting up there as well. So not a lot to separate all of our crews at the minute. So as they're coming up now towards the 500 metres, it is Melbourne University leading Phoenix, then North Shore Goolwa sitting in the final qualification position, just a second ahead of the Manning River Canberra composite in 5th, and then Drummoyne in 6th. Ben Homer steps out for the moment. I am joined by Georgie Rowe from the Australian women's rowing team. Georgie, good afternoon. Welcome to the Masters Rowing Champs.
Thank you. It's definitely a different, same scenery, but different demographic of people down here today. It's awesome. I love it. It's good to see everybody that I know and have a bit of a chinwag with a few of the master rowers. So really enjoying it.
You haven't been tempted yourself as a Masters rower, A-grade Masters rower, to jump out there as well?
Well, thanks for bringing up my age. Technically, I could go in a few events because I'm 30 now, but no, haven't been tempted. We were racing a bit last week and that really knocked me about. But the 1K race is definitely a bit more appealing than a 2K race. So I am very envious of the master rowers doing 1,000 metres instead of 2.
But the thing I have heard, though, is that over the 1,000 metres, you do tend to fly and die a little bit more.
Yeah, well, I'm very well known for a fly and die if you've watched any of my races.
As we just see our rowers coming up towards the 250 metre mark, it is Melbourne University still out in front ahead of Phoenix in lane number 5, sitting in second. Goolwa in third place, and then also being challenged there by North Shore in lane 7, and then back a little bit further to Drummoyne. Now you're heading off soon, Georgie, to Europe for the World Rowing Cups and the World Rowing Championships. How's the preparations going at the moment?
Yeah, we head off on Tuesday. Really looking forward to it. We head straight to Varese. We'll be training on Lake Varese in Italy, and that's where our World Cup 2 event is. Then we'll go over to Switzerland for World Cup 3, which will be awesome. It's a beautiful course there at Lucerne. I don't know if anyone's been lucky enough to row there. That's here today, but it's a very quite a magical course, that one. But yeah, leading into this competition, we've been pretty fortunate. We've had some really good water on the Nepean and had a really solid block of training. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what we can produce. The European Championships were on last weekend, and I don't know if anyone watched the racing, but Romania did pretty much a clean sweep of the regatta. So I did get a little bit nervous seeing their results, but yeah, I mean, all we can do is put our best foot forward and have a crack out there, and the team's in pretty good shape. A bit of sickness at the moment, but once we get over there and get a bit of sunshine and a bit of warmer weather, I think we'll come off pretty good.
As we just confirmed the results in heat number 1 of the Women's Masters H2M double scull. So Melbourne University with the win, ahead of Phoenix Rowing Club in second, North Shore in third, and Goolwa, our final qualifiers in the Women's Masters H2M. Fifth place going to Manning River Canberra Composite with Drummoyne in sixth. Second heat is underway, and that is Tablelands in lane 3, Manning River in lane 4, Mossman lane 5, Sunshine Coast Sydney University in lane 6, and Riverside in lane 7. You mentioned before, Georgie, about the magicalness of, that's not a word, but we'll go with it, of Lucerne. But I mean, Europe just seems to have some of those courses. Lake Bled for the European Championships, that is just a stunning course as well.
Yeah, I haven't actually rowed at Lake Bled, but I did go there in 2019, and it is such a beautiful course. It just, yeah, the water and just the scenery is pretty sensational. But there's just something about Lucerne, and if you've rowed there and you've been there early in the morning, and you've got, on one side, you've got a big hill, and then there's cows on the hill, and they've got cowbells around them, and you're rowing down the course, and hopefully there's not too many other crews on the water, and you can just hear the cowbells. It's really like, I can't even put it into words, because it's just one of those things that you just experience, and it just does really feel like magic. So yeah, it's a beautiful place. I'm really looking forward to going there, and we've had some pretty decent results there. Last year we came first at the World Cup 3, which was awesome. And yeah, the team often does do pretty well there, so maybe there is a little bit of sweet magic there for the Aussie team.
Go for it. Get yourself some watches and knives at the same time.
I bought a necklace last year and it broke the other day when I was doing cleans in the gym, so might have to shout myself when I'm over there.
It'd be rude not to.
Yeah. They've got some pretty good chocolate over there too. I think we all come home a couple of kilos heavier.
Look, absolutely nothing wrong with getting stuck into a bit of Swiss chocolate.
That's true. The Swiss cheese ain't too bad either.
Look, yeah, absolutely. When you're over there, do you get much of a chance to do much sightseeing at all, or is it predominantly business? You know, you're Varese, you're up to Lucerne, and then it's back home again?
Yeah, we're pretty on the job. We're just fly in, fly out kind of situation. We even, the day of racing, the last day of racing is a Sunday, and we fly out that Sunday night, so we don't even get to, have a few brewskis with the crew after. On the plane we do, but yeah, it's just pretty much business as per usual, and just get on the job and get the job done, and yeah, fly in, fly out, like I said. So I'm looking forward to it, and yeah, it's a nice vibe, and it does create this nice lead into the World Championships as well. So if you don't get such great results, it can also identify, okay, well, we're going to go home and have a really solid block of training leading into World Champs. Or if you come off with a really good race, it also kind of gives you a bit of a boost, like, okay, we're on the right track. So you can really take a lot of positives out of the opportunity to race there. And yeah, and then you obviously have the World Championships, which this year we're qualifying for the Olympic Games, and that has its own stress. And being one of the toughest regattas, and in 2019 that was pretty tough. But yeah, like again, just kind of focus on what we're doing, and yeah, looking forward to the racing and seeing where we're at.
So just through the 500 metres, it was Manning River leading Riverside, Mossman, Sunshine Coast, Sydney University, and then Tablelands at the moment, just outside, or well outside at the 500 metre mark of that final qualification position in the Women's Masters H2M double sculls. You've mentioned before about the Romanians and how well they did at the regatta. The Brits are always a massive challenge, no matter what boat class they're in.
Yeah.
Who are your other main competitors in the, I guess mostly for you in the 8, but in general
well,
as
the main competitor is the clock, I feel. The clock and the conditions. But yeah, the Brits have been pretty strong as well from last year, this new cycle leading into the Olympics. They've been very strong. I think for us in the 8, it's a lot of who's there on the day. Yeah, the Romania did do very well. The Brits came second to them at the Euros. But, I mean, the Dutch, they doubled up their whole crew, and they still come off with a medal, which is, like, pretty amazing. So, yeah, it depends on the day, and just making sure you're up for the challenge. And I think if we can execute our race, I feel like that'll put us in a good place. So I don't like to think too much about the competition, and just kind of focus on what we're doing, and focus on how we're rowing. And if that's right, then the results will take care of themselves.
And how many qualifiers from the World Championships go directly to the Olympics?
For the women's 8, it's only 5. So if we come 6th, I'm going to need a few drinks.
Might be an interesting
ride. Might be Steve Sharp from Rowing New South Wales, I think.
As we just confirmed the results for heat number 2 of the Women's Masters H2M doubles. So we've got K Squared, Kay Pullen and Kay Smythe from Manning River Rowing Club finishing in first, ahead of Riverside Rowing Club's Anne Pennington and Claire Sweeney in second. Mossman Rowing Club's Ann Taylor and Margaret Small in third. And then the Sunshine Coast Sydney University composite of Kerry Bigsworth and Susan Stewart going through in that final qualification position, with Kathy Robertson and Karen Ross from Tablelands Country Rowing Club coming through in fifth. Racing underway in heat number 1 of the Men's Masters H double sculls. Again, first, second, third and fourth going through to the final. Lane 2, Pine Rivers Rowing Club in Queensland. Lane 3, Lake Macquarie in New South Wales. Lane 4, Phoenix Rowing Club from South Australia. Lane 5, Murdoch University from WA. Lane 6, it's a Barnsdale Toowong composite, so that's Victoria and Queensland. So a little bit of nice combination there. Lane 7, Glebe Rowing Club. Lane 8, Sunshine Coast and Murwillumbah. And then lane number 9, Melbourne and Powerhouse. So you've got, Georgie, the 2 World Cups come back home, and then you're back over again for the World Championships, which are...
In Serbia, yeah, in Belgrade in Serbia, yeah. So the first tour is about 4.5, 5 weeks, and then we come home for about a month and then go back over for, I think it's about 3.5, 4 weeks. And a lot of people take holidays after or spend their time in Europe when they can. I think I'm coming straight home and I'll reassess where I'm at. But yeah, it'll be really great to get over there and get the racing done. And I'm just, yeah, like I said, really looking forward to getting into the European summer and having a few Aperol Spritz when I can and a few margarita pizzas. If I'm going to be honest, it'll be good. The gelato over there is something else too, right? In Italy, it's so good.
But what flavour gelato though?
I am a dead set sucker for pistachio. I can't go past it. Every time I'm like, oh, I'll get something different. Nah, it's always pistachio for me.
And I guess there'd be a favourite spot in Varese in particular that everyone just gets right into?
Yeah, there's a couple of really good ones. In Gavarate is kind of where we're based, which is just around the corner. But yeah, I can't give too many secrets away because you gotta go there and experience it and find them. But yeah, there's this one up the road that I used to go to with my mate Georgia Nesbitt, which was a bit of a walk up there. But the ice cream there or the gelato there is just unreal. Like the best gelato I have ever had. So, and I've had a few gelatos in my time.
I was going to say the lightweights would be doing well to get stuck into the gelato, or is it very small?
You know, they're pretty smart. They have less dinner, more gelato.
That's a pretty smart way of going about it, really. We're just coming up towards the final stages of the Men's Masters H double sculls, and it is the crew from Sunshine Coast and Murwillumbah who are out in front. We've got 3 boats going through for the final 2 qualification positions. Lake Macquarie sitting in second place. So Sunshine Coast, Murwillumbah, they'll go through and take it quite comfortably in first. And then who's going to go through second, third and fourth? We've got 4 boats coming through for the final qualification positions. Lake Macquarie, they're going to go through and finish in second place. They're just ahead of the Melbourne Composite in third. And then in the battle for fourth place, the final qualification, it will be lane number 5, Murdoch University, looking like they've just managed to finish ahead there of the Barnsdale Toowong Composite, Phoenix and Glebe Rowing Club. There was absolutely nothing in that.
That was a close one.
So, and then Pine Rivers Rowing Club making up our field. So unofficially, we've got Sunshine Coast, Murwillumbah, that's Gary Betts and Ian Luxford, ahead of Lake Macquarie, Robert Wallace and Bruce Sharp. Melbourne and Powerhouse Composite of Ross Marcel and Michael Dakic. And then Murdoch University in fourth place, 0.79 of a second ahead of the Barnsdale Toowong Composite, Robert Gunningham and Ivan Knight. And then David Ellis, Peter Hodson in sixth place, Glebes Mark Tetchin and Kim Mackney in seventh, and then Pine Rivers, Jeffrey Ward and Ian Russell.
Oh, it's almost worth making it a 9-boat final for that.
Look, I love seeing the 9 boats go down the course. There's something about it, and I mean, for you,
we do
with
6,
the 8s?
6 boats.
6 boats.
Yeah.
Yep. So your favourite boat would be the 8, though.
Well, I mean, it's the only one they put me in. Favourite? I don't know about that. My favourite boat's a surf boat, just for a fun fact, but or a boat race. In the pub. Everyone's going to think I'm an alco. I should stop talking about alcohol.
You'd have plenty of interested ears because I don't reckon some of the competitors here would
I hear there's a bit of a piss up on a Saturday afternoon here, so if I'm free, lads, I might come down.
After the interstate race, I think. That's when everyone That's generally where the shenanigans begin. They are underway in heat number 2. Lane 2, Melbourne Rowing Club. Lane 3, it's an ANU Melbourne Composite. Lane 4, Abbotsford Rowing Club. Lane 5, Melbourne Rowing Club. We have a scratching lane 6. Lane 7, Nagambie Rowing Club in Victoria. Lane 8, Tablelands Country Rowing Club from up in far north Queensland. And then in lane number 9 from New Zealand, it's Union Whanganui and North Shore New Zealand. Making up our field there. So Chris Bloomfield and Robert Evans making the trek across. Georgie, you guys made the A final in the Olympics in Tokyo.
We did.
Not quite the result you were looking for in that A final, though. How much does that drive you now to try and improve that in Paris?
A lot. Like, I think we've had last year was a bit of a difficult year because we had a lot of the girls take a year away from the sport, and I personally felt like it's being a shorter cycle. It's only 3 years rather than the usual 4. I felt like we really needed that year to just continue to develop our boat speed, but I can appreciate that people needed to have a year away, and to stop and reflect is also really important. I haven't been in the sport for as long as the other girls, so I didn't really need that refresher. But having a bit of a younger crew last year, and I was the oldest in the crew by a lot, that was quite a difficult year. And I think in that year I was almost forced into this leadership role, and I had to really lead by example, if anything. So I couldn't really have a day where I was just, having a day and just wasn't like, if my focus was off or whatever, they pick up on the vibe, the younger girls. But in saying that, full credit to those girls because they did a great job last year. Maybe not at the World Championships, but we had a really awesome time, and you learn a lot about yourself and the people around you in those when you have bad results, and then what do you take forward. And it's been really awesome to see some of these younger girls coming into the season this year with really positive attitudes, and I think that they saw us race at the Olympic Games, and they want to take ownership and try to make the boat go faster, and all I can do is sit there and encourage them and be a part of it. So that's awesome. And the girls that have returned from the Olympic 8, we've got 4, myself, Bronwyn Cox, Molly Goodman and Olympia Aldersey, that are in the 8 this year, that were in the Tokyo 8. So it'll be really interesting to see how we go. There is a little bit of PTSD, I'm not going to lie, when you're at the start line after you've had a result that you're not so proud of. But it'll be interesting to see how we go this year, and whether those girls actually took time to stop and reflect, and what they've done to actually make the boat go faster. So yeah, like, you can't hide in a race. So it'll be really good to see how we go.
As we just see the ANU Melbourne Composite of Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney coming through, qualifying in first place. They'll finish ahead of the Union Composite from New Zealand in second. Third place going to Nagambie Rowing Club, that crew there of John Straps and Andy Horsburgh, with Melbourne Rowing Club coming through in the final qualification position. That's Stephen Mollard and Kel Boynton. And then in the battle for 5th and 6th, we've got lane number 8, Tablelands, and lane number 4, Abbotsford. Tablelands, the Queenslanders, will come through and finish in 5th ahead of Abbotsford in 6th, and then Melbourne Rowing Club coming through in 7th. You mentioned about that, some of the girls taking a year off after Tokyo, because I guess how difficult was it? You were ready to go in 2020. All of a sudden the pandemic hits, everything's completely thrown up in the air. The Tokyo Olympic, first of all, is Tokyo going to happen, full stop? And then when it's delayed by another year, we saw someone like Gus Moore drop out of the men's 8. It was, that extra year was just a little bit too far.
Yeah.
How tough was that mentally to try and keep the crew together through what was a really unprecedented, disruption to everyone?
Yeah, it certainly was disruptive. I also think we had awesome momentum. Sorry, pardon the pun. But we did gain really great momentum. 2018, we came 3rd. In 2019, we came 2nd at the World Champs. And then, 2020, it would have been nice to get the cherry and get the gold medal. But the whole COVID pandemic really was a big roadblock for us, I think. And because we are so far away from everybody in the world, it was difficult to simulate racing because, we are the women's 8 in Australia. You can't get a faster 8 than us. So other than us, you have to use men's crews, and they're too fast. You got schoolboy 8s, and it just didn't seem like we could get them out here to train with us because they've got their schoolboy racing. So that was really hard for us in that period of time. And like I said, we lost a bit of momentum, and we also had a lot of changes in the crew. You know, you would see that the 4 was completely different to the 4 that I ended up racing at the Olympic Games. The 8 was very different to the 2019 8, and we had a different coach as well. So it just seemed like, I don't know, probably shouldn't say too much, but it was a little bit disappointing that there was so much change in a year that was already pretty chaotic, and all we really needed to do was continue to do the same thing. In terms of training, we were able to train. You know, we were very fortunate. We were well looked after at the training centre, and we had all the precautions and the measures in place, and, you know, masks and hand sanitizer and all of that, and we did our best, and we didn't have too much COVID go through the centres, and we were able to get away, and like I said, we were well looked after. So there was no excuses for not being able to train and not being able to keep our aerobic bases up and do all that. And like, we've got 3 of the best coaches in the country at the women's training centre, so we're very fortunate to have that. And I just think that maybe there was a little bit too much change and chaos happening around us as well, and easy to get distracted in those situations. And so you know, you kind of sit, reflect, you take the learnings, and you try to improve. But at the end of the day, like, I love this, but you're just putting a stick in water and getting from A to B as fast as possible. So I think John Keogh's mantra these days is keep it simple, and that's really what we're trying to do, is just keep it really simple, stay focused on the rowing, and going into Paris, you know, like how do we just keep it simple and just keep training hard and avoid sickness and injury, and just really looking after ourselves and our crew and the whole team, not just like staying internal just with your crew. Like, the whole team's really important, because you have one person go down, you've got to take somebody else, you know. So it's really important, like that crew harmony and the team harmony, and just continuing to develop a really good culture within the centre, and that's with the men and the women and all the staff involved as well.
We're just underway in heat number 1 of the Women's C Single Sculls. Goolwa's Kate Tebnoff in lane 1, ANA's Marianne Amato in lane 2, Newcastle University's Teresa Chadwick in lane 3, Commercial's Christine Taylor in lane 4, Noosa's Joe Emerson lane 5, Yarra-Yarra's Kelly Lewis lane 6, Adelaide University's Christina Bursill in lane 8, and Shoalhaven's Katrina Davis in lane number 9. Georgie, thank you very much for taking the time out, for coming across and watching it all, and we'll potentially see you back here tomorrow afternoon for the interstate races. I dare say you're a very proud New South Welsh woman.
I am,
I dare say we'll see you cheering on the Sky Blue.
What time's the race tomorrow?
It is, I think the first races kick off. It's the men's Paris singles.
Oh, right on.
So that is about 4:30 or so.
Right. I'll be finished training by then, hopefully.
So
you got to crack a day for it today. Hey, like, we were racing last week and we had a bit of wind, and it was freezing cold last week, so it's good to see some nice conditions out there for everyone. And appreciate the time and being able to come here and have a chat. So thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Georgie Rowe, thank you very much, and good luck for the World Rowing Cups and the World Championships.
Thank you. Tune in, everyone.
So Georgie Rowe from the Australian rowing team there. Thanks for your time there. As we just see coming up towards the finish of the first heat of the Women's C Single Sculls. So over in lane number 9, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven Rowing Club sitting quite nicely. We've got about 5 boats going across the line. There's only 4 going through to the finals. So there's 5 boats, 4 spots. That's not going to work out. The maths doesn't quite work out, as Ben Hormer said a little bit earlier on. So Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven leading Christina Bursill from Adelaide University. Then we've got the sculler from Noosa, Joe Emerson. Next to her, Commercial's Christine Taylor. And then a couple of lanes over, Marianne Amato from ANA. As we're coming up towards the finish now, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven. She's out in front. She's going to go through and take the heat win in the first heat of the Women's Masters C Singles. Coming through in second will be Adelaide University's Christina Bursill. Third place will go to Noosa's Joe Emerson. Commercial will finish in fourth. Christine Taylor, final qualification position in that very distinctive pink boat. ANA coming through, Marianne Amato in 5th place ahead of Goolwa's Kate Tebnoff. And then back a little bit further to Yarra-Yarra's Kelly Lewis in 7th, and Newcastle University's Teresa Chadwick in 8th place as Ben Hormer steps back in to the commentary. Ben, that was nice little finish there. They spread themselves out, but coming into the last 250 metres, there wasn't much to pick between our qualifiers.
Yeah, we've seen some wonderful single scull racing today, haven't we? And Heat 1 of the Women's C Single done and dusted We've got Heat 2 just about to begin, and you can see Anne Skilton, lane 8, is a scratching from this race from Glebe Rowing Club. So that leaves us with 7 scullers in this one. So lane 2, Buckingham's Nicola Anderson from Tasmania. Noosa's Fernanda Carrera from the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club in 3. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise in 4. Hayley Biddle. Amanda Berendt from St George Rowing Club in 5. Michelle Joy from Melbourne Rowing Club in 6. Glebe's Jacqueline Harris in 7. Ebony Ebenwalder from Ballarat City in lane 9. So, as Stuart said, top 4 going through to the final. There was initially 3 heats put down in the draw, but it's just the 2. Top 4 to the final. The rest eliminated from this Women's Masters C single.
I'm glad it's eliminated from the event, because when you say just straight out eliminated, it sounds a little bit macabre.
Are you saying some TV shows that were quite popular a couple of years ago? That was quite brutal. But yes, that does not happen in the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. And it's wonderful to have so many crews in this Women's C single. We've got lightweight Women's Masters C. I tell you what, it's great that we've actually got enough for 2 heats, because lightweight events in the Masters, sometimes it's a bit hard to get a lot of crews. So that should be good. Coming up next, right after this Women's C single, heat number 2. We're just nearing the 500 metre mark, and as you can see, it is very, very tight across the middle of the course.
Yeah, there's not a lot to separate our crews through the middle here. Certainly the sculler over in lane number 9 from Ballarat City, Ebony Ebenwaldner, looking all right out there, but
just sneaking away in lane 9. It's always a little bit mischievous. Lane 9 can just, especially the fact we've got a scratching in lane 8, just makes it look like they're a little bit further off. But you'll see here, very close.
Jacqueline Harris from Glebe Rowing Club sitting in first place at the moment, ahead of Ebony Ebenwalder, and then Michelle Joy, Amanda Berendt, Hayley Biddle, Nicola Anderson in 6th place, and then back a little bit further to our final couple of scullers.
So as you said, top 4 going through. So Hayley Biddle is on the the precipice there. She's going to have to pull back 2.2 seconds on Amanda Berendt from St George Rowing Club. So St George, very distinctive red and white in the centre of the course.
Oh, we've seen that done before, Ben.
Well, what was it at Nationals?
It was
we had
9 seconds over the last 500 metres for a final qualification position in what were conditions that, well, they don't compare to this. It's like comparing Cyclone Tracy to a spring day.
Yeah, it was quite strong, the wind at Champion Lakes in Perth for the Aussie Rowing Championships. So this is really going to be tight for the 4 spots. As we said, just on the cut-off point there, halfway through, Hayley Biddle, and she's from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. She's in lane 4, and the single of all the boats, as we know, is a boat that you can really pull back some time on in the last 500 metres. Pull back seconds, and hasn't this just turned a little bit this race? Jacqueline Harris there, sitting there out in front. Lane 9, don't forget her, Ebony Ebenwaldner, in 2nd place at the moment, but with 100 metres to travel. Michelle Joy is sitting there in 3rd, and this is the thing, the rising tide catches all boats, so all of a sudden 3rd place, Michelle Joy just has to put the legs down a bit, because Amanda Berendt's had to increase the drive, because Hayley Biddle is coming here for the 4th spot. Can she overhaul the St George sculler? Amanda Berendt, she's trying to hang on. Michelle Joy looks to have snatched 3rd. The top 2 are pretty safe, you would think, but 3rd, it is going to be neck and neck. It may require a photo. I'm going to say maybe just St George, but we're going to have to consult the photo finish on that, Stuart. That is one of the tightest finishes we have seen today, and what a finish that last 500 from Hayley Biddle. She pulled back about 2.25 seconds.
Over that second 500, yeah, and I think we're going to have a photo there for 2nd and 3rd. Michelle Joy from Melbourne Rowing Club I have her just finishing over the top of Ebony Ebenwaldner. That was a little bit tough, though, for that sculler over in lane number 9. You could see her with about 100 metres to go. She suddenly looked out to her right and realised there were 3 other boats that were absolutely flying, and then she was taking it very easy. All of a sudden, had to up the rate of striking to make certain that she was going to qualify. But a fantastic second 500 there from Hayley Biddle from Griffith University Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. She may just be missing out, though, to St George Rowing Club's Amanda Berrant. So we'll wait for the final confirmation on that. It does the unofficial results. Yeah, we've got the results through there, and it is... So, excuse me, Jacqueline Harris with the win on that one. And then it looks like we've got... Well, it's just gone off our screen at the moment, so we'll just get the final confirmation of that. But it did look like Amanda Berrant just...
Was it .07? That was
0.07. That was absolutely nothing in that. What a fantastic finish.
It just looked from the naked eye that Amanda Berrant had just done enough there. And good to see that it is backed up, that we aren't seeing things. So that's outstanding sculling, and we know in the single it hurts more than most, doesn't it? Especially when you miss out by .07. Oh, you got a feel for it.
Yeah,
but
so
actually, hang on a second.
Still the unofficial results.
But she is a Queenslander, and St George, Amanda Berrant from New South Wales goes through. So actually, thinking about that, I'm not too disappointed, Stuart.
Well, we've got to give
sorry,
you a win. We've got to give you a win
Hayley.
at some
Sorry,
point.
Hayley. No, well, Queensland have had a good couple of days, Stuart. So it's always one for New South Wales just to come through and snatch it.
So we'll just wait on the official confirmation of results for that one. We've got a little bit, so the third heat for the Women's Masters C single sculls was consolidated. A couple of scratchings have meant that we were able to put them into 2 heats rather than into the 3, which is why we had first, second, third and fourth going through to the final. The next race down the course will be the first heat of the lightweight Women's Masters C single sculls. Say that 3 times fast. You've got heat number 1, first, second, third and fourth going through to the final. So we've got 5 rowers in each of our heats. So first, second, third and fourth going through to the finals as we see them just getting ready to go through to the start.
Yeah, so just one missing out, which is pretty tough on the one that does miss out on the final in both of these heats. Don't forget, at the close of racing this evening, all rowers planning to go to the World Rowing Masters Regatta in South Africa, could you head to a meet and greet near the cafe under the shade cloth behind the grandstand straight after the completion of racing. If you're thinking about going to South Africa, it's going to be a wonderful event, the World Rowing Masters Regatta, which is there this year. You can head along. Maybe there's some advice forthcoming from some of our South African scullers, which I've seen around the place. So looking forward to that event. And if you're heading along, just head to the cafe under the shade cloth just behind the grandstand right after the final race today.
So we can see our scullers lined up at the start of the first heat of the women's lightweight C singles sculls. Lane 1 from A&A Rowing Club, Renee Bravelli. Lane 4 from Glebe Rowing Club and Skilton, coached by Robin Mackney. Lane 5 from Commercial Rowing Club in Queensland, Annette Quayle. Lane 6 from Black Mountain Rowing Club down in the ACT, Jane Clues. And in lane 7 from Corio Bay Rowing Club in Victoria, Fiona Wild. So we saw a few of these ladies on a little bit early. I think Jane Clues won a bronze. It might have been in the B singles.
Yeah, and it also explains why Anne Skilton was scratched from the previous race. She was initially named in the Women's Masters C single, and she has come now into the lightweight Women's Masters C single.
Now it is actually one of the conditions for majority of the lightweights. If you are entering, then what they do tell you is to enter into both the lightweight and the open events, and then you have a preliminary weigh-in the day before, and then if it's then the decision time is basically then whether or not you go through to the open weight or if you go through to the lightweight, just to make sure that there's not any issues making weight.
Yes. running in plastic bags around Cirque to try and lose a couple of kilos yet.
I haven't seen that, so...
No, it's not pleasant, especially night before trying to eat a lettuce when everyone else is eating steak. It's certainly tough being a lightweight rower. So credit to all of these. Scullers on the course here. Lightweight Women's Masters C single. Of course, it's for some people, lightweight rowing comes a little more naturally to others. So this should be a great race. Top 4 going through of the 5 in this race. As you said, across the course, WA's ANA Rowing Club in 3, New South Wales' Glebe in 4, Queensland's Commercial in 5, ACT's Black Mountain in 6, and Victoria's Corio Bay in Lane 7. This is almost like an interstate race, Stuart.
It's very close to an interstate race. I think the only ones we're missing from there are Tassie and South Australia. So it's a mixed bag. So from around the country, they've all joined us here in Sydney to go down the course. The 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships, as we see the first heat of the women's lightweight single sculls. And our 3 rowers, as they're coming up towards the 500 metre mark, and it does look to be, we've got Jane Clues from Black Mountain looking quite nice there over in lane number 6. Corio Bay's Fiona Wild also up next to her. And then I don't know that you could actually say that any one sculler has actually dropped right off the back here. Maybe the sculler in lane number 5, Commercial's Annette Quayle, with a bit of work to do through the second 500 metres. So first, second, third and fourth going through to the final, so just the one sculler to miss out. And a nice little battle going on here between Fiona Wild from Corio Bay and Jane Clues from Black Mountain Rowing Club. Renee Bravelli, another second behind her, and Skilton sitting in 4th place, and then Annette Quayle, 6-second gap to make up over the second 500. So it would take a very big effort to be able to qualify for the final.
Yeah, interesting what you do in this situation in the single, because if you've got a, 6 seconds gap between 4th and 5th, even more so between the elimination spots and first place, do you just turn the motor down a touch, or does the competitive drive just get the better of you? You want to finish first in the heat. Come on, try and get a better lane. It's a tough one, isn't it?
The red mist descends and away you go. The eyes roll in the back of the head, and then all of a sudden you're rating 40.
Well, and you're just seeing maybe a couple of these crews just easing off a touch, and this is going to result potentially in Annette Quayle maybe coming a little closer to the field. You get this sometimes in these heats, so she isn't certainly being distanced by any stretch. She's sort of staying there in sort of a comfortable distance for the sculler in 4th, which looks to be Anne Skilton from Glebe Rowing Club.
And I guess the tricky thing is for Annette Quayle is that because she's in the middle of the course, everyone's got a really good line of sight of exactly where she is. Everyone knows you've only got to beat the one person in this particular race. So if you can see the other person and they're a couple of boat lengths behind, you've just got to match them and what they're doing to make sure that you go through and get ahead. Certainly it's the extremities out in the lead, Corio Bay's Fiona Wild and ANA Rowing Club's Renee Bravelli sitting in front at the moment. Jane Clues in 3rd with Glebe's Anne Skilton sitting in 4th. Annette Quayle from Commercial Rowing Club, the one to miss out, which I'm sure will depress Ben no end of the Queenslanders missing out in this race.
Oh, I'm all right now, Stuart. I'm a bit sad for the Queenslanders, actually. Just feeling a little bit sorry for them after that last tight finish, 0.97. So have a look at this. Have a look at this rowing from Fiona Wild from Corio Bay, really dropping the rating big time. She's going through pretty easily in the end. Jane Clues joining her with Renee Bravelli and Anne Skilton, and then Annette Quayle from Commercial Rowing Club will finish in 5th place.
So confirmation there. Qualifiers for the lightweight women's C singles: Fiona Wild, Jane Clues, Renee Bravelli and Anne Skilton. Unofficial winning time there of 4 minutes 25.58, but certainly they were taking the pedal off the accelerator I'll foot off the accelerator towards the end there. Heat number 2 is underway. Lane 3 from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, Janine Reid. In lane 4 from ANA Rowing Club in WA, Alyssa Mansell. Lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 6 from Mossman Rowing Club, Sarah Hill. And in lane 7 from Powerhouse Rowing Club, Emily Harridge. So almost another 5 states, 5 reps, but we've got 2 from New South Wales here today. So, and I guess this is the first one in a few years now that we haven't had some sort of restrictions on the travel. I know Adelaide in 2021, it was moved last minute, and there was a lockdown in Victoria, which meant that a lot of Victorians weren't able to make it across to Adelaide, West Lakes, for that particular regatta. We saw last year with the regatta being moved from WA quite early on in the piece down to Ballarat. So this year we're finally what seems to be back to some level of normality, and it's great to see so many different people from all around the country coming down. And I know that there's people from the ADF rowing club that are actually scattered 3 sheets to the wind across the country as well.
Yeah, well, it's good to see the ADF rowing program back, and I know that it's been running the whole time, but from my perspective, when I did Edward Trickett probably 5-6 years ago, there were heaps of crews. And then there's a period where they didn't seem like there was too many, and we've seen heaps at this regatta. So it's wonderful to see that they're back in bigger numbers after a little bit of a drop-off maybe around COVID. I'm sure that would have had an impact on rowing numbers, especially. It had that impact across the country.
Well, we've actually got they're all headquartered out of the ACT, but there's 3 military rowing clubs in Australia that I'm aware of, and they're all based in the ACT. So you've got the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club, which are here today. We've got the Australian Defence Force Academy Rowing Club, who participate in the Disher Cup, as does the Royal Military College Rowing Club. So you get a few people. We heard spoken about earlier with the Disher Cup. ADFA won the Disher Cup for the first time in 10 years in 2022, and also presenting at the Disher Cup this year was Carolyn Kennedy, the US ambassador to Australia, who herself is a bit of a rower. She's been doing a lot of rowing out of Canberra Rowing Club, I believe.
There you go. There you go. Fascinating information, Stuart. That's intriguing. Well, thanks for running us through all that. I'm sure there's some people aware of it, but a lot of people just brought up to speed on the different Defence Force rowing programs. So this is the heat we were chatting about, number 2 of the lightweight women's C single, and it looks very similar to what we saw in that last race, where you have one sculler just dropping out the back, and in this one it's ANA's Alyssa Mansell from Western Australia, and then those top 4 pretty comfortable. Janine Reid from Brisbane and GPS over on the far side. Powerhouse's Emily Harridge, those 2 sitting up towards the top. Mossman, Sarah Hill, Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt also in those top 4. So anyone desperate for first here, or they're just happy to
I'm looking forward to this final. We've seen both heats, 4 scullers, all within pretty close proximity of each other. We're going to have 8 scullers that are all pretty evenly matched going down the course.
Who's foxing the most? That's the question.
Look, I reckon you could just about throw a blanket over this final. I'll call that one early. Whoever's calling the finish on that will need to have the eyes in and the tongue ready to go. But out in front, it is Emily Harridge from Powerhouse Rowing Club. Brisbane and GPS's Janine Reid, out in the lead in the final stages. Powerhouse's Emily Harridge sitting in second place ahead of Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt, and then Mossman Sarah Hill to make up our final qualifier. So there's only about a couple of boat lengths between first and fourth. So a win there for Janine Reid from Brisbane and GPS, Emily Harridge from Powerhouse in second, Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt in third, and then Mossman Sarah Hill in fifth, with ANA's Alyssa Mansell going through in fifth, so she'll unfortunately miss out on the qualification. 4 minutes 21.14, but as you say, Ben, a lot of foxing going on in these ones, so again, I reckon this is the final to look out for today.
Now, you pumped up that final, and that is going to take place 3:40 p.m. So if you're still around, or if you're heading off, just flick on the live stream. 3:40, that lightweight women's Masters C single scull final. Looking forward to that one. As you said, Stuart, should be really, really tight. Now, we've got the men's Masters C pair, the coxless pair. Not often you see a coxed pair. But
1995, I think we've discussed it at a couple of New South Wales rowing championships. Apparently it was 95, and Wayne Diplock, who now works for Rowing Australia, was part of that crew, and it was coxed by Tisan Koo, who is coxing the Para PR34.
Interesting. Yeah, it's not a boat you see too often.
I don't think I've ever seen one live, but if you go onto YouTube, if you're ever looking for something to do on a quiet day, if you've ever got one, there was one from the European Championships in about the early 80s where 6 cox pairs crossed the line within about half a second of each other.
Yeah, wow.
Like, it was just absolutely nothing in it. But our crews for the first tee to the Men's Masters C pairs are Lane 3, Melbourne University's Douglas Pienning and Alistair Isherwood. Lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEncroe. In Lane 5 from Lindisfarne and North Esk, Patrick Bird and Tom Wilcox. Lane 6 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Martin Emery and Nicholas Fletcher. And Lane 7 from Toowong Rowing Club, Dean Horder and Jackson Price.
Yeah, Al Isherwood, very experienced rower, former Australian rower, as we know. He's now runs Perfect Balance Rowing. We actually just bought a boat from him for Newcastle Rowing Club the other week. And he is out there in Lane 3 in that Melbourne University crew. He's been doing a fair bit of rowing at this regatta. Last week he was up for the New South Wales Masters and was also at the Aussie Champs, rode the club double as well. So this should be a great race. Top 4 through to the final. One misses out. Lots of experience in this race. Leichhardt maybe just... You can see they're dropping a little bit back, but you never know at this point. Lindisfarne North Esk Composite, they're in 3rd place. So right now it seems as though that's where the battle could come for the top 4 spots in this men's Masters C coxless pair.
And it's such a technical boat as well. So there's so many things that can go wrong in a pair. So it doesn't take much, one crab or something like that, because there's not a great deal between our rowers. As you say there, Ben, Leichhardt Rowing Club just dropping off the pace a little bit as they're coming up through the 500. So we can see there Melbourne University and the University of New South Wales, Sydney v Melbourne. How good's that? Toowong sitting in 4th place. Lindisfarne Esk from down in Tasmania sitting in 4th, and then a bit of a gap. So it's about 7 seconds between 4th and 5th at the moment. So our top 4 look to be reasonably well set in stone, but all you've got to do, get your boat up against the boys, have it clip 1 or 2, and then all of a sudden you're trying to catch yourself again.
Yeah, it's one of the worst sounds in rowing outside of a boat crashing into another boat is hitting an oar on buoys. I'm not going to, you know, it's in no way comparable to a damaged boat, but in racing terms, it's
clunk.
awful. Yeah, it's not great. It is not great. And just over here on this near side, the Toowong crew, just trying to get that line a little straighter because the boys are getting quite close to the bow side oar. They've just done enough to right the steering. It is just stunning conditions for a pair. Well, it's for any boat, but especially for a pair. And you can see those top 3 sitting nicely. So too is the crew in 4th place. That's Lindisfarne Composite, and then Leichhardt Rowing Club sitting back in that elimination spot in 5th.
Yeah, that Tasmanian Composites, they've dropped the rate right down. They can see there's a crew behind them, and they're sitting quite nicely in that final qualification position, and we'll take that, thank you very much. Out in front, though, we've got a nice little battle going on for first place. So the Toowong Rowing Club crew, Dean Horder and Jackson Price, battling it out with Melbourne University's Douglas Pienning and Alistair Isherwood, and then Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe from University of New South Wales. It will be the Queenslanders coming through to take the win. Dean Horder and Jackson Price from Toowong Rowing Club finishing ahead of Melbourne University in 2nd. 3rd place going to the University of New South Wales, and then the Lindisfarne North Esk Composite will come through in 4th, and then Leichhardt will finish in 5th, just outside of the qualification positions. So confirmation there. Going through to the final of the Men's Masters C coxless pairs, Toowong, Melbourne University, University of New South Wales, and the Lindisfarne North Esk Composite.
I was just thinking that finishing time, 3:42.43, that's a palindrome, isn't it? Well, it's actually, it may have been updated. Oh, well,
It's
ruined
been
it.
updated. It's just
Oh, well.
ruined.
I was trying to, is that a palindrome? It's read
Palindrome's
one
where-
way, where it's
yeah.
read both ways the same way.
Amanda Plan, a Canal, Panama.
Yes.
That's
yes.
palindrome.
Yep. Oh, well, it doesn't matter anymore. It's been ruined by the
We did have the
correct
3
time.
minutes 33.33 earlier.
Yeah, we did. We did. That was a good one. Good one for the statisticians among us. Heat 2 now, the men's coxless pair. Top 4 going through to the final again. Andrew McIntosh and James Manning from Toowong in 3, coached by Terry Mulligan. Brisbane and GPS in 4, Hamish Dunbar and Alex Adam, coached by Alan Borger. Lane 5, Toowong Rowing Club's Nicholas Ferros and Simon Smart, coached by Terry Mulligan and Christopher Beach. Lane 6 is Karam, Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman, coached by Drew Holman. And University of Queensland in 7, Adam Bright and David Hobart.
So I think the thing that we can confirm from this race is that a crew from Queensland will qualify.
Yeah, that is great news for you, Stuart. I know you fly the ACT flag, but we must say that you are from Queensland, so that's why you just love to throw in that every now and then. It's a Queenslander-thon, this race. 4 crews from Queensland. Queensland won the previous heat. Dean Horder and Jackson Price from Toowong Rowing Club. So this could be a big opportunity for the Maroons to try and claim some medals in this men's Masters C pair.
Yeah, pretty even as they're going through the first 250 metres. As we can see there, the footage from the BRO boats. So they've got I believe it's the GoPro set up on the front of some of the BRO boats. So it actually gives a really nice view of what each of the crews are doing as we just see them now. So they're just sitting behind the Toowong crew of Nicholas Ferros and Simon Smart there, and you can see it just zooming out a bit. And oh my word, that's a lovely little boomerang going down the course. So that crew from Toowong sitting in 5th place at the moment. But I don't know, just from that view, that I would count out any of those crews as they come through the first 500-metre mark.
Oh, this is going to be a cracking finish, isn't it? And that view is stunning, especially for the amount of boats in this race. We've got 5 in it. You perfectly can see all the boats from that view, and look at that. First 500 metres, just doing a quick mathematical calculation, it's about 3-4 seconds between all of them.
Yeah, and there's only 0.57 of a second between 4th, Brisbane and GPS, and 5th, that second Toowong crew. So there's absolutely nothing in it. Remember, it's the first 4 to go through to the final, and certainly Toowong in lane number 5 have a little bit of catching up to do, but with about 300 metres or so to go, there's every single chance that they're able to go through and take a qualification position. The Toowong Rowing Club crew, Andrew McIntosh and James Manning over in lane number 3, they're out in front at the moment, and then the University of Queensland's Adam Bright, David Hobart sitting in 2nd. Karam, Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman are in 3rd place at the moment. That does look to be between Brisbane and GPS's Hamish Dunbar, Alex Adam, and then Toowong's Nicholas Ferros and Simon Smart for that final qualification position. Brisbane and GPS still holding off the Toowong crew as we're going now into the final 200 metres.
Well, how about Toowong in this race? They won the previous heat. It looks as though they may win this one as well. That crew in the middle, Ferros and Smart, they are trying to pull back on the Brisbane and GPS crew. So as we said, they'd all know each other pretty well, these crews, and Toowong leading the way.
So Toowong in lane number 3, out in front. We're just seeing the University of Queensland drop off. Can the Toowong crew in lane 5 pinch a final qualification position? Karam looks safe. They're about a boat length. Brisbane and GPS, another boat length. Toowong out in front. They're going to cross the line. They're going to go through in 1st place. Into the final few strokes now. It'll be lane number 6, Karam Rowing Club. They'll take 2nd. To Brisbane and GPS in 3rd, ahead of University of Queensland in 4th, and then that Toowong Rowing Club crew in lane number 5 finishing appropriately enough in 5th place. There was 4 seconds between 1st and 2nd, and then only 3-4 seconds between 2nd and 5th. That was a very tight finish there. Unfortunately, though, the Toowong crew of Nicholas Ferros and Simon Smart missing out. So Andrew McIntosh, James Manning, Karen Rowing Club, Stuart Gilbert, Drew Holman, Brisbane and GPS's Hamish Dunbar and Alex Adam, and then University of Queensland's Adam Bright and David Hobart, all going through to the finals of the men's C coxless pairs.
Just on that, so 4 Queensland crews, couple from Victoria, 1 from New South Wales, 1 from Tasmania into that men's Masters coxless pair final.
So we've just got a few minute break now before we head to the first of the finals in the afternoon session. It's the Women's Masters F Coxed 8, so some big boat energy about to come down the course. And it's a full field of 9 entries, 9 eights going down the course.
And we've got Catherine James in the North Shore crew. She was up here commentating. She's going to be down rowing in that North Shore crew in lane 5. This is going to be epic, isn't it? This Women's Masters F8. Oh, I cannot wait for this. Now, have we got any... I'm just having a look at boats that are an entire crew, not composite. So North Shore, we've got a couple of North Shore 8s in this one. A Toowong 8, Melbourne Rowing Club 8. And that is about it. All the others, there's a bit of composite.
There's a few licorice all sorts in here. So we've got a Carrum, Newcastle, Murwillumbah, Melbourne composite lane 1, Pine Rivers, Rockhampton, Fitzroy and commercial composite lane 2, a Sydney University, Balmain, Glebe composite in lane 4. We've got a Curtin University, Murdoch University, Perth A&A composite in lane 6, and then a Bairnsdale, Phoenix, Perth A&A, Swan River, Nagambie and Yarra Yarra composite. So 8 rowers, 7 different clubs represented in that crew in lane number 9.
Yeah, this is going to be very intriguing. Maybe someone could claim a 0.125 medal for the tally. It's all very important to get that to your name for your club. And make sure you check that out on the Rowing Australia webpage. You can check out the medal tally for this Aussie Masters Rowing Championships.
And we can just see the starters getting ready for the women's F8s. So lane number 1 from Carrum, Newcastle, Murwillumbah and Melbourne, Jackie Petley, Lynn Charge, Elizabeth Ritchie, Mary Hunter, Helen Kelly, Dagmar Wemmering, Phoebe Sanders, Anya Lloyd-Smith and Jessica Cuddy. Lane 2 from Pine Rivers, Rockhampton, Fitzroy and Commercial, Sally Broadley, Vicky Charles, Lynette Parker, Maddie Martin, Sherelle Rowan, Debbie Flynn, Chewan Fay, Jennifer Missedon and Edwina Luck. Lane 3 from North Shore, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Janet Pendleton, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Kelly Marsh. Lane 4 from Sydney University, Balmain and Glebe, Catherine Maxwell, Mickey Kelly, Jane Boland, Luella May Oswald, Jodie Cathcart, Emma Smith, Lisa Cotty, Kerry Bigsworth, Susie Edwards is the coxswain. Lane 5 from North Shore, Mary Walsh, Karen Knowles, Catherine James, Jane O'Hanlon, Wendy Zammett, Sally Edwards, Virginia Fabro, Julie Wass and Jane Kavanagh, as we just see them underway now for the start there. So 9/8s coming down the course. Lane number 6, Curtin University, Murdoch University, Perth A&A. So a WA crew of Ronnie Cooper, Alison White, Pam Nichols, Deb Barry, Carolyn Fennell, Melissa Harpley, Linda Pepple, Sharon Ann Jones and Kay Jansen. Lane 7 from Toowong, Daniela Anderson, Wendy Grady, Heather Warren, Robin Herries, Jenny Coates, Jennifer Mills, Julie Byrne, Jenny Conn and Asha Underhill. Lane 8 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Jill Plummer, Catherine Dermondy, Irina Benjamin, Val Dow, Jen Kilby, Louise Phillips, Emma Plowright, Angela Rice and Zena Marzi. And then lane 9 from Bairnsdale, Phoenix, Perth, A&A, Swan River, Nagambie and Yarra Yarra, Wendy Cotter, Louise Avery, Alexandra Thornton, Sue Howard-Smith, Susan March, Kathy Ride, Tony Milne, Lynn Broad and Sam Lincoln is the coxswain.
You knew it was going to be tight, didn't you, Stuart? And we're certainly seeing that with the 500 metre hut approaching. And right across the course, there's not going to be too much separating them. 9 crews, as you mentioned, in this women's F8. And congratulations to you for getting through them all. Because what's that? 9 plus the Cox, 81 names to get through. That's a fantastic
It was
effort.
like reading the white pages.
There's a lot of people involved in this race, and there's a big crowd watching from the stands because there's so much at stake here in this Women's Masters F8. We're going to get the timing here. This is going to be intriguing, and it looks as though that crew in lane 2, maybe 3, Pine Rivers.
3, yeah. Pine Rivers and North Shore. But there's not a lot in between them. So at the moment, we've got the Pine Rivers Composite said to be leading by about half a second ahead of North Shore, lane 3. Melbourne sitting in 3rd place. Bairnsdale Composite, the Licorice All Sorts in lane 4. Then Toowong, Carrum Composite, North Shore, Curtin University Composite and the Sydney University Composite making up our field, but not a great deal between our leading crews at the moment. They're through the first 500 metres. They're into the second half now. We're seeing it really split across the sides. We've got the Pine Rivers Composite lane 2. North Shore pulling just ahead of them now over in lane number 3. And then over here on the far side, closest to the grandstand, we've got the Bairnsdale Composite in lane 9. Melbourne Rowing Club in lane number 8. Up next to them, Toowong Rowing Club in lane 7. There's about 5 boats here, Ben, with as they're coming into the last 250 metres, and I would say any one of those 5 really in with a chance, not just of a medal, but from taking the win.
Well, as you said, so North Shore and Pine Rivers, they were the top 2 at the 500 metre mark. Melbourne and the Bairnsdale Composite, they were in 3rd and 4th, and it looks to be even tighter than what it was at the 500. You've also got Toowong sitting there in 5th place, North Shore in 6th in the battle with the Carrum Composite, but they look to be out of it at the moment. But look at Toowong. Look at the Queenslanders here in this last 200 metres. Over on the far side, it is North Shore, and they are in a battle with Melbourne Rowing Club in this Bairnsdale Composite right against the grandstand side. North Shore versus Melbourne. Also, the Pine Rivers Composite are coming for them. It's going to be a blanket finish, but it looks as though it is going to be North Shore, and it will be North Shore. The Sydney side has claimed gold in the women's F8. Pine Rivers get silver. Melbourne Rowing Club get bronze. What a fantastic race that was in the women's Masters F8.
Absolutely fantastic rowing there. So confirmation of the results in the women's F8s. It's first to North Shore Rowing Club, the crew in lane number 3. The Pine Rivers, Rockhampton, Fitzroy and Commercial Composite in lane 2. finishing in second place. The Melbourne Rowing Club crew going through, taking the bronze. The Bairnsdale Composite finishing in fourth place ahead of Toowong Rowing Club in fifth. Then we have North Shore in sixth, the Carrum Composite in seventh, Curtin University Composite in eighth, and then the Sydney University Composite in ninth place. Winning time there, 3 minutes 42. If that's the start, if that's what's going to happen for the rest of the finals, I'm very much looking forward to this afternoon's racing.
That was great, and we saw at the 500, so North Shore sitting in second, that Pine Rivers Composite were leading the way, and North Shore were able to pull that back. Really good performance, and we've got the Men's Masters F single, which is just about to get underway. I'll just run through the starters. So this is a straight final. Jack Chatziyakumis from Yarra Yarra in 2, Murray Dowse from Manning River in 3, Chris Walsh from North Shore in 4, coached by Samantha Callahan. Melbourne Uni in 5, that is Peter Anthony, the ex-Olympic gold medalist, or I should say Olympic gold medalist. He's got that for life. Chris Raymond from Canberra in 6, Kevin Horan from Horowhenua from New Zealand in 7, Daryl Salisbury from WA Rowing Club in 8, and Union Whanganui's Bruce Tate in lane 9. We saw the heats of this earlier. This is going to be a cracking race.
Look, this is the second of our finals and very much looking forward to this. Just a general announcement, if you drive a Hyundai, please check your pockets. There has been a Hyundai car key handed in, and that is down at boat shed number 1, I believe. So if you do drive a Hyundai and you are minus a car key, then head down to boat shed number 1. So our scullers now, the men's F single sculls, and then following that we've got another 9 single scullers going down for the men's F lightweight single sculls. So some good racing coming up through the rest of the day. We've got some 8s coming up after these 2 sculls as well, the men's Masters I-8. So be good to see, again, that big boat energy coming down the course. How good was it to see 9 8s going down the course at once?
It was pretty awesome, and I tell you what was just closely behind that. I just got the binoculars out, looked down the course. I don't think there's anything splitting these boats in this race. We've got 8 scullers. This is going to be really intriguing to see what the splits are at the 500. We saw in the heats that plenty of experience, plenty of wonderful scullers in this race, and we're going to get a great finish. We really are.
Yeah, look, there's not a lot between them. So as you'd expect, the rowers towards the middle are out in front. So it does look to be, as we just see them going across there, Kevin Horan out in the lead. Oh, how's this? Less than a second to Chris Raymond, less than a second to Peter Anthony, less than a second to Chris Walsh, less than a second to Daryl Salisbury, just over a second to Chris Walsh, sorry. Then Murray Dowse, Bruce Tate and Jack Tatsiakumis making up our field. So Chris Walsh listed down there twice, but there is absolutely nothing between these scullers as they head into the premiership quarter, the third quarter of the race, third 250 metres, and it'll be interesting to see just who's actually able to make a move here. So we've got our crews out in the middle. So Canberra Rowing Club's Chris Raymond, Kevin Horan from Horowhenua Rowing Club in New Zealand, also sitting quite nicely at the moment, probably just out in front. Peter Anthony, gold medalist at the Barcelona Olympics. He's sitting in third place from Melbourne University, maybe just moving ahead of Chris Raymond at the moment. And then Daryl Salisbury from the West Australian Rowing Club, starting to make a little bit of a move, as is North Shore's Chris Walsh over in lane number 4. And then back then to Manning River's Murray Dowse, Jack Chatsiakumis, and then Bruce Tate from Union Whanganui making up our field. As they're into the red boys now, it's only 200 metres to go, and here comes the push. Kevin Horan, Horowhenua, Peter Anthony, Melbourne University. They're our 2 leaders. Who's going to be able to go through and take the win? You can see Peter Anthony there really starting to put in a big push. He looks like he's got a little bit more in the tank. He's really up the rating there. You can see there really starting to pull through hard. He's managed to get ahead of Kevin Horan from Horowhenua Rowing Club. There's about a boat length between the 2. Here comes Kevin though. He's pushing back hard. It's now down to a half a boat length. There's a couple of strokes left left to go. It's going to be Peter Anthony. Peter Anthony will take the win from Melbourne University ahead of Kevin Horan from Horowhenua Rowing Club. Then coming through with the bronze medal will be Daryl Salisbury from West Australian Rowing Club, finishing ahead of Chris Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club, Murray Dowse from Manning River Rowing Club, Chris Walsh from North Shore, and then we've got Bruce Tate from Union Whanganui and Jack Chatsiakumis from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club making up our field. 0.7 of a second between first and second. And I'll tell you what, Peter Anthony looked like he was ahead. Kevin Horan did not let go.
Yeah, fantastic call there, Stuart. That was a wonderful race. We knew it was going to be based on the heats and how close it was. And wow, Peter Anthony with the wide-brimmed hat as well. How about that? The Olympic gold medalist from back in the 90s claims the Australian Championship in the men's F single.
The scary part is that there are rowers who are masters age who weren't born in 1992.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's not too scary for some of us.
For those of us whose age starts with a 4.
It will be. That's going to be coming in future. But yeah, we've got a medal presentation. It's been a while since we've handed out some medals. Looking forward to this.
And we're getting ready for the medal presentations for the women's F8s.
Now, just while they're getting sorted, I might just quickly run through the field. Lightweight men's masters F single. So lane 1, Bill Nugent or Nugent from Essendon Rowing Club. Craig Huxtable from Perth in 2. David Hamilton from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise in 3. Gregory Marshall from Mercy in 4. Torrance's Rob Ellis in 5. Riverways Wayne Roy in 6. Tim Justfowitz from Essendon in 7. Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge in South Australia in 8. Glenn Shooter from St George in 9.
Presentations now for the medals for the women's F8s. The medals will be presented by Torque Murray, the New South Wales Rowing Ombudsman, former honorary solicitor of New South Wales Rowing and past president of Mossman Rowing Club. In third place and bronze medalists representing Melbourne Rowing Club, Jill Plummer, Catherine Dermondy, Irina Benjamin, Val Dow, Jen Kilby, Louise Phillips, Emma Plowright, Angela Rice and Zena Marzi. Second place and silver medalists representing Pine Rivers, Rockhampton Fitzroy and Commercial Rowing Clubs, Sally Broadley, Vicky Charles, Lynette Parker, Maddie Martin, Sherelle Rowan, Debbie Flynn, Selwyn Fay, Jennifer Missedon and Edwina Luck. And the winners and Australian champions for 2023 representing North Shore Rowing Club, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Janet Pendleton, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell and Kelly Marsh. And they're coached by Kim Rudder.
So we're into the last 200 metres in this lightweight men's masters F single scull final. And at the 500, Rob Ellis from Torrens Rowing Club was leading from Tim Justfowitz from Essendon and then David Hamilton from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, who is over in lane 3. But all that has just changed because Gregory Marshall from Mercy Rowing Club, Bill Nugent from Essendon Rowing Club, they've moved up, and you can even see Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge. They're all coming for the bronze medal. Tim Justfowitz from Essendon with the red sash with the black. That is quite distinctive, sitting there in the silver medal position. And right now it looks as though Rob Ellis from Torrens Rowing Club, he is just a few strokes away now from claiming the Australian Masters Championship in the lightweight men's Masters F single. He is going to win it, and it's going to be second to Essendon Rowing Club just for wits. This is going to be tight for bronze, really, really tight, and just on the line, edging out the other competitors. David Hamilton from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Bill Nugent wasn't far behind, neither Gregory Marshall or Graham Hunt. And Glenn Shooter in 7th. In 8th place is Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge. And then rounding out this field, Craig Huxtable from Perth Rowing Club.
Again, another exciting finish there in the final. Rob Ellis start to finish, but Tim Jusefovic from Essendon Rowing Club just holding on to silver, and then David Hamilton from Griffith University Surfers Paradise coming through in 3rd place. As we get ready for the medal presentations for the men's F single sculls. Medals will be again presented by Torque Murray, Rowing New South Wales Ombudsman. Bronze medalists from the West Australian Rowing Club, Daryl Salisbury. In 2nd place and silver medalist from the Horowhenua Rowing Club, Kevin Horan. And the winner in 2023 Australian champion from Melbourne University, Peter Anthony. Please congratulate our 2023 champion and medalists.
So we've got another, sorry about that, just lost my microphone. We've got the men's Masters I-8 on the course. Toowong Composite in 3, James Mackay, John Mitchell, Peter Park, Chris Gastine, Rodney Pillmore, Nick Walrock and Peter Gell, Roger Gould, Cox by Bill Webster, St George Composite in 4, David Hill, Peter Merritt, Les Higgins, Bruce Reid, Clement Lewis, Dennis Tracy, Ian Toll and Lance Reeve. Cox by Jackie Peel and coached by Jackie Peel. That's interesting. Your coaches, your Cox, they'll certainly be getting some instructions at St George Leichhardt Composite. Mossman in 5, Peter Mayo, John Newcomb, Brian Weir, John May, John Strike, James Taylor, John Hardy, Philip Titterton, Cox by Sally Maspero. In 6, Melbourne Uni, Jim Morrison, Paul Bridgeford, David Yates, Richard Parker, Paul Ferguson, Tom Wood, Mike Kerrin and Greg Longdon. And they are coxed by Graham Bushnell. In 7, David Kay, Jim Hole, Len Walter, John James, Jeff Wannon, Peter Horton, Michael Tyler, Jeffrey Franklin, coxed by Jennifer Pollock and coached by Kim Rudder. Toowong, St George, Mossman, Melbourne Uni and North Shore. And right now it is Mossman who are leading the way by about 2 seconds. That is tough to pull back at the best of times, especially in an 8.
Yeah, they've got themselves about a boat length ahead of that 2nd place crew from Melbourne University in lane number 6. And then back a little bit further to the Toowong Composite over in lane number 1. North Shore 3 sitting in 4th place ahead of the St George Leichhardt Composite. A little bit off the pace at the moment. So we've got a boat length between 1st and 2nd, probably a bit over a boat length between 2nd and 3rd. Although I think we might be having a nice little battle going on here for 3rd. We've got the people on the extremities. So we've got the Toowong Banks Mercantile Composite lane 3 and then the North Shore crew in lane number 7. Although that Toowong Banks Mercantile Composite, I dare say their coxswain will be exhorting them greatly to finish up strongly and go home with the bronze medal.
Well, who's it going to be here? Here we go. Here we go. This is what we love. Bit of a Queensland, New South Wales battle here for the bronze medal. One thing that is not in doubt, though, is that Mossman Rowing Club, they're going to win gold here, and Melbourne Uni in silver. But here we go, Stu, the battle for bronze. Who's going to get it?
Well, I think you'll find that it'll be that Toowong Composite. That's Queensland and Victoria, so they're ganging up on the New South Wales people. But Mossman, start to finish, a strong win there for the Mossman Rowing Club. They've taken the gold. 2nd place going to Melbourne University in lane 6. 3rd place will go to the Toowong Banks Mercantile Composite in lane number 3, so very apt there. North Shore will come through in 4th place ahead of the St George Leichhardt Composite in 5th place. So we get ready now for the presentations for the men's lightweight F single sculls. Presentation of medals for the lightweight men's F single sculls. In third place and bronze medalist, representing Griffith University Surfers Paradise, David Hamilton. In second place, representing Essendon Rowing Club, Tim Josefovich. And the winner and Australian champion from Torrens Rowing Club, Rob Ellis. Please congratulate our medalists.
Women's Masters A quad now. On the course, this is a straight final. Excitement brewing about this one. So Newcastle Uni Lake Macquarie Nagambie composite. Christy Hinton, Caitlin Johnson, Emma Davey, Chantel Lindsay. Glebe Rowing Club in 4, Sarah Jones, Gemma Bassett, Elizabeth Dorian and Julia Vikovskaya. In 5, North Shore Leichhardt composite, Zita Briones, Nikki Lepresti, Taryn Innes and Olivia Tung. In 6, Glebe, Louisa Zaininger, Isabella Bain, Brianna Wade, Ella Barnard. In 7, Easter Rowing Club from Singapore, Joanna Chan, Kai Yu Jia, Teo Ji Juan and Sherdin Teng, coached by Goken Sakamoto. In 8, Ballarat City, Sharon Waters, Lisa Mentz, Danielle Foley and Kathy Lloyd. The only thing I'm hoping out of this race, Stuart, it's a bit selfish, is Newcastle Uni crews just fatigued themselves a little because got them in the mixed double a little bit later. So that crew is certainly a strong one over in lane 3. But right now it's the Easter crew out of Singapore. So leading, and they've got quite an advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, you can just see there as they went through the 500 metre mark, about a boat length, a little bit over a boat length between Easter and then the second place North Shore Leichhardt crew, and then back a little bit further there to the Newcastle University composite over in lane number 3, and then down to Glebe, the 2 Glebe crews, and then Ballarat City in lane number 8. So you may get your wish there, Ben. We've got that Newcastle University Lake Macquarie Nagambie composite sitting in third place at the moment, and if they're able to up the rate of striking a little bit, they may even sneak through for a cheeky little silver at the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Out in front though, from Singapore, the Easter Rowing Club. They're just looking very good at the moment. They've opened up an early lead and they've managed to hold on to it, and it doesn't look like there's going to be much that the other crews can really do unless something catastrophic happens to them. But in that battle for second place, we've got the North Shore composite over in lane number 5, just ahead of the Newcastle University composite in lane number 3. That's our battle for the silver placing for the second and third. So North Shore composite, North Shore Leichhardt composite, just out in front at the moment. That is, a few of those rowers are a little bit above A grade, but you can, if you are a C grade crew, you can row up into A grade, but you can't do the reverse, obviously. Out in front through the final stages now, the Easter Rowing Club crew from Singapore. They've led from start to finish, and they'll be able to go through and take the win in the battle for second. We can just see now North Shore and Leichhardt starting to up their rating to pull ahead of the Newcastle University Lake Macquarie Nagambie composite. Joanna Chan, Kang Yu Jia, Teo Zi Zhuan and Sheridan Teng take the win for Easter Rowing Club. They'll finish ahead of Zita Briones, Nikki Lepresti, Taryn Innes and Olivia Tung in second. Third going to Christy Hinton, Caitlin Johnson, Emma Davey and Chantel Lindsay. Fourth place will go through to Glebe Rowing Club in lane number 6, ahead of Glebe Rowing Club in lane number 4, and then Ballarat City making up our field. So a strong start to finish win there for the Easter Rowing Club from Singapore in a time of 3 minutes 27.73.
So men's Masters 4, and there's a scratching. Now, I'm thinking now, even though there was 4 entered, now that there's only 3, there's still only gold and silver given out, or because that crew entered, is it still gold, silver and bronze handed out?
I think we'll have to go to the judges on
Okay,
that one.
interesting.
This is where I know Eddie Maguire, has a little earpiece when he's on Millionaire, and they're able to. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. The producer in the year, it's very helpful. I know that's the thing. It's an absolute life-saving device. The producer in the year. University of New South Wales in 4, Nicholas Lazarou, Alexander Lazarou, James Halliday and George Lazarou. Nepean, Newcastle Uni, Newcastle Composite, that is Rowan Hislop, Gareth Sorkeld, Odin McIntosh, Jason Waddell, and Lindisfarne Shoalhaven Composite, Jonathan Marsh, Mark Thirlwall, Joel Cape and James Mackay. And they are the 3 crews in this final of the Men's Masters Coxless 4. And we're underway. So here we go. Some A sweep action on your Friday afternoon. Just trying to get some clarification on that, Stuart. I don't know if you were able to get any further information as to the medal situation in this race, because we did have a Black Mountain composite crew, but they have been scratched.
Presentation of medals now for the men's I-8s. So the crew on the podium at the moment were the bronze medalists from Toowong, Banks and Mercantile Rowing Clubs. James Mackay, John Mitchell, Peter Park, Chris Gastine, Rodney Pillmore, Nick Walrock, Peter Gell, Roger Gould and coxed by Bill Webster.
So here we go, this Men's Masters Coxless 4 final. And right now these crews heading towards the 500 metre mark. And it is neck and neck. This is going to be a wonderful race. It's shaped up that way with the Men's Masters Coxless 4. And we're getting that right here. University of New South Wales in first. Nepean Composite in the silver medal position. Lindisfarne Shoalhaven in third place. Almost a bit of an even split there as they came through the 500. Is there a response though? The Nepean Composite crew, they've got some top rowers in there, but the Uni of New South Wales crew just holding them off at the moment. And then Lindisfarne Shoalhaven in third place. Now just getting confirmation, we will post this race whether they are able to get onto the podium with only 3 in this race, but 4 entered with Black Mountain a scratching. But it's the University of New South Wales leading from the Nepean Newcastle Uni Newcastle Rowing Club Composite, and Lindisfarne Shoalhaven in third.
So the University of New South Wales out in front through the last 250 metres. They've got a little bit over, possibly even 2 boat lengths ahead of the Nepean Newcastle University and Newcastle Composite in second place, and then the Lindisfarne Shoalhaven Composite sitting in third. So that's our 1, 2, 3 coming in towards the final. So we've had some very exciting finals, and this one a little bit more settled as they're coming in towards the final stages. So this crew of Nicholas Lazarou, Alexander Lazarou, James Halliday and George Lazarou. So 3 Lazarous in the boat, certainly showing a lot of cohesion and going through and taking the win in the men's A Coxless 4. So a strong win there for the University of New South Wales. The Nepean Newcastle University, Newcastle Composite, Rowan Hislop, Gareth Salkeld, Odin McIntosh and Jason Waddell coming through in second, with the Lindisfarne Shoalhaven Composite of Jonathan Marsh, Mark Thirlwall, Joel Cape and James Mackay in third place. The winning time there, 3 minutes 15.06. presentation of medals for the women's A quad sculls. In third place, representing Newcastle University, Lake Macquarie and Nagambie rowing clubs, Christy Hinton, Caitlin Johnson, Emma Davey and Chantel Lindsay. In second place and silver medalists representing North Shore and Leichhardt rowing clubs, Zita Briones, Nikki Lepresti, Taryn Innes and Olivia Tung. And the gold medalists representing Easter Rowing Club, Joanna Chan, Kang Yu Jia, Teo Ji Xuan, Sheridan Teng, and they're coached by Goken Sakamoto. Please congratulate our 2023 champions and medalists.
And on the course at the moment, we have race 162, the Women's Masters D pair. In lane 2, Adelaide University. In lane 3, Toowong. In lane 4, North Shore. In lane 5, Glebe. In lane 6, Commercial. In lane 7, Toowong. And in lane 8, Yarra Yarra. And as they pass through the 500 metre mark, we have Adelaide University with about a length's lead over North Shore, another length back to Commercial, and then it's very tight between Yarra, Toowong and the other, and then Glebe in 7th place.
Well, I've got a personal favourite in this race. Rob, welcome. Kath here, back with commentary with Rob Glendenning. My wife is rowing in this very race in the stroke seat of lane 4. That's a combination of Helen Byrne and Catherine Boland, coached by Kim Rudder. And let's hope they're having a strong race out there. The conditions are absolutely glassy perfect. There's a slight cross breeze on the course, but it doesn't look like it's putting any of these rowers out of their lanes.
And Kath, just further to that, that intriguing connection, I think I know someone who had something to do with you learning how to row.
Well, that's right, Rob. I believe it was you, my friend, who taught Dr. Boland and myself to row. Catherine made it into the state team and I did not. So your coaching had some fantastic results there.
And we have Adelaide University just with a clear lead at the moment over that very North Shore crew we spoke about, with a little bit back to Commercial Rowing Club, and then Yarra Yarra over here in lane 8. So it's clear lead at the moment to Adelaide University. This, of course, is a final, so it'll. This is the race for medals. So it looks like Adelaide University will cross the line, and
I'm very happy to call the silver medal in this race going to North Shore crew of Helen Byrne and Catherine Boland. Well done. Coming in 3rd, Yarra Yarra, Catherine Carr and Linda Skidmore. Commercial in 4th.
Toowong and just coming across the line now to complete the field, Glebe Rowing Club. So the places in that race were Adelaide University in 1st place, North Shore in 2nd and Yarra Yarra in 3rd.
You just wanted to say Toowong twice, I know, Rob. And shout out to the hardest working club members of the Toowong St Lucia Club. That's John Bliss, Gav Kiley and Peter Park. You've been voted by your fellow members here at this national championship as the hardest working club members in that Toowong club. floods keep washing away the Toowong shed, but they rebuild and they come back more robust than before. Recreational and social rowers, honorary life members, veterans, and rowing across all categories at the Toowong Rowing Club.
And as we finish one race, it's on to the next. It's race 163, the Men's Masters D Double Scull. In lane 2, Corio Bay, Marcus Tyrrell and Richard Axe. In lane 3, Gold Coast Masters Composite with Andy Menzies and David Hughes. In lane 4, Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis and Justin Nigri. In lane 5, Murwillumbah, Doug Cryer and Scott O'Reilly. In lane 6, the Lindisfarne Composite of Michael Wilson and Tom Wilcox. In lane 7, the Glebe Composite of Nicholas Brown and Brad Smith. In lane 8, the Black Mountain crew of Mark Partridge and Ian Mongan. And the lane 9, Riverside of Hugh Dombrowski and Anthony Lee.
And of course, everyone who's rowed down in Canberra would know the Black Mountain Rowing Club out there on the Black Mountain Peninsula at the western end of the Canberra Lake Burley Griffin. And if anyone's been down rowing in Canberra on the lake during the Canberra Balloon Festival, you'll know what it looks like to see a 100-kilo balloon dog in sunglasses looking down on the course during a race. And coming up to the 500 mark now on race 163, Yarra Yarra is leading, followed very closely by Murwillumbah, Glebe Drummoyne, Lindisfarne, Ulverstone, Black Mountain, Gold Coast, Corio Bay and Riverside. There's nothing between first, second and third.
And we're crossing back for the medal presentation for the Men's Masters A4 minus. And in third place and bronze medalist, Lindisfarne Composite, Jonathan Marsh, Mark Thurwell, Joel Cape, James Mackay, we seem to be short of a few medals, so we'll get this in. The Nepean Composite in second place in silver medal, Rowan Hislop, Gareth Sulkeed, Odin McIntosh, and Jason Waddell. Yeah, just get the first one. And in first place, University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou, Alexander Lazarou, James Halliday and George Lazarou.
And it's an extremely tight finish here in race 163 with Yarra Yarra neck on neck with Murwillumbah and lane 7, Glebe Composite. It's going to be a photo finish between 4, Yarra Yarra and the Glebe Composite crew of Nicholas Brown and Brad Smith. We've got the official results, Yarra Yarra first, Glebe Drummoyne Composite, Murwillumbah. There's nothing in it. Photo finish on that last. Lindisfarne, Black Mountain, Corio Bay, Riverstone and Gold Coast Masters Griffith Composite. And we're lining up now for race 164. Oars are squared and buried on the start line for this Women's Masters B4. In lane 3, the Buckingham Composite with Tasmania University, the crew of Starling, Blythe, Vickers and Anderson. In lane 4, Mossman Rowing Club, the Lowry, Walding, Ross, Kleiman Composite. All from Mossman Rowing Club. And in lane 5, the Karam Composite with Wenduri, Ballarat. And it looks like, Rob, there's another Torrens and Karam also in this. I'm wondering if they've combined race 164
yes.
and 165.
Yeah, they certainly have. There's 5 crews, which would make Torrens in lane 6 and Karam in lane 7 the Coxed crews in this race. So it's a combination of the women's B, 4 minus and 4 plus.
The medal presentation for the Women's D Masters pair. In 3rd place, Yarra Yarra, Catherine Carr and Linda Skidmore. Very happy birthday to Linda Skidmore for today. 2nd place to the North Shore crew of Helen Byrne and Catherine Boland. Congratulations, North Shore. And in 1st place to the Adelaide University combination of Susie Ross and Angie Francu.
Please congratulate the winners and medal place getters in the women's D pair. So, okay, through the 500 metre mark, and we have the Buckingham Tasmania Uni crew in 1st position with the Karam Windaree crew in 2nd. It's like just by 0.39 of a second. Back to Mossman, and as we would expect, the Torrens and Karam crew, the Carrying Coxons, a little bit further back, but a great tussle of their own.
And of course, the Torrens Club saw some LA Olympians and 2 of their rowers and coach go to victory with a bronze medal in the women's Coxed 4 event at those Olympics. And of course, Sally Newmarch comes out of the Torrens Club. It's a fantastic combo of Rob Ellis and his wife Simone Ellis in the women's state team. She's been rowing in the state team since 2014, having only started rowing in 2013, Rob. So that Simone Ellis is someone to watch in the State Masters on Saturday afternoon from the Torrens Club.
And we have the Karam Composite crew with about a 3/4 of a length lead at the moment over the Buckingham Composite, and it's a very, very tight race. The Mossman crew of Kim Laurie, Alexandra Walding, Kelly Ross and Carissa Kleiman in 3rd position there and pushing hard to stay with this group. But it looks like a bit of speed being shown over on the other side by the Buckingham Composite group, and they could be drawing level at the moment with the Karam Composite in lane 5. Who's going to go right down to the wire, and they're well into the red boys now. But the Karam Composite crew of Jackie Deeble, Jess Fishman, Rebecca Gribble and Morgan Dunham look like they're going to have done enough to hold on and get the gold medal with the Buckingham Composite 2nd and the Mossman 3rd in a very tight race. And it looks like Torrens has the Coxed 4 well and truly in place, and they'll go across the line to take the gold medal in the women's B Coxed 4.
Well done to Karam Wenduri Ballarat for that fantastic row. have no idea.
So we have the medal presentation for race 163, the men's Masters D double, and it went down to a photo, and the official result we have has Murwillumbah in third place and bronze medalists.
The medals are being presented by Karen Clay, Chair of the Masters Commission.
And in second place and silver medalists, Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis and Justin Negri. And in first place and gold medalists, Glebe Drummoyne composite of Nicholas Brown and Brad Smith. Please join in congratulating Crew's medal winners in the Masters D double scull.
And their squared and buried just started the first 5 start strokes in the men's Masters B single. It's a full house for this race, lanes 1 through to 9, with ADF rowing. In lane 1, Ben Farrell. Leichhardt, lane 2, Con Guimarães, coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 3, Centenary, Cody Elam Allen. In lane 4, Banks, Andrew Goldstein. Lane 5, Newcastle, Gareth Sockeld. Lane 6, Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, Julian Wright. Lane 7, Shellharbour City, Kevin Wall. Lane 8, North Esk, Patrick Bird. And in lane 9, closest to the stand, will be Cade Zulstorff from A&A Rowing Club.
So we're now well into this race, the men's Masters B single scull, and all the action at the moment looks to be over on the southern bank with the ADF, Leichhardt and Centenary rowers certainly going out hard at the moment.
And we'll do a shout out to the BROs who are out there on the course all day in the heat. Also the boat holders lined up on their tummies. It's not an easy job holding those boats and getting them lined up. They're doing a fantastic job. The volunteers here at this Nationals Regatta are putting everything into making sure the event runs smoothly. From the medal presentations right through to the catering. Thank you, all the volunteers here.
So as we come down to through the last 250 metres, we have a real battle between Quan Guimarães of Leichhardt and Andrew Goldstein of Banks. It looks it's neck and neck at the moment. Over here in lane 9, we have Cade Zulstorff still hanging in there in that probably the third position, or vying for that third position with the ADF, the Australian Defence Force rower, over in lane 1. But it's an out-and-out battle here, and it looks like Quan Guimarães from Leichhardt has got a slight advantage over Andrew Goldstein from Banks at this point in time as they come into the red boys. It's the last 100 metres, the last 10 or 15 strokes. The A&A rower over here in lane 9 really putting a spurt on now and just trying to get that third and medal position. But it's down to the wire here. And it looks like the Leichhardt Sculler has just the slightest of lead. He's having plenty of looks, but he will hold on to take first position. The Bank's in second place. A&A in third.
And it looks like ADF Rowing over there in lane 1 will take 4th place, followed by Newcastle. And it's a race for lane 8 coming in North Esk over lane 3, Centenary. The rower in lane 7 from Shellharbour City, Kevin Wall. Congratulations on a great race, Kevin. You're about to cross the line. You can do it. Well done. We've got Gareth McShea in first place at the 500 in the lightweight men's singles, and Michael Murphy is very close, 5 seconds behind him in race 167 on your program. That's Gareth McShea from Yarra Yarra is leading this race, the lightweight men's Masters B single scull, followed by Toowong Michael Murphy.
And the lightweight introduction of the lightweight single has been a great thing for rowing, and certainly the scullers, and particularly at the lighter end of the scale, are loving the fact that they can get out there and race people of similar size and power. So as we come through the 250 metre mark, it certainly is the Yarra Yarra sculler, Gareth McShea, with a handy lead over Michael Murphy. Both these rowers have been down the course many times. We're only halfway through the second day, so no doubt a lot more racing for them over the next couple of days. But it looks like a handy lead by Gareth McShea, and he's not letting off. He's not taking his foot off the pedal here, and certainly making sure that they're leaving nothing to chance and getting into those red buoys now. And over the last 100 or so metres, holding about a length and a half lead over Michael Murphy from Toowong Rowing Club. Got about another 5 strokes to get Gareth McShea across the line to take the gold medal. And crossing the line now to take the gold medal in the men's lightweight B scull, followed closely by Michael Murphy.
So we're lining up now in what's going to be an extremely exciting race, the Women's Masters E4. They're on the start line looking like a full house. Again, lanes 1 through to 9. This is going to be a hard-fought race for the medals in this final with lane 1, Perth Composite. They're teaming up with Albert Park, South Melbourne. Manning River Composite in 2. Murwillumbah Composite, lane 3. Lane 4, the Torrens Composite. Lane 5, Melbourne Composite. It's a patchwork of all sorts in these races. Lane 6, Ulverstone Composite. Lane 7, St George Composite. Lane 8, Pine Rivers. And Lane 9, Commercial.
And Kath, this is a great thing about these nationals. There's a lot of composite crews made up from interstate crews of combinations that get together this once a year to rekindle those relationships, but also to get out there and race with a different bunch than you have normally been racing with. And there's some work very hard to make sure that they've got exceptionally competitive crews.
They've just started on this race 168, the Women's Masters E. What a strong start from these crews. It's neck and neck. They're not letting anyone get away. They're very well matched. These composite crews, lanes 1 through to 9. And in the Melbourne composite crew, we've got the champion of champions rowing. That's a title that she holds. That's Tej Nishibata from the Melbourne composite crew of Richmond and Melbourne University. Yeah, that's her. Tanya, that's right. Tej, I think. And we've got that Murwillumbah composite coming down now. Ulverston, Mersey and Murwillumbah of Alison Kirkwood, Sandra Wilson, Michelle Johnson and Tamsin Brew. Tamsin did come from North Shore Rowing Club and now rows with the Murwillumbah Rowing Club. And up there they've got their president, Roll Janke. He puts together an incredibly enjoyable MRC Ramblings newsletter. And a shout out to all the volunteers who have rebuilt the Murwillumbah rowing shed after it was lost in the 2022 floods. So in 2022 they lost their boat shed. They've recently secured a New South Wales sports grant to rebuild a new launching ramp. And that's a fantastic approval of that sports grant and their efforts to rebuild that club in the flood recovery program with the Tweed Shire Council.
So we have, through the 500, we're almost down to the 250, but through the 500, it was a very, very tight race with the St George Composite holding a slight lead over the Melbourne Composite, the Torrens Port Adelaide in third place. So at the moment, the crew right in the middle, the crew's in the middle of the course. It looks to be the Melbourne Composite, and over on this side, the Pine Rivers Rowing Club crew that have taken a slight lead. The crew that has led through the 500 metres, which was the St George Composite, seems to have slipped back a little bit, and certainly the other crews have come up with the Torrens Composite now pushing up there into probably vying for second position, and beside them the Murwillumbah Composite really pushing hard. But this Ulverston, this Melbourne Composite crew out in front with Jennifer Bingham, Geraldine Goss, Helen Pearce, Tanya Nishibata, look to have a handy lead at the moment and will carry that through to the line. At the moment, just shading the Torrens Composite crew. It looks like they'll go across in second.
It's a big fight in lanes 7, 8 and 3. We've got the official results now. Melbourne Composite, followed by Torrens Port Adelaide, and Pine Rivers snatched the third place medal. Well done, Pine Rivers, over St George Composite, Murwillumbah Composite, Ulverstone Tamar, Manning River Composite and Commercial. And in ninth place, the Perth Albert Park South Melbourne crew. But well done, Melbourne Composite. In first place, that is the group of Jennifer Bingham, Geraldine Goss, Helen Pearce and Tanya Nishibata. Well done.
And the present medal presentation for the Women's Masters B4 minus. In second position and silver medalist, Buckingham Composite, Kathy Starling. Courtney Blythe. Claire Vickers. And Nicola Anderson. And in first place and gold medalist, Karam Composite, Jackie Diebel, Jess Fishman, Rebecca Gribble, and Morgan Dunham, and coached by Drew Holman. Please congratulate the medal winners in the Women's Masters B4-.
Race 169 is underway. This is going to be magic, Rob. It's the Men's Masters E8. We'll call it in a sec. At the 500 metre mark, there's going to be a medal presentation, so we're trying to juggle those two so we don't miss any piece of the action here in this Men's Masters 8. It's a group of composite rowers in the middle part of the course with Tu Wong closest to the grandstand.
Moving on to the medal presentation for the Women's Masters B4. And in first place and gold medal winners, Torrens Rowing Club, Karen Farina, Linda Jankowiak, Tori Toogood, Emily Elkuri, and coxswain Jed Watson. Coach Alexander Worthington. Please congratulate the gold medal winners in the Women's Masters B4+.
Okay, it's very tight here in race 169, the Men's Masters E8. The middle of the pack, nothing separates them, Rob. They are within a whisker of one another in lanes, in the middle lanes. So Adelaide University Composite is currently out in front, followed by Melbourne, the Mossman Composite, Tu Wong, St George Composite, Yarra Yarra Composite, Nelson Composite and Glebe Sydney University in 8th. But right now, it looks like they're getting a bit of clear water out there on the Adelaide University Composite. It's the middle medals that are going to be tight.
The action is frantic out there, and that Adelaide University Composite crew is really looking like they've got their timing together, they've got the rating up, and they're leaving nothing to chances as they power ahead to the line. They look to have a length over the chasing crews, and which would be the Nelson Composite, the Melbourne crew, and the Glebe Composite, St George Composite, and Toowong over on this side. But the Adelaide University Composite, a clear win, a clear lead and clear win to them in a great row to take out that first place. Very, very tight, and it's all to the line here. And it looks like the Melbourne crew will just hold on over Toowong over in line 9, followed by the Mossman crew and St George.
That's right, Rob. How exciting. We had Adelaide Uni Composite come in with a clear lead over Melbourne, but it was a real battle for third place between Toowong, who came out on top, over the Mossman Composite, St George Composite, Yarra Yarra, Nelson, Glebe Sydney University, and the race will be finishing. No, it has finished. That's fantastic. Lane 9, Sunshine Coast, Sydney University. Congratulations.
Moving to the medal presentation for the Men's Masters B single. We only have the third place getter at this point in time, and it's in the bronze medal position, ANA Cade Zoldorf. Please congratulate Cade on a great row.
And they're lining up now, Rob, in race 170 on your program for the Women's Masters double H category, and they've started. In lane 9, closest to the grandstand, Sunshine Coast Composite, that's Kerry Bigsworth and Susan Stewart. North Shore crew in lane 8, Susan Walter and Sue Wannon, coached by Kim Rudder. I think this is their 6th race of today. the Walter Wannon combination. In lane 7, Riverside, Anne Pennington and Claire Sweeney. Lane 6, Melbourne University, Josephine Bant and Pamela Whiting. Lane 5, Manning River, Kay Pullen, Kay Smythe. In lane 4, Phoenix, the combination of Anne Ellis and Carolyn Musarad. In lane 3, Mossman, Anne Taylor and Margaret Small. And in lane 2, on the far side of the course, is the Gulwa crew of Jackie Woodhead and Diana Tebnev.
We'll move on to the medal presentation for the lightweight men's Masters B single scull. And in first position and gold medalist Gareth McShay. Please congratulate Gareth McRae from Yarra Yarra for a gold medalist in the men's Masters B single.
And I'm going to do a shout out here to the Gulwa Rowing Club in South Australia. That's on Hindmarsh Island. They call themselves the Small Club with the Big Heart. And I will say that they do not have a boat shed facility. So those rowers out of the Gulwa area, very intrepid, they load their boats onto a trailer every time they want to row. They've raised $22,000 so far from some very generous donors, but wouldn't it be fantastic, ladies and gentlemen, if further input could flow from their interstate friends? You can look up the Australia Sports Foundation to donate to build that Gulwa shed for those rowers, and they've just passed the 500-metre mark. Riverside is in front of Manning River, followed by North Shore, Phoenix, Melbourne University, Mossman and Gulwa. Sunshine Coast, Sydney University.
Just moving on to the medal presentation for the Women's Masters E-Quad. And in third place and bronze medal winners, Pine Rivers, Suzanne Hafner, Anne Holmes, M. Schmeider, Solveig Ward, and in second place and silver medalist, Torrens Composite, Gina Bell, Robin Gray Gardner, Alison Smith, and Simone Ellis. And in first place and gold medalist, Melbourne Composite, Jennifer Bingham, Geraldine Goss, Helen Pearce, and Tanya Nishibata. Please join in congratulating the medalists in the Women's Masters E-Quad.
These women are absolutely incredible. They are burning, pushing through in this very exciting finish. Rob, I'm not going to be able to call this. I wish my friends good luck on the floor below me in the commentary area, because they have got something on their hands to sort out. It looks like Phoenix is battling hard against Melbourne University, but lane 6, Melbourne University and Riverside look like they're going to come in to take the gold. It's Riverside, followed by Melbourne University, Sunshine Coast, Sydney University, North Shore in 4, Phoenix and Manning River in 6th place. That's Riverside taking the gold in this race 170, the H double. Congratulations to all the rowers, Mossman finishing in 8th and coming across the Sunshine Coast Composite in lane 9.
Out on the course at the moment, we have race 171, the men's Masters H double final. In lane 2, Murdoch University, Ken Price and Alan Barry. In lane 3, Nagambie, John Straps and Andy Horsburgh. In lane 4, Lake Macquarie, Robert Wallace and Bruce Sharp. In lane 5, ANU Composite, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. In lane 6, we have Sunshine Coast Composite of Gary Betts and Ian Luxford. And in lane 7, the Union Composite of Chris Blomfield and Robert Evans. In lane 8, Melbourne Composite of Ross Mersel and Michael Dakic. In lane 9, the Melbourne crew of Stephen Mollard and Kel Boynton.
And I'd like to say very quickly here, Rob, that Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, they would like to shout out to Kirsten Berry, their club captain. Peter Armstrong and others reckon you are the best club captain they've ever had. Well organised, great communicator, energetic. That's Kirsten Berry, also a pharmacist, and voted unanimously to continue as the club captain through the next season.
So through the 500 metre mark in this men's H double, we have a very close race with the ANU Melbourne crew of through in 149 with the Sunshine Coast Millwillenbar crew just about half a length beat down from the Lake Macquarie crew coming through in 3rd place. So it's still very tight there for all positions down to the 6th, 7th place. So as they come into the coming down towards the 250 metre to go.
I certainly hope that Ian Luxford, who's in the Sunshine Coast Composite crew, found his oars. They went missing yesterday, and let's hope he found them and he doesn't have to borrow a pair, which put him in 2nd place yesterday. If he comes through in that Sunshine Coast Composite crew in lane 6, I will suggest, Rob, that he found his oars with the thick green handles.
Yes, it's always good to have your set of oars. You have your favourites, and particularly on the handle size. So it looks like he's found something. They're in 2nd place at the moment, just shading this very good crew of in lane 5, the ANU Composite of Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. They were up here a couple of weeks ago at the New South Wales State Championships, where they certainly put in a lot of races, a lot of time out on the racecourse, and they look to have this race well and truly covered with the aforementioned Gary Betts and Ian Luxford's crew of Sunshine Composite in 2nd place. Over on the other side, we have the Nagambie crew, which looks to be in 3rd at the moment, but being pushed very hard by the Lake Macquarie crew. But there's no doubt about this one. The ANU crew of Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney crossing the line for 1st. Ian Luxford and Gary Betts in 2nd place. It's a very tight race, but right over on this side here, we have a Melbourne Composite crew look like they're going to squeeze in and get that 3rd place, followed by Nagambie, Lake Macquarie, Murdoch University, and then the Union Composite.
Now, Rob, there are 2 donuts sitting here in this commentary box for you and me. I think the both of us should just finish that off and put it out of its misery. What do you think?
I think the donut's the last thing I need, Kath, if I'm going to get back down to lightweight in the next 20 years. So.
They're lining up now for race 172 on your program, the Women's Masters C1 Final. We're going to be calling a medal presentation, I think. We might have to switch around and come back to you. In lane 2 of the Women's 172 final, we have in lane 2, Commercial from Queensland. Lane 3, Ballarat City Rowing Club, Ebony Ebenwalder. Lane 4, Adelaide University, Christina Bursell. Lane 5, Glebe, Jacqueline Harris. Lane 6, Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. Lane 7, Melbourne, Michelle Joy. Lane 8, Noosa, Joe Emerson. And in lane 9, St George, Amanda Barrett, coached by Bruce Williams.
And moving on to the medal presentation for the men's Masters E8. And in 2nd position and silver medalist, Melbourne, Julian Baker, Giannis Anastopoulos, Brian Nuttall, Robert Smith, Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison, and coxswain Emma Plowright.
Yeah, regrettably, Rob, I've got a bit of donut stuck in my throat now, so I'm afraid you're probably going to have to call what's happening at the 500 in race 172, the Women's Masters C.
Before that, we've got the first place and gold medalist, Adelaide University, Rob Ellis, Andrew Tideman, Greg Walters, Kevin Tankard, Damien Derleek, David McLeod, Alexander Siltz, Bill Natt, and coxswain Bonnie White. Coaches Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley. Please congratulate the medal winners for the Men's Masters E8.
Well, it's your turn to have the donut now because I'm calling race 172. At the 500 metre mark, we had Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis out in front with a very tight time of 2 minutes exactly on the nose at the 500 metre mark. Second, Ballarat City, Ebony Ebenwalder. Third, Adelaide University. And in fourth, at the 500 metres, Glebe, Jacqueline Harris, very close behind her, Joe Emerson from Noosa and Michelle Joy from Melbourne. Nothing in those last, well actually there's nothing in it really. This will be a very exciting finish, particularly looking at lanes 3, 4 and 5.
Yes, certainly Katrina Days from Shoalhaven holding about a half a boat length lead over Ebony Ebenwalder at the halfway mark, and it looks to be really a battle between those two. And the thing about these guys is you're never left wondering whether they're putting it all in. This is just throwing it all, leaving it, nothing out on the track here today. And it looks like Katrina Davis has jumped out to about 3/4 of a length lead at this time over Ebony over in lane 3. It's a very tight race back in for third and fourth, but look, Katrina Davis looks to be holding on, and she will go across the line in first to take first place in this women's C single scull with a great row, followed by Ebony Ebenwalder from Ballarat City, Adelaide's Christina Bursell, Melbourne's Michelle Jolly, Jackie Harris from Glebe, Joe Emerson from Noosa, and Amanda Barron. Now for the medal presentation of the Women's Masters H2M double. And in third place and bronze medalists, North Shore, Susan Walter and Sue Wannon. Coach Kim Rudder. In second place and silver medalists, Melbourne University, Josephine Bant and Pamela Whiting. And in first place and gold medalists for 2023, Riverside, Anne Pennington and Claire Sweeney. Please join in congratulating Cruise medalists in the Women's Masters H2M double scull.
Thanks, Rob. I'm excited to call race 173, the lightweight Women's Masters C single scull. This is going to be a really exciting race. There's a number of state rowers in this race, in their singles. In lane 2, Mossman's Sarah Hill. Lane 3, ANA, Renee Bravelli. Lane 4, Powerhouse, Emily Hardage. Lane 5, Corio Bay, Fiona Wild. Corio Bay, thank you. Lane 6, Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid. Lane 7 is the Black Mountain ACT rower Jane Clues. Leichhardt in lane 8, Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. And lane 9, Glebe, that's Anne Skilton, coached by Robin Mackney. And you'll know that Steve Sherry and Kim Rudder are the illustrious coaches of the New South Wales women's state team. They've been rowing in Blackness on the Lane Cove River, coaching on Thursday evenings for that State 8, which will be a very exciting race on Saturday afternoon at 5 p.m.
Yes, it sure will, Kath, and a reminder that that is the a big event in this Australian Championships for 2023. So tomorrow afternoon, make sure you're by the course. There's the bar area up there, which would be a great vantage point for those races and allow you to cheer on your state and get your crew across the line. Moving to medal presentations for the Men's Masters H Double. In third place and bronze medalist, Melbourne Composite, Ross Mersel and Michael Dakich. In second place and silver medalist, Sunshine Coast Composite of Gary Betts and Ian Luxford. And in first place and gold medalists, ANU Composite, Rodney Stewart from Melbourne and Peter McCartney from ANU. Please congratulate medalists in the Men's Masters H Double.
It's very exciting here in race 173, Rod. They've just passed the 500 metre mark and Janine Reid from Brisbane and GPS is in front. A very good 2.01 time at the 500, but Daniela Bourget is hot on her heels, followed by ANA, Black Mountain and Powerhouse. Is nothing in the middle cruise again. This is going to be also a very tight race for second and third as Janine Reid takes a very clean lead in this women's lightweight Masters C single scull.
If I'm not mistaken, Kath, that Daniel Bourget is a D grade rower, so a D age group rower. So she's doing particularly well to be out in second place at the moment against this very strong rower from Brisbane GPS, Janine Reid.
Have we got that right? 886. Yes, yes, good, we have. And Janine Reid is going to take gold in this for Brisbane and GPS, nicely out in front, but there's a very strong race coming from Daniela in lane 8, and Leichhardt will get silver in this, but it's a photo finish for the third place. But I think just in terms of one stroke, Powerhouse, Emily Hardage has come in third place. That was a gargantuan battle between ANA's Renelle Bravelli and Emily Hardage. This is race 174, the Men's Masters C pair. I have to look at the oars. I have been rowing only 4 or 5 years and I still don't know the difference between a pair and a double, but it looks like they've only got 2 oars in that boat there. That's a pair, and off they go. That's a strong start from lane 8, University of New South Wales, Ben Wallen and Andrew McEnroe. McEnroe, there he is. And in lane 2, we've got Lindisfarne Composite of Bird and Wilcox. Patrick Bird from North Esk and Tom Wilcox from Lindisfarne in Tasmania. Lane 3 is the Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club combination of Dunbar and Adam. Melbourne University in lane 4. Pining and Isherwood. Toowong in lane 5. Andrew McIntosh and James Manning. Toowong, neck and neck in lanes 5 and 6 for Toowong, with Dean Horder and Jackson Price. Karam in lane 7, Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman. He's also the coach for many of the Karam rowing team, very esteemed coach. He's rowing in lane 7. Lane 8, University of New South Wales, and Lane 9, University of Queensland, the combination of Adam Bright and David Hobart.
Moving on to the medal presentation for the women's C single. And in third position and bronze medalist, Adelaide University, Christina Bursell. And in first place and gold medalist from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. Congratulations to the medal winners in the Women's Masters C Single.
In race 174, the University of New South Wales, Ben Wallen and McEnroe have come across in 1:44 at the 500 metre mark to lead race 174. That's University of New South Wales, followed by Toowong, Melbourne University and the University of Queensland. Combination of Bright and Hobart. Karam, Brisbane and GPS, Lindisfarne, North Esk and Toowong round out the distribution of rowers in this race, but it looks like the University of New South Wales is out in front. That's the Wallen-McEnroe combination.
And Kath, that was extremely tight across the 500 metre mark there. Literally less than a second between each position over the first 7 crews. So it's a very tight race. But this Toowong crew of in lane 5 of Andrew McIntosh and James Manning have gone out to a handy lead at the moment, and they're powering through. This is a great display of pair-oared rowing, probably one of the toughest boats to row. So they look like they're holding on to the lead. Although right over here, the University crew of Ben Whale and Andrew McEnroe are really pushing home hard with a lot of pressure from the Karam crew in lane 7 and the University of Queensland crew in lane 8. But this Toowong crew, a very polished crew, coming across the over the last 4 or 5 strokes. The University of New South Wales crew has just put a spurt on and just pulled a little bit clear of the Karam crew, and it will be Toowong Rowing Club in first position, University of New South Wales in second, Karam in third, Lindisfarne Composite in fourth, Brisbane and GPS in fifth, University in Queensland in sixth, Melbourne University in seventh, and Toowong in eighth.
Well, I could really see that Wallen-McEnroe crew. My legs were hurting just watching them. They completely put the pressure on and increased their stroke rate in the last 5 strokes of that race. What an outstanding row. You know, Rob, I've been rowing in a pair recently with a very, very good rower, Jane O'Hanlon, and her wonderful spouse of many years, Terry O'Hanlon, who is well known as a legend cox in this sport. But Jane and I, we go for a dip every now and then in the Lane Cove River in our pair. Technical issues arise from time to time for rowers, but anyone who can row a pair, I take my hat off to you. Honestly, it is not an easy boat to row.
Having spent a bit of a time in a pair, Kath, I can say it can't be that hard. You've only got one oar each. So no, but they certainly are a test your skill, and to row a pair effectively and fast is a very tough task. But the certainly it is a boat to test yourself.
Well, they're testing themselves in this race right now because they're the only ones in it, as far as I can see, Rob. Off they go, off the start line. This is race 175. There was a scratch in this race, and I believe that this is a North Shore combination of John James and John Simpson. And John James, clearly, from the North Shore crew, he is the patriarch of our club. Incredible at 86, ex-Olympian, and he's teamed up with John Simpson from Canberra.
Moving on to the medal presentation for race 173, the lightweight women's Masters C single scull. And in third place and bronze medalist, powerhouse Emily Harridge. And in second place and silver medalist from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. And in first place and gold medalist from Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid. And so please join in congratulating the medal winners for the lightweight women's Masters C single scull.
And John James is coming down the course. Now, did you know, you might not, John James, he looks after guide dog puppies, lots of them. He brings up the mother when she's just given birth to her litter of puppies, and John can have anywhere between 8 and 10 puppies for the guide dogs to raise. So he's a puppy raiser, you could say.
Well, he certainly mixes that puppy raising with a fair bit of time on the water. Spent a lot of time around the club at North Shore, coaching and rowing. So he's certainly an ex-Olympian and has a stalwart of rowing in New South Wales.
And, you know, he's such an integral part of the North Shore Club. We run a teams development program out of North Shore. It's a hugely successful program where young people are from different corporate backgrounds and often associated with the universities come together at North Shore Rowing Club to have a team development day, and that program is fully run by the volunteers of North Shore, and John is often there as a coach for these team development programs, which raises a lot of money for the club and allows us to continually upgrade our fleet of boats and extend the premises. And John James is a massive and important part of the North Shore Rowing Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for race 174, the men's Masters C pair.
Now, you might be mistaken in thinking that John James is related to me, Kath James. I wish it were true, and I at least had some genetic advantage from being related to John James. He is not related to me, but I do appear next to him on the back of the T-shirts, so that's always something I look forward to seeing. That's John James and John Simpson, rowing in race 175. I think they're going to win it, Rob.
There's a very good chance of that. It's a very big margin to the second place getters at this point in time. But look, these John Simpson and John James have done a lot of rowing together, so they know this not only the course very well, but each other's rowing, and they're not letting it up. They're going to push it across this line, which is what we like to see when it's a row through, that they really put the effort in.
I don't even need to put my glasses on to see the winner of this race, Rob. I can see that it is John James and John Simpson finishing on the bell for a fantastic race. Veterans of Australian rowing.
Okay, moving on to the medal presentation of the men's Masters C pair. And in third place and bronze medalists, Carrum Rowing Club, Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman. And Drew is also the coach. In second place and silver medalist, University of New South Wales, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe. And in first place, gold medalists and champions in the men's Masters C pair, Toowong Rowing Club, Andrew McIntosh and James Manning, and coach Terry Mulligan. Please congratulate medalists in the men's Masters C pair.
Special stretching exercises usually there for the photographers. Yes. We've done one of that today. Yeah, I told her.
We have on the start line at the moment race 176, the Mixed Masters A and B Double Scull Division 1. And in lane 2 we have Newcastle University of Christy Hinton and Odin McIntosh. In lane 3, Adelaide University, Finn Sprackling and Joanne Malcolm. In lane 4, ADF Rowing of Sarah Leon and Edward Stollery. In lane 5, Newcastle University, Rowan Hislop and Chantel Lindsay. In lane 6, Lake Macquarie, Beau Fleming and Emma Davey. In lane 7, another Lane Macquarie crew of Raylene Ison and Luke Walker. And in lane 8, Newcastle, Phoebe Sanders and Ben Homer. So we have the medal presentation for the men's Masters K2M Double Scull. And in first place and gold medalists, John James and John Simpson. John James from North Shore Rowing Club and John Simpson from Canberra Rowing Club. Please congratulate the Canberra Composite crew in the men's Masters K2M Double Scull. And we have a start in the mixed Masters A and B double scull Division 1. So we've moved this afternoon, we've moved into the mixed races as we do at the end of each session. And we've have a fairly tight race as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. We have a great, for those on the live coverage, we have a great view of the crews from behind, from the launch, the umpire's launch. And so you can see it's a great conditions out on the course, looking great, looking back down towards the finish tower. And through the 500 metre mark, we have the Adelaide University crew across in first place, the Newcastle University crew in second, and Lake Macquarie crew in third, Newcastle in fourth, Newcastle University in fifth, and in sixth place, Lake Macquarie. And of course, in that University of Newcastle, Newcastle crew, we have Ben Homer, who is on the commentary team, as well as doing a fair few races over this couple of days. Well, we certainly have been blessed with the conditions out on the course for the first few days, and the crew's really enjoying the very flat and still conditions. Just a slight breeze coming across the course, which is often better than absolutely smooth. But at this point in time, it looks like the Adelaide University crew of Finn Sprackling and Joanne Malcolm have a handy lead over the chasing pack. Over in lane 2, the University of Newcastle University crew of Christy Hinton and Odin McIntosh look like they found their mojo, Catherine. They're really pushing at the moment. The rating is right up, and Christy certainly is giving Odin something to think about in the bow seat there and willing him on. And they look like they could actually come over the top. It's a very tight race between Newcastle, the universities of Newcastle and Adelaide, coming down to the line. And it's extremely close race at the moment. A little bit of momentum with the Newcastle University crew, and they will hold on to take first place over the Adelaide University crew. In third place, the University of Newcastle, followed by Lake Macquarie, and the second Lake Macquarie crew coming over the line. That was heavily focused around the Newcastle area there, with only ADF and Adelaide University out of area.
That's right, Rob. I hope you missed me while I had my quick run around to congratulate my wife on her silver medal. But those Lake Macquarie rowers, they've got a lot to contend with up there on Lake Macquarie and into Cockerell Creek. I've been told by a very reliable source, Peter Armstrong, that they have to deal with bull sharks, stingrays, mullets jumping into the boat. They've had some sunfish that they've seen up there on Lake Macquarie, and dolphins chasing them off the bow side of their boat. So unbelievable that they must feel so excited to row on the Penrith Lakes, where there's nothing but a few mullet in this course.
Yeah, look, I think the sound of mullet and dolphins sound a little bit better than bull sharks, but certainly the only obstacle out here are the odd carp and the length of the course, I would think.
So we've got the Yarra Yarra crew here in lane 3. That's a combination of Gareth McShee and Kelly Lewis. Commercial Composite in lane 4 from Queensland, Katrina Reynolds and Matthew Napa. In lane 5, Leichhardt, Anna Paula Guimares and Juan Guimares. I believe they must be, I think so. And the Banks Composite in lane 6, that's Ebony Ebenwalder from the Ballarat City Rowing Club, actually, and Heinrich Zentz from the Banks Rowing Club. In lane 7, the Black Mountain Composite of Kirsten Berry. She's the club captain, who I was speaking to you about before, and Ian Mongan from Lake Macquarie. And finally, in lane 8, the Black Mountain Rowing Club of Henry Bridgewater and Jane Robinson. Now, I've got a little message here on Jane Robinson in my wandering conversations with many people around the place, and it is not the same Jane Robinson who was the former Olympian. Rather, this Jane Robinson started rowing in 2014, and she's had a couple of races today for Black Mountain, and this is her pairing with Henry Bridgewater in lane 8, Black Mountain.
In this second division of the Mixed Masters A to B double, and across the 500 metre mark, we have the Commercial Toowong crew with a 0.16 second lead over the Black Mountain Lake Macquarie crew, and Leichhardt further 0.41 of a second back, with Yarra Yarra 0.17 seconds back from that. So, like, this is an incredibly close race as they've gone through the 500 metre mark. And these being the A and B crews, and these crews are all B and C actually, the rate is certainly up, and they are really pressing each other for this win.
And it's good to see Yarra Yarra in this race, the combination of Gareth McShee and Kelly Lewis from the Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, who produced, some may recall, if you're old enough, in the 1992 and 1996 awesome foursome of James Tompkins, who opened the new Yarra Yarra Club house in 2005.
And we have an extremely close race with the Commercial Composite looking like they might have had just like a bow balls lead over the crews beside them, the Leichhardt Banks Composite and Black Mountain Composite. Black Mountain Composite winding it up now. The very formidable Ian Mongden. He's a very tall figure, and using that to great advantage here, trying to push the crew over the Commercial Composite crew to the line.
Oh my God, they're battling it out. Lane 7, Black Mountain Composite, it's one stroke in it, but I think lane 6 is going to have it over them. The Banks Composite and the unofficial results, Commercial Toowong in first, Banks Ballarat combination in second. There's nothing in it to third place, Black Mountain Lake Macquarie, Leichhardt in 4, and the 2 Yarra Yarra crews are a photo finish. And I'm not speaking double, that's actually the results. Yarra Yarra in 5, and Black Mountain in 6. There's another Yarra. Oh, I don't know what happened to the live feed there. That was a very double up downstairs. Well done to Commercial Toowong for first place in the mixed AB. Pairs or double? Double.
Moving on to the presentation for the Mixed Masters AB Double Scull Division 1. And the medals will today be presented by Torque Murray, the New South Wales Rowing Ombudsman, former Honour Solicitor for New South Wales Rowing and a past president of Mosman Rowing Club. And in third place and bronze medalists, Newcastle University, Rowan Hislop and Chantel Lindsay. And in second position and silver medalist, Adelaide University, Finn Sprackling and Joanne Malcolm. And in first position and gold medalist, Newcastle University, Christy Hinton and Odin McIntosh.
Hey, that's Christy and Odin from Newcastle. Odin drove the trailer down here, and there's only 7 of them, including their coach, at this regatta. Go, Odin, it's Kath.
And congratulations to medalists in the Mixed Masters A and B double scull.
And coming back to race 178, I do want to pay some attention to lane 1 if I could, Rod. That's the Corowa combination of Simon McFarlane and Julie Underwood. I was lucky enough to catch up with Simon and Julie on a little bit of roving reporting. They are the only two people here from the Corowa Club, which is actually in New South Wales, although under the auspices of Rowing Victoria. And they say the hardest working person at the Corowa Club is Wes Canny. He's a coach of 20 years and the captain of boats. And I would just like to shout out to Wes Canny, ex-Essendon Rowing Club, moved to Corowa. He's one of many hard-working volunteers and community members there at the Corowa Club. They battle in Corowa with the dam release waters from the Hume and Dartmouth Dam, and that unfortunately flooded their shed at the beginning of this season. With the fluctuation in water levels, they can often not get out on the water at Corowa. At the moment, Julie said that they're standing in knee-deep mud when they launch their boats because of the water that's released from the Hume and Dartmouth dams. But how are they coming for us at the 500 metre mark? Corowa is in third place, led by Lake Macquarie Glebe in second place, and Glebe in first place with 1 minute and 48 at the 500 metre mark. That's pretty fast, I'd say, Rod.
Yeah, we have a very, very tight race with the crews over in lanes 1, 2 and 3. The Corowa, Glebe and Lake Macquarie really battling it out there. But over on this side, we have the Corio Bay crew of Justine Tonner, Joyce and Richard Axe really pushing out there. They're staying nice and wide out here and look like they hoping to surprise the other crews who will be well and truly racing each other at this point in time. But at the moment, the Corowa crew, the aforementioned Corowa crew, have got over the mud and the floods and look like they're pulled to about a half-length lead over the Lake Macquarie Glebe composite crew.
Come on, Corowa, let's push it home, Corowa. You're the only two here representing your club in New South Wales. Corowa are going to take the first place in this race. I am so, so pleased for Simon McFarlane and Julie Underwood. You bloody legends. You legends. I got a little bit excited there for my friends from Corowa. I sat and had a beautiful chinwag with them on the grass this morning. But Corowa take first place in an incredible time of 3 minutes 41.42, followed by Lake Macquarie Glebe. Glebe took third place. Is it Corio Bay? Rob? In fourth place. Endeavour in fifth. Phoenix in sixth. Manning River in seventh. I bet they wish they could have a snow cone that they do at Taree. And in eighth place, River City Women's and Corio Bay.
And Kath, I'm sure that your new friends at Corowa will be happy to meet you in the tent for maybe a wine after the finish of rowing today.
Well, it'll be an improvement on my breakfast of champions this morning, Rob. I had a coffee and 2 Nurofen, and that's seen me through the entire day, including an F8 race after lunch. And we're racing in 179, the Mixed Masters D. Pair or double? Double, thank you. There are 4 oars in each boat. Excellent pick up there, Rob. We've got Wendouree Ballarat in lane 2. Glebe in lane 3, Tamar in 4, Goolwa 5. Remember, they need a new club at Goolwa. Noosa in 6, Lake Macquarie in 7, North S Composite with Ulverstone in 8, and Murwillumbah Rowing Club from Queensland in lane 9. and the Wendouree Ballarat Club, the home of the 1956 Melbourne Olympics. The Wendouree Boathouse hosted all of those international boats visiting for the 1956 Olympics, and their clubhouse has a lot of Olympic memorabilia, Rob. Silverware, it hosted the King's Cup for some time, and we've got Lee Martin, who is going to be in the state quad. Leanne Martin, she is rowing today in lane 2, right now in fact, in the combination of Leanne Martin and Andrew Lehane, and Leanne is a state quad rower on Saturday. Leanne and her partner Tracy, well, they run a wellness studio in Ballarat called Elements Health and Fitness. And I can tell you, looking at those two women, they are certainly, they put their money where their mouth is. They are extremely healthy and very fit. They have 5 boys between them, none of whom have taken their mum's lead in rowing. So 5 boys, not one of them a rower.
Moving on to the presentation for race 177, the Mixed Masters AB Double Scull Division 2. And in third place and bronze medal winners, Black Mountain Composite, Kirsten Berry from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club and Ian Mongan from Black Mountain Rowing Club. And in second position and silver medalist, Banks Composite of Ebony Ebenwalder from Ballarat City Rowing Club and Heinrich Vence from Banks Rowing Club. And in first place and gold medalist, Commercial Composite, Katrina Reynolds, Toowong Rowing Club and Matthew Napper, Commercial Rowing Club. Please join in congratulating crews in Division 2 of the Mixed Masters AB Double Scull.
Okay, Rob, this is going to be a very exciting finish to race 179. We've got Tamar in lane 1 with Ellis and Bonham combination, but my friends Leanne Martin and Andrew Lehane from Wendouree Ballarat are really pushing hard in lane 4. They are looking like, oh my goodness, I can hardly breathe. I've got that tight feeling. Come on. They're going to take it. Tamar has come first in this mixed D, followed by Wendouree Ballarat, North Esk, Ulverstone. Congratulations, Tasmania. The first and third place to Tasmania. That's the North Esk and Ulverstone combination of Wilson and Bird, followed by Murwillumbah and Noosa, Glebe, Goolwa. Congratulations to Lake Macquarie in their beautiful red boat. Congratulations to all.
We've just had a start in race 180, the Mixed Masters D Double Scull. And in lane 2, we have the Mersey Composite of Gina Anderson and Marcel Brown. In lane 3, we have the Banks Composite of Lynn Charge and Andrew Goldstein. In lane 4, Wentworth District Rowing Club, Fiona Howard and Darren Howard. In lane 5, St George Composite, Katrina Davis and Ayrton Ramos. In lane 6, we have Essendon, Ricky Wright and Manpreet Sidhu. In lane 7, we have Nicholas Brown and Esther Tucker. And in lane 8, we have Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald and Jeremy Smith. In lane 9, we have Yarra Yarra of David Jacker and Sarah Sekfi.
Look, and if I was putting my money on it, and I am a betting woman, to be honest, I would say lane 8 would have to have very good opportunity in this race, with Trudy McDonald being in the New South Wales State Quad and Jeremy Smith in the Men's State Squad. I can only imagine that they'd be quite formidable there in lane 8, close to the grandstand.
Moving on to the presentation for the Mixed Masters D Double Division 1. In third place, Glebe Rowing Club. Cecile Ferret and Kenneth Major. In second place and silver medalist, Lake Macquarie Composite, Brad Smith, Glebe Rowing Club. Michelle Giselle, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. And in first place and gold medalist, Cora Rowing Club, Simon McFarlane, Julie Underwood, coach Wesley Canny. Please congratulate crews in Division 1 of the Mixed Masters D Double.
Look, I don't want to brag, Rob, but I was quite right. Trudy McDonald and Jeremy Smith were in the lead with an incredible 1 minute and 51 seconds at the 500 metre mark, followed by St George Shoalhaven, combination of Davis and Granja Ramos. Mersey Ulverstone coming up from Tassie in third place, that's Gina Anderson and Marcel Brown. It's going to be tight for third place, I would say, looking at these numbers.
Yeah, well, Kath, we saw Katrina Davis fall out of the boat after her C single final lap onto the pontoon. So she has done very well to regain her composure and get back out there and be competitive in this race. But you're right, certainly this very polished crew of Trudy McDonald and Jeremy Smith are holding a slight lead over the St George Shoalhaven Composite, and right over in lane number 2, the Mersey Composite crew of Anderson and Brown.
Now, there's nothing wrong with falling out of a boat, Rob.
And the Lake Macquarie crew now coming down to the line, and they will take the win in this Division 2 of the 3 of the Mixed Masters D-Scull, followed by the Shoalhaven St George crew, and over in lane 2, the Mersey Composite.
And Trudy, Jeremy, look up in the commentary tower. Well done. Good job, Trudy, in the bow seat. I can see you. What a fantastic race from Lake Macquarie. The only 2 of them down here from their whole club. And they did a fantastic job tapping each other on the back. God, that's a hard race. I'll take that back. There are lots of rowers here from Lake Macquarie. I must have got my cards mixed up, Rob.
I think so. We saw a couple of crews in a race just a couple of races ago, but they'll be pleased to know that they're all accounted for and back in the in for the racing. We're moving to the medal presentation for race 179, the Mixed Masters D Double Division 2. And in first place, and gold medalist Windaree Ballarat, Leanne Martin and Andrew Lihan. Please congratulate medalists in the Mixed Masters D Double Scull Division 2. Well done, guys.
And they're lining up now in race 181, the Mixed Masters F to G quad. Yep, they've got 8 oars there. That's how I do it. Count the rower, count the oars and divide by 4. We've got lane 1, Pine Rivers from Queensland. They've started. Lane 2, Centenary Composite. Lane 3, Drummoyne. Lane 4, Nagambie. Lane 5, the Melbourne Composite. Lane 6, Mersey. Lane 7, Drummoyne. Lane 8, the Hawke's Bay Composite. Lane 9, Endeavour. And we've got a lot of time now, Rob, for you to do the roll call on who's in which boat.
In lane 1, we have Pine Rivers, Jennifer Missenden, Anne Holmes, Ian Flockhart, Peter Zilau. In lane 2, Centenary Composite, Tanya Bremer, Svetlana Mikolov, Peter Park and Peter Hayes. In lane 3, Drummoyne, Sky Smith, Jody Panagopoulos, Richard Jones and Stephen Schnagel. In lane 4, Nagambie, Wendy Cotter, Lee McIntyre, Andy Horsberg, Suzanne Andrews. In lane 5, the Melbourne Composite of Lisa Leddick, Mary Cecile Lacoste, John Dollison and Roderick Ian Jones. In lane 6, the Mersey crew of Mary Hanson, Alison Kirkwood, Simon Noel and Gregory Marshall. In lane 7, from Drummoyne, Andrew Patterson, Marcella Cox, Douglas Stewart, Rowena Stewart. In lane 8, from all the way from New Zealand, Hawke's Bay Composite, Natalie Taylor, Jennifer Evans, Alan Cleaver and Jerry Steenkamer. In lane 9, Endeavour, Chris Brennan, Jared Corrin, Peter Bowman and Diane McShane. Just a Kath, the interesting times in the crew in Drummoyne crew in lane 7. We have 2 couples rowing in that race, so I'm sure the instructions will be very definite and well understood.
Oh my God, I rode with my wife in our first pair and we almost got a divorce after 25 years of being together. So I don't honestly personally recommend it, but each to their own.
And through the 500 metre mark, we have the Mersey crew that's taken a handy lead at the moment over the Hawke's Bay Composite, the Drummoyne crew and then the Nagambie crew. So it's all very tight once again going through that 500 metre mark, and certainly the race is on. But this Mersey crew over in lane 6 looks to have really put the turbochargers on and pulled out to about a length's lead over the rest of the field at this point in.
And that's the Nagambie crew from Victoria. They've got rowers as young as 12 years old up to 90 years old and 3 past Olympians who contribute their time and passion to the next generation. They also seem to have a very strong bistro and bar program from what I could see.
And don't we love the bistro and bar, but this Mersey Rowing Club crew, very polished performance out here, and they've pretty well got this covered. Although the crew over here from the Hawke's Bay Composite crew, well, they're still in the race and still think they've got a chance. But they're certainly the Mersey crew will go across the line to take first place, closely followed by the Hawke's Bay Composite. Then the Nagambie crew over in lane 4, Drummoyne, Pine Rivers, the second Drummoyne crew, Melbourne Composite, and Endeavour over in lane 9.
I've got to say that Mersey crew, Rob, really looked fantastic coming across that line. They were all still in perfect timing, even after the hooter had gone off. That's Mary Hanson, Alison Kirkwood, Simon Nowell and Gregory Marshall, coached by Jack Pears Kavanagh. What a fantastic group from Tasmania, rowing in that F Mixed Masters.
Moving on to presentations for race 180, the Mixed Masters D Double Scull Division 3. And in third place and bronze medal winners, Mersey Composite, Gina Anderson of Ulverston Rowing Club and Marcel Brown of Mersey Rowing Club. In lane 2 and silver medalists, in second place and silver medalists, St George Composite, Katrina Davis, Shoalhaven Rowing Club. Ayrton Grania Ramos, St George Rowing Club, coached by Bruce Williams and Andrew Parry. And in first place and gold medal winners, Trudy McDonald and Jeremy Smith of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Please join in congratulating the medalists in Division 3 of the Mixed Masters D Double Scull.
This is very exciting again, Rob, in race 182, the mixed F to G. Again, bias here. There's a wonderful crew racing in lane 9. It's a family crew of Mary Walsh, sister-in-law to the beautiful Sally Edwards. Oh, actually, it's the other way around, but still, sister-in-laws. Chris Walsh, the captain of North Shore Rowing, and Nick Johnson from North Shore in the boat closest to the grandstand. They're currently in 5th place at the 500-metre mark, and Essendon has clocked a fabulous 1:44 at the 500. That's the Essendon crew in lane 5 well, I'm not going to start with that pronunciation. I'll come back to it once I've had a chance to look at it. But Essendon is in first place position, followed by Clifton, A&A, Pine Rivers, North Shore, Dragons, St George, Mackay and Perth. And it's the Dragons Rowing Club, 1994 establishment in Queensland. They really want it known that they are a scull and sweep or club, not, according to their name, no kayaks and no dragon boats. And they've got a really strong para-rowing program at Dragons Rowing Club. And how are they going in this race?
Well, Essendon Rowing Club in lane 5 look to have a clear lead at this point in time over the Clifton and A&A crews, although right over in Pine Rivers crew over in lane 1 are really holding their own, and the North Shore crew coming home strongly, but the Essendon crew in lane 5 will hold on for the win. Okay, the North Shore crew in lane 9 really pushing it home now, coming home, but but be just shaded by Clifton Rowing Club, North Shore, A&A, Pine Rivers.
Well done, everyone. What a race. Lane 7 just crossing the line. It's the Dragons in 6, St George in 7, Mackay in 8, and the Perth Rowing Club in 9th position. They're lining up now in race 183. That's the Mixed Masters F to G quad. This is exciting, Rob. These athletes are unbelievable.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's when they get to mix the ages, you certainly get a different feel in the boat and a different racing experience. The younger with the older, and it's about finding that right balance.
There are 6 composite crews in this race, Rob. We've got lane 1, the St George composite, lane 2, Carrum composite. There's something went wrong at this. Oh, is this a handicapped race? I understand. Why don't you explain what that means, Rob?
Well, we have the St George composite in lane 1, Carrum composite in lane 2, the Manning River crew in lane 4, the Penrith composite in lane 5, the Bairnsdale composite in lane 7, and the Abbotsford composite in lane 8, all off go, and the remaining crews off 7 seconds. So they're all underway now, and certainly the race is well underway. And if these handicaps work right, Kath, it'll bring them across the line very close to each other at the finish line.
Well, thank goodness I've got you on my team here, Rob, because I thought something had gone wrong with at least 3 of the boats in that race who were off a 7-second handicap. And the Barnsdale Rowing Club coming up here from East Gippsland in Victoria. They host the Head of the Mitchell annually. And they're in a composite crew with the Tablelands Country. I'll come back and tell you a bit about Tablelands. It's a really interesting club.
Moving on to the presentation for race 181, the Mixed Masters F to G Quad Division 1. And in third position and bronze medalist, Nagambie Rowing Club. Wendy Cotter, Lee McIntyre, Andy Horsberg, Suzanne Edwards, in second place and silver medalist, Hawke's Bay Composite, Natalie Taylor from North Shore Rowing Club in New Zealand, Jennifer Evans from Union Wanganui Rowing Club in New Zealand, Alan Cleaver from Mercer Rowing Club, and Jerry Steenkamer from Hawke's Bay Rowing Club. And in first place and gold medalist, Mersey Rowing Club, Mary Hanson, Alison Kirkwood, Simon Knoll, and Gregory Marshall. Please join in congratulating the medalists in Division 1 of the Mixed Masters F2G Quad Scull.
Thanks for doing that, Rob. You've brought us very nicely into the conclusion of race 183. It's going to be a tight finish as well, but in lane 1, St George Composite seem to have some nice clear water over the other boats. It looks like this race is going to be hard fought. For second place, currently, looks like Carrum Composite, Penrith Perth and the Albert Park South Melbourne combination. Although, I've got to say, lane 9 is putting on some heat. Abbotsford Crew in lane 9. Look, Albert Park, my apologies, something went wrong with the feed there. We've got St George Composite coming in first at 3:36, followed by Albert Park South Melbourne, Carrum Composite in third, and pretty tight there for Manning River in fourth, Penrith Perth in fifth, and coming across the line, Barnsdale Tablelands, Glebe and the Perth Composite. Abbotsford in ninth.
Well, Kath, it seems like we've only been on here for about an hour and a half, and I think we've already seen Ian Luxford in 3 races in the time we've been here. So the man is a machine.
He must have found his oars, I think, Rob. We're looking at race 184 now at the start list. They're waiting for the caller to start this race, the mixed F to G4 quad. And my favourite little club up there in Goolwa. Remember, they need a clubhouse, guys. Followed by lane 3, Shell Harbour City. Lane 4, the ANU Composite of Donahue, Wood, Stewart and McCarthy from ANU. Lane 5, the Melbourne University Composite. Murray Bridge Composite in lane 6. Lane 7, Drummoyne. Lane 8, Shoalhaven. And lane 9, Murdoch University. They're off on their first stroke as they come down the course in race 184. And that Murray Bridge crew, I had the absolute honour to meet Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge. He's the only rower from the Murray Bridge Club here. He was an ex-dairy farmer. He went into beef. It was a little bit more profitable. And he gets out there to Murray Bridge, which is 8 kilometres from Adelaide. It's the second national training centre in Victoria next to West Lakes, and it hosted the 1973 Australian Championships. It's a little club, but Graham Hunt says, please come and visit. As the only club member here, I asked him what he'd like to see for his Murray Bridge Club, and he answered, more members. So you could make a sea change up to Murray Bridge and join Graham Hunt at the Murray Bridge Rowing Club.
And here from the on the live feed following down in the umpires launch, we have the live feed of the Drummoyne Rowing Club crew. and they look to be a little bit behind the crew off to their right. A little bit of looking around in the crew is probably not helping their momentum. But across the 500 metre mark, we have the ANU Composite in first place, the University of Melbourne Composite in second, Shell Harbour City in third, and the Murray Bridge and Riverside Composite in fourth, Goolwa in fifth, and Drummoyne in sixth. Murdoch University in seventh, Shellhaven in eighth. So these are all big fields in these mixed F and G quad scull. Moving on to the presentation for medals for medalists in the Mixed Masters F to G Quad Scull Division 2. And in third place and bronze medalists, North Shore Rowing Club, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Nick Johnson, Chris Walsh. In second place and silver medalists, Clifton Rowing Club, Kay Poynton, Helen Wood, Gary Bergen, and Kerry Dombrowski. And in first place and gold medalists, Essendon Rowing Club, Tim Josefowitz, Narelle Dwyer, Stuart Alsop, and Christine Mitchell.
And it looks like that ANU composite crew is going to take the first place of this final easily, with at least 2 boat lengths ahead of the lane 5, which is Melbourne University composite crew in second place at lane 5. I need to get new glasses, but it looks like lane 6, the Murray Bridge composite. There's my friend. Go Graham Hunt. And in lane 2, 3, Shell Harbour City, Goolwa, followed by Drummoyne, and a great finish from Murdoch University in lane 9. Crew of Pepple, Vines, Barry and Harpley. Well done, Murdoch University Rowing Club. With Shoalhaven, the combination of Quinn, Raddick, Mendenis and Eddington from Shoalhaven Rowing Club coming in 8th today. Well done to the Mixed Masters F to G Quad Race 184.
Moving on to race 185, the Mixed Masters C8. In lane 1, the ADF Rowing Composite, Sorrel Woodward, Virginia Haywood, Christina Bouston, Andrew Hine, Belinda Bowman, Sarah Whiteman, David Rowe, David Newman, and Alice Clayton in the coxswain seat. In lane 2, the Toowong Composite of Georgina Gardner, Andrea Payton, Michelle Holland, Christine Taylor, Andrew Lee, Stephen Hammer, Tim Bugg, James Manning, Edwina Luck Coxon. In lane 3, Sandy Bay Composite, Jane McGann, Kathy Starling, Sam Walter, Nicola Anderson, Jane Hilliard, Lloyd Osborne, Matthew Pooley, Dave Fisher and Olivia Walter Cox. In lane 4, Mosman Composite, Ahern, Batemeyer, Arigwai, Luan, McGlynn, Hourigan and Hill, Carissa Kleiman and Sally Maspiro Coxon. I think this race is underway, so we will move over to the racing and we'll catch up with the names as we get down the course.
That's an excellent idea, Rob. I was holding my breath there as you got to the Mossman composite crew, because it's quite a complex lineup with a couple of people having been replaced. We've got ANA in lane 5, Adelaide University in lane 6, the Carrum Club in lane 7, Toowong Composite in lane 8, and the University of New South Wales Composite in lane 9.
And the Adelaide University showing a clear set of heels across the 500 metre mark in first place, with the Toowong Commercial Composite crew over in lane 2, slightly behind them, and another Toowong Composite in lane in third place coming through the 500 metre mark.
Look, I'd like to shout out the coxswains, who really are the reason that these boats can row straight on this course. You know, the coxswains date back to 1463 as boat leaders, and the modern lingo is they steer the boat, they coordinate the power and the rhythm of the rowers, and a shout out to the coxswains.
So the Adelaide University crew here really putting the power down, and they're a well-drilled crew, aren't they, Kath? They looking really good. Although the ADF Composite crew over in lane 1, the Toowong Composite crew over in lane 2 are really going out on the chase after this Adelaide Composite crew, and very close for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So it's on for young and old out here on the course at the moment.
I think this crew in the middle here are going to take it out. What a beautiful set of stroking, nice clean blade work. Off they go through the line. That is Adelaide University. Congratulations on a fantastic race, followed by Toowong Commercial in 2nd. Very close for 3rd. It's Toowong Composite, followed by the University of New South Wales Composite crew. Well done. A&A, Mossman Composite, Sandy Bay Composite. What a race. Carrum in their fluoro Zooties. Well done, Carrum. And finally, the ADF Rowing Composite coming across the line as we move to a medal presentation. Thanks, Rob.
Moving to the medal presentation for race 184, the Mixed Masters FG Quad Scull. A3. Moving to medal presentation for race 183, Division 3 of the Mixed Masters F2G Quad Scull. In 3rd place and bronze medalist Carrum Composite, Ross Mersel. Robert Gunningham. Mary Hunter and Helen Kelly. In 2nd place and silver medalist Albert Park South Melbourne Composite, Terry Phillips, Louise Phillips, Peter Anthony, Fiona Milne, and in 1st place and gold medalist, St George Composite, Pamela Mash, Christine McCready, Ian Luxford, and Steve Harrison. Please congratulate medalists in race 183, the Mixed Masters F2G Quad Scull Division 3.
And they're just waiting for the Lindisfarne Composite to come into position at the start of race 186. Lindisfarne Composite from Tasmania. They're rowing on the Derwent River down in Tassie, and it's a big composite of Lindisfarne, North Esk, Tamar, Ulverstone, Riverway, Murwillumbah and Toowong. In fact, I don't think there's any double up of rowers in that composite crew in lane 5. There's probably a bundle of nerves up there on the start line. There's at least the conditions are looking really lovely for this twilight row. This is the last mixed Masters E8 race of the day. There are 9 crews in this race, 57, 58 people on the course. They've got their oars squared and buried. They're waiting for the starter's call. And they're racing. This is going to be hotly contested, and I'm very excited having my wife rowing in lane 7 for North Shore. That is the crew of Byrne, Boland, Luck, Daly, Lawson, Smith, McBride and Blackwell, coxed by the enormously talented Jennifer Pollock of the North Shore Club and coached by Kim Rudder.
But of course, Kath, we have a bunch of crews in this race. We have Toowong in lane 1, Torrens Composite in lane 2, Brisbane and GPS Composite in lane 3, Nelson Composite in lane 4, Lindisfarne Composite in lane 5, Leichhardt Composite in lane 6, lane 7, North Shore, and the North Shore New Zealand Composite in lane 8, and University of Queensland in lane 9.
I'm not biased at all there, Rob. I'll also shout out to the Leichhardt Composite in lane 6. There are some fantastically talented rowers in that boat, as in all the boats. I mean, to row at this level at a nationals tournament means that everybody has put in the hard yards throughout the season. They've, done their ergs. They've set some world records in the case of Sue Wannon from North Shore in the erg challenge, setting a world record. But they're incredibly talented athletes in every seat in these boats.
But of course, it's the Australian Championships, and we are certainly not New South Wales centric. So a big shout out to all those crews once again, all those clubs that have travelled a long way to get to this regatta and to enjoy these conditions out here, which are just perfect for rowing as the sun's setting in the west, and the conditions are quite fantastic for racing.
I was speaking to some of the crews that had come down from Mackay in Queensland. They did their boat loading on Sunday, Rob, to get down here for Thursday. So it's just an enormous sacrifice.
Yeah, it sure is, Kath. And moving on to the presentation of race 184, the Mixed Masters FG Quad Scull Division 4. And in third place, and bronze medalist, Murray Bridge Composite. Anne Pennington, Mark Johnson, Claire Sweeney and Graham Hunt in lane 2, in second place, and silver medalist, Melbourne University Composite, Geraldine Goss, Jim Lowe, Stephen Mollard and Jennifer Bingham. And first place and gold medalist, ANU Composite, Sue Donahue, Julia Wood, Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney, and we'll just cross across to catch the end of this race.
It is such a fantastic, oh my goodness, I didn't see lane 9 coming in there. University of Queensland, it's very tough against Torrens Composite. I think Queensland got it, followed by the Torrens Composite, and Toowong look like they're going to snaffle up the bronze medal. That was a sneaky lane 9 lead. Well done to the University of Queensland, Torrens Riverside and Toowong.
So moving back to the medal presentation. Please congratulate crews in Division 4 of the Mixed Masters F2G Quad Scull.
And Rob, just to wrap up that fantastic race, I got out of my seat, in fact, and that doesn't happen easily. If there's a seat or a bed, I'm in it. But I did stand up to my feet as lane 9 shot through at the last, well, they obviously put the work in, but I just couldn't see them from the commentary tower. First place to University of Queensland in 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Wow, that is unbelievable. Torrens Riverside held them so well for so much of the race. They were in the lead, and that's Simone Ellis, legend rower, only in the game since 2014, followed by third place Toowong, fourth Lindisfarne Composite, fifth Toowong, sixth the Nelson Composite, 7 North Shore, 8 North Shore New Zealand and the ANU Composite, and Leichhardt Mossman finishing in 9th place.
And can I say, Kath, that's a extraordinary time for
Isn't it?
for an mixed E8 of 3 minutes and 17 seconds, and only 7 seconds slower than the mixed C8 the race before. So a great effort on all those crews' part to get the very quick times over the course.
And it looks like Toowong and Mercantile. Toowong's having a fantastic regatta. I've got to say that they've been in so many podium finishes, but it looks like lane 4, the Toowong Composite of Trish Carter, Lynette Brown, Heather Warren, Marion Elliott, Trevor Batanne, Chris Gaston, Peter Gell, Nick Walrock and Bill Webster as the Cox are going to certainly press. They've got a lot of clear water there. It's going to be a nice clean win for the Toowong Composite. I could even call that at 750 or before. Got Melbourne in lane 5 and Mossman in lane 6. And it is in that order: Toowong, Melbourne, Mossman, lanes 4, 5 and 6. For the last race of the day, race 187, the Mixed Masters H to M.
Yes, Kath, I'm just searching for the searching for the torch, but yeah, look, it's clearly it's a big call at as you say at 300 metres out to call a winner of a race, but this Toowong crew is certainly looking like they've got it certainly got it covered over the Melbourne crew and the Mossman crew over in lane 6.
Look, I'd love to shout out to the hardest working club members of the Toowong Club. They've been names given to me by their club members. That's John Bliss, Gavin Kiley and Peter Park. And that Toowong Club has really had a fantastic regatta so far. Can't wait to see what they come out with for the rest of this weekend. And it looks like, Rob, you want to call this one?
I sure do. It's Toowong Composite coming across the line to take first position in the Mixed Masters H2M 8. That's actually all H crews, followed closely by Melbourne Rowing Club and Mossman Rowing Club. Getting across to complete that. The Mossman have stopped before the line. They've had enough, and it's for the last race of the day. I think we're all the same.
And I just want to say a very big thank you to Rowing New South Wales, to the fantastic leadership that is in place with Rowing New South Wales to put on this regatta, and to the spectators who have filled that 1,000 capacity grandstand over there. Rob, pleasure working with you today. I'll let you call the last medal presentation of the day. You are such a legend.
Oh, I'm quite flustered now, Kath. So, but we'll move straight on to the medal presentation for race 185, the Mixed Masters C8, and in third place and bronze medalist Toowong Composite, Tracy Evans. Frances O'Keefe, Amanda Rookaway, Kathy Witt, Jack Price, Jackson Price, Andrew McIntosh, Matthew Colquhoun and coxswain Charlotte Lawrence. In second place and silver medalist, Toowong Composite, Georgina Gardner. Andrew Painter. Michelle Holland. Christine Taylor. Anthony Lee. Stephen Hammer. Timbug. James Manning. And Edwina Luck Coxon. And in first place and gold medalist, Adelaide University, Susie Ross. Christina Bursell. Angie Franco. Joanne Malcolm. Bill Nat. Damien Derleek. David McLeod. Ross Hamilton. And Coxon Bonnie White. Please congratulate the medal winners for the Mixed Masters C8. Just while we're waiting for the medal presentation for the final two races, we'll just like to, first of all, thank our volunteers that make this regatta happen. And it's a big task and it takes a lot of them. And we'd really like to throw out a big thank you to all the volunteers that put in their time and help us make this the regatta the success it is. We'd also like to thank our major event sponsor, Penrith City Council. They are a big supporter of this regatta and the regatta centre, and we certainly appreciate their assistance in keeping this Australian Championship regatta in Penrith. The live stream partner, Bont Rowing, and our other proud sponsors, V Insurance, the Regatta Shop, Mobius, Pontoon, Quest, Croker and Bentley's. Moving on to the medal presentation for race 186, the Mixed Masters E8. And in third place and bronze medalist, Toowong Rowing Club, Julianne Kelly. Jenny Conn. Janelle Filkin. Kate Dombrowski. Dean Horder. Jeff Conn. Gavin Keeley. Roger Gould. And coxswain Asher Underhill. And in second place, and silver medalist, Torrens Composite, Simone Ellis. Robin Gray Gardner. Tori Toogood. Gina Bell. Greg Walters. Anthony Lee. Rob Ellis. Kevin Tankard. And coxswain Jed Watson. And in first place and gold medalist, University of Queensland, Catherine Rodmill. Catherine Rodmill. Annie McDowell. McDonald. Rachel Kinnenmoff. Margot Drayden. David Hobart. Richard Powell. Rob Finch. Edward Drayden. And coxswain Lily Lunny. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Mixed Masters E8. Just of racing today that all rowers plan to go to the World Rowing Masters in South Africa. You can do a meet and greet near the cafe under the shade cloth behind the grandstand. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Mixed Masters H2M 8. In second place and silver medalist, Melbourne Rowing Club, Sue Gould. Anne Parbury. Irina Benjamin. Val Dowell. Kel Boynton. Michael Dakich. Zena Marzi Coxon. Oh, sorry, I missed one. Ray Young and Christopher Barton. And in first place and gold medal winners, Toowong Composite, Trish Carter. Lynette Brown. Heather Warren. Marion Elliott. Trevor Bettany. Chris Bastine. Peter Gell. Nick Walrock and coxswain Bill Webster. Coach Terry Mulligan and Angelina Ellis. Please join me in congratulating crews and medalists in the Mixed Masters H2M 8. And that concludes racing for day 2 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championship for 2023. Racing resumes tomorrow morning. We'll see you then.